Well, first of all, this is a very awkward way to start. Cool. I actually am on live real quick. I might hop over to PTR and do some PTR testing shortly, but for now, I actually wanted to do my folio quest. I don't know what that entails. I just know that I was asked to tank some live keys, and I'll be doing that. Otherwise, if you look at my camera, you'll see a very cute cat behind me. My partner is away for the weekend, which means that I am alone in the house. And she gets lonely, so although we cannot pet her, and she's very feisty, she's super feisty. You're not really allowed to say hi to her. She's here. Hi, Acid. Good morning. So there's a cat behind me. This is going to be her chair. She always needs to be in the same room as you. She'll be kind of around the room. She's the spicy one, so we can't pet her so much, but we'll hang out with her basically. She'll be here. Hello. All right, let's go ahead and get stream set up for today. I have some work, but given that the weekend is open, maybe I will decide to just be around for a bit, potentially. Could be. Could be. Could be. We'll see. How are you doing, Acid? How are you? You got a Spider-Man ad. Didn't know there would be a new movie. There's a new Spider-Man movie? I have not kept up with things. I don't know. I haven't been into movies recently. Good. Glad you're doing well. I don't know. I'm not sure. I've been feeling weird. I've got my health stuff on. I've got a little binder around my stomach to help with some blood flow. You're about to sleep? It's sleep time. Sleep time for you. Are you just up super late? What's up, Catto? How's it going? Yo, if only it was Catman. This is Cat Lady. She's so cute. They're the most adorable creatures. They're absolute menaces, but they're the absolute. You have the flu as well? I got the flu a few months ago, and it has set off a whole bunch of health stuff. I've not been feeling well recently, Acid. But we are here. I've got leggings on right now to help with blood flow, and I've got this binder on as well, which is supposed to help. Not sure exactly. It helps a little bit. I've got like this thing. It's not because I'm trying to get snatched or like a thin waist or anything like that. It's actually just help with blood flow. Yeah, you too. Thank you. Health is so important. It sucks when you don't have it, right? Okay. So I'm supposed to do a folio quest. I don't actually know what the folio quest is. I just know that I'm here, and we're going to try to figure out what is the next order of business. I got to do a few of these. Let me go to my maps. Unity against the Void. No, that's the weekly quest. Void Strike. It's definitely this one. Damn. Oh, I got a vault too. Let's check the vault. I got to do Void Strikes. Is this the Void Assault? I wonder how long these will take. Let's find out. Let's find out. Can't believe you haven't done that for 5 weeks. Yeah, I haven't been on retail very much. I stopped twitching like a while ago. I like PTR testing. But I figure I might as well just get it done, because I have to get it done for next season anyways. What's up, Kifaze? Yeah, it's a good afternoon here. I recorded a podcast yesterday. Very exciting, though. The Folio Quest is always up in Magisters. Dude, I have 2 vaults? What? I have double vault. Double vault. Look at that. That's cool. Do I have Mythic Bracers? Wait, is this item level? Oh, I do already have Mythic Bracers. All right. I'll take more of these tokens. Oof. Needs to go back and forth is annoying. That's okay. No problem. No problem. We're chilling anyways. Not a lot to do today. Just hanging out. I immediately feel lightheaded, so I don't know what that's about. Every time I start playing WoW, I think that it's just something about this room. Maybe I'll just go do an IRL stream later, too. It's possible. You never know. I was thinking, Acid, if it would work to just go and get like a foot massage in Thailand, because I love massages. They're so good. And I was just going to basically go get one and then like stream outside. I also realized that I haven't been using my free will properly. Also, hi, Rots. Rots, what about the other ones? I think that's the first one, right? I did the first folio quest before. I realized I have not been exercising my free will. I've been thinking about what to do for an IRL Thailand stream, but there is a buffet that I love. I need to do 2 things. Number 1, I need more calories. I'm not eating enough because I've been sick. And then I thought to myself, oh, why don't I just go to the buffet with you? And then I thought to myself, wait a second. The problem is the buffet is very nice. It's like a 5-star buffet. Yeah, I've done a few at this point, but I've kind of figured out a setup where I can do them more often and just kind of like take you out. We'll see. My health is my #1 priority. Well, I can do both of these. All right, recruit field accolade. Wait a second. This doesn't seem like it's the right. Do I need to do, is this a folio quest? Are these both folio quests? Veterans that are field accolade. This probably are both here, yeah. What's up, Jack? I just rerolled Bear from Rogue. Was doing 13s at 230. I don't know until I got one shot and see. I watched your guide video and realized how completely wrong I've been playing Bear. You're welcome. I hope the guide has helped. The classical mango sticky rice phase. I've been doing mango sticky rice. I can't eat it anymore, unfortunately, which is sad. I'm not allowed to. You start with 2 if I remember right. Okay. So I got to do all these quests here. Portal to Magister's Terrace. Let's find out. Void Strike. Void Strike. There's no way I need to do the Void Strike thing. I don't think this is a folio. I think this is a separate. Okay, this doesn't seem right. The field accolade stuff. I bet you it's this one. This is the one I actually need to do. Let's make sure I'm not wasting my time here. Folio. Omnium Folio. This one. Yes. Okay. Seek out in Magister's Terrace. This portal. Great. Yeah, at some point, maybe we'll just go to the buffet. The problem is, Acid. This buffet is at a true 5-star hotel. What's up, Purple? Doing okay. Still a little lightheaded. Still feel a little Seeking knowledge. I still feel a bit rough. Noticing already, I'm already lightheaded somehow. I want to order some chocolate sundaes today at some point. It's gonna be expensive. No. So I have a discount there, and it's surprisingly not that expensive. The problem is I don't like dressing up. The issue is not the price. It's like $40. The issue is the fact that this is exactly what I'm going to wear to the 5-star, very nice, expensive hotel that is extremely nice. And I was worried that if I bring a tripod with a live stream and I'm talking to people the whole time, that they might not allow that. I already pushed the boundaries by showing up in a tank top and flip-flops. That is already pushing it. Yeah, they have a dress code which I have not honored before. But the question is, if I was also streaming at the same time, and I also went by myself instead of with Kitty or with friends, that would be the question. I'm dying of heat at the moment. It's 29 degrees in your room. You don't have AC? I mean, the weather in Thailand is normally around 40, 45. It's very hot here, but we have AC. I have a fan on too. I always have a fan and an AC. Maybe this fan is the problem. Maybe it's blowing dust in my face. I don't know. Every time I sit down to play WoW, I get lightheaded. I should stand up immediately. Like, I already want to stand up. I don't know. I feel weird. I just move around a bit today. Oh well. We are attempting to learn how to feel better, I guess, at this point. You see the cat in the background, Purple? This is she is, okay, I'm not, you can see she got feisty just because I moved. Don't hurt me, please. I'm just chilling. We are friends. You are here with me because you don't like to be alone. And Kitty isn't here for a bit. So hold up. I'm just going to move. But every time I move, she's going to get feisty. She's going to get real feisty. Earlier, woo. I guess a little bit, yeah. She's so cute, but so angry all the time. She has this thing, just like real people, to be fair. She has this problem where she doesn't like to be alone. She always wants to be with you, but at the same time, she doesn't ever want to be. You can't pet her or like carry her or play with her. She doesn't want that. She just wants to be in the same room as you. I kind of understand, to be fair. All right, I've got to do a ritual site. Where is this? All the way over here. Okay, on the way. Yeah, basically like a human being. That's literally your cat. Yeah. It's just cat things. It is actually just cat things. All right, let me go do the folio stuff. Yep, there are 2 cats, indeed. One of them is like this, and the other one wants to play all the time. But he's also more independent and kind of does his own thing. I think we're just hanging out today. WoW's in a weird slump. Are any of you... So, hold up. If we're here, you probably are playing WoW right now. But is there... It's become a very seasonal game. Are people on? I guess the 1% is still going. People will push for 1%, but I feel like a lot of it's that weird point in the season where we're kind of just waiting for season 2 now. What score you have? I don't really care enough. Maybe purple. I got Brazil 21 in May. Yeah, I got this has been my score since May. Maybe not. I have a weird feeling that this might not be safe. Like, I still don't know exactly how high. It either gets right before 4K or right after. But I haven't actually done a push key in 2 months. Almost. It's actually getting toward... That's why I look at my folio. This is what I mean. Like, I literally haven't been playing. Look. I actually need to go do this real quick. This is a power boost, so here's the problem. And it's going to be for next season as well. So at some point, I just got to suck it up and do the quests. Not a big fan of quests. I also wish I could set up a second monitor because I don't have one right now. I never even turned in my Rotmeyer quest. That's okay. Ugh. Your guild is empty? What guild am I in on this? Oh, I'm in the Thai guild. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Should be safe for NA. We'll see. Just raid log for Laura. Do some world quests. That's about it. Hi, Shellin. How's it going? RT, been in seat prison. Yeah, that key sucks. I still think that that key is terrible. One time, a DPS player looked me dead in the face, as in online. They weren't in person. But they looked at me, and they straight up said, seat is easy. And I, in that moment, kind of forgot that I was a person of empathy they were a rep pally, and they looked at me and they were like, seat is easy. And I was like, no. Shh. No. You don't get to talk to me right now. There was a little bit of toxicity, I'm not gonna lie. There was a part of me really that was just like, no, you don't get to say that. Yep. That's not allowed. I've never done a ritual site. What is this? It's just like a scenario. You just got to do whatever. All right. Problem is, normally my objective is covered by... In Shadowlands, expansions have had no... You think so, Hostitute? I think that expansions have way more content since Shadowlands, but our relationship with gaming is different. Dude, we didn't have anything in chat. What was there to do in Shadowlands, world content-wise? All right, we need to go slay some captains. I can do that. What do you mean? In Shadowlands? There was nothing to do back then. But I don't think that... WoW is this weird thing where it's not about having things to do. There is a podcast episode coming out tomorrow. I decided to start a podcast if you didn't know this, Hostitute. And guess who I recorded with yesterday? I have an episode coming out tomorrow. And we talk about this. The episode is with the whiskey drinking. After I say that, you should already know who I'm talking about. If you are clued into the WoW community and I say the whiskey drinking, who is this? There's only one person it could be. Like, realistically speaking. If the moment I say that, you should know who it was. It was a very cool conversation. About an hour and a half. Still have your 21 seat academy to do zero motivation for it. I do think, Purple, that although it is cool to have push goals, it is also cool to have fun. And I think that the game might straight up be a better place if people were more okay with just giving up. Not even kidding. I do think that. It's a weird take, and it's not fully coded. It's not fully cooked. And I need a little bit of context here. A little bit of... You got to give me some benefit of the doubt. But I straight up think that if people were more willing to just quit and not push for things that they think they need, but they don't actually need, it would be better. Does that make sense? It's a weird cook. But also, so you know how I do YouTube shorts? And if you're watching out of curiosity, this is a great question, and I would love to. I'll ask this all day today. I will ask this throughout the day. All right. You know how I post YouTube shorts, right? Bruh. There are some people who only know me from YouTube shorts. I realize this. Can I ask one more question? Is my audio okay today? It looks like it's echoing a little bit, but I don't hear it myself. Feels like I have to stop at the finishing line. You gotta make friends. Like you have to find people to play with Purple. That's the key for retail. Even on And you saw it happen even when we were just playing Voidscar Arena. The thing about dungeons like that, especially next season, the way that it's working. Okay, no, Echo, thank you, Kafase. You saw, and you've done PTR testing with me. Next season, there's a lot more group pressure, which weirdly is going to make it actually way harder to be a solo tank player. If you're tanking next season, you really don't want to be pugging, because every time you do first pull Voidscar Arena, you're going to wipe, pretty much. Right, unless they change it. I think they should just remove a caster in there too, but it's going to be a bad time. You usually have your team. Well, congrats on having a team. There are some people who only ever know me or interact with my content specifically because of YouTube Shorts, but by default, I would hope that people have some level of critical thing. I'm gonna be honest and have a take that's a bit spicy. I'm not gonna be passive about this take. Normally, I try, and I can play devil's advocate to my own take. But to be honest with you, I think in 2026, you should have a level of critical thinking to understand that if you interact with 3 20-second clips of me on YouTube, that is not a reflection of my personality. And that is not the entirety of everything that I believe in. Because yesterday I posted a video which was very clearly sarcastic. And I even put in the bio of the video that it was sarcastic. And as the pinned comment that it was a joke. But a ton of people... I got like messages about this. And they were not happy. They were like, I can't, you're this and that or whatever. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But actually, when I looked at the analytics for it, I lost, like, people unsubscribed because of that short. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was just a joke. I was being a little sarcastic. I was being feisty, for sure. It wasn't that controversial. I would actually argue that in general, almost every tank player would agree with it. But it was a joke. However, if that is your only ever interaction with me, that would actually make sense. Why you would think you were like, this guy is so negative about WoW. Because I suppose there is no context. Yes, you see, it was weird, though, to wake up to that. You going, honey? You see the cat? She's walking to the corner of the room. She wants to sit somewhere else now. Yeah. I did think it was interesting. All right, I need to get more Arcana. Is this... Hello? Can I change where these objectives are being... Oh, nice, I can. Beautiful, let's do that. I'll put that over here. All right, I need to go do this, and I need to grab 2 more Ritualized Arcana. Might need to do another one of these, I guess. Anyways, we are at this weird point. And Hostitude, was it really that different before? No, they sort of then love the long-form content. Audio Sunshine. Thank you, Jack. Hi, honey. I can see you there. Okay, the question is, can you see her now? She's roaming. She has napped for 30 minutes, and now she will be awake and looking for treats. Hello, honey. I know. What a cute cat. But I can't. You already had breakfast and stuff. It's not treat time for you yet. Not yet. Soon. Hostitute. Is the game really that different? We didn't have delves before. We didn't have ritual sites before. We didn't even have scenarios to do in the open world. I feel like there's way more to do now than there used to be. Have you grabbed the awesome Druid of the Flame set from the Time Walking vendor? No, I have not actually. What is that? Claim your loot and exit the site. I need 1 more of these for the Folio quest. Apparently. Ritual site. What is this? No, I don't even think I've looked at the... How many tenders do you have? Is this the trader's tender thing? I should look. For somebody who loves the game, I don't interact with all facets of the game very much. Okay, I need to do 1 more of these to grab 1 more Arcana. We can look at the trader's tendies after this. I'm still just spicy. I recognize I'm spicy. But for what it is worth, I would like to formally apologize, probably. If I have been overly negative recently, it is more a reflection off the fact that I am angsty about my own health. And therefore, if that is rubbing off into my WoW content, I apologize. Because there are a lot of good things about this game. I think that I've hopefully managed to tell you about a lot of the good things. It's not all bad for Season 2. I think I'm critical of some of the things they're doing for Season 2, certainly. But there are a lot of good things too. And that should not outweigh the bad. It is... If I have contributed to the cycle of negativity, my bad. I don't view it like that. We've fallen into a cycle since Shadowlands. It kind of was before BFA. We had more zones all over. Keys had challenges. Are you sure it wasn't just new? Out of curiosity, like an elitist game mode on top of its mandatory content. I agree with the elitism. I agree that there's a weird issue with World of Warcraft right now, Hotsitude, where that is a massive factor. That it's like not a game. People don't really interact with it as a game as much as they used to. It's a little bit more of a job. I agree with that, and that's a big problem. But I don't know if the open world content is worse. Hi, honey. Hello. She's so cute when she starts. When she makes noise, she's very cute. But it's because she normally doesn't scream. The other cat, when he screams, it is annoying. Hi. Hi. You want some treats? Don't jump. No. No, don't. She's gonna destroy my entire computer. 1 second. No. Listen. Come to your chair. Come here. Come on. There you go, honey. Yes. Hi. No, don't hit me. All right. I'm scared. Where are your treats? Should we get you some treats? Is it time for treats? It's time for treats, I think. Hi. Yes, you are adorable. I know. You want to paw me? You want to be close enough that you can ask me for treats politely? This is what she does. Look, wait for the paw. Wait for it. She's going to headbutt me or the chair, and she's going to just ask for treats. There it is. There's the headbutt. 1. Headbutt 2. She's just headbutting the chair. That's not my leg, honey. I know I'm wearing leggings, and she's kind of blind. She's very old now, and she can't identify what's me or the chair, I swear. You can headbutt me, but my leg is... I'm wearing leggings, and so they're both black, so she can't really tell the difference. Yeah, I think this is very funny. Hi, there you go. That's me. That was the right one. You want to headbutt again? There's the paw. Very cute. Very cute. All right, I think she wants some treats. All right, let's give her some treats. All right, 1 second. Yes, let's get you some treats. Okay. Come on. This is going to be an all-day thing. Am I gigalaggy? Maybe. Might be you. I don't know. You're going to tank a 24 right on your VDH? Good luck. Hi, come here. Come on, up. Sit in your chair. Might be you. Oh, no, it's me? Uh-oh, that's not good. Twitch is just gigalaggy right now. I see. Please don't bite my hand. I can hear the voice, just not the video coming through. YouTube is not as gigalaggy. It's probably just Twitch. There have been some issues. Soap. Hi, Soap. It's been a long time, Soap. What's up? No, can you be respectful? Be respectful. Be respectful. Respectful. She scares me. She does. I would love to tell you she doesn't, but she does. This is a very dangerous cat. Hi, honey. I know. But how many treats are we giving her right now? You're running with good luck, Chad. I don't even know if VDH on Live Realms has tanked to 24. What 24 are you tanking on VDH? Work schedule out of work and like, no problem. So I hope you're good as well. I was just concerned about you because I've been sending you some absolutely bombastic reels, but you haven't been responding. And I was like, oh no, is he alive? My reels here are funny. I don't think the quality of my reel has declined. And yet I was getting no response. I'm just kidding. You're fine. Basically, I'm home alone for a little bit, so the cat will be with me all the time. Yeah, so gets VIP DMs. He does, TH. There's a lot. I stopped sending it eventually though. Don't knock those over. Metro said no about the podcast at first, but then he said he was unsure who you are and doubt you make content at 8 a.m. EST, which is the only time he's available for a podcast. So I don't think it's a no if you're willing to stay up a bit late. 8 a.m. EST is what for me? Hit him up. The thing is, Big Grizzly, for me, the biggest aspect for podcasts would just be whether I like talking to you, I think. Well, hold up, wait a second. No, that was a rude. That's not the right way to say that. Let me have a different. Let me try again, honey. This is not how. You are very cute. I know, and the people, they want to see you. I get it. Here, look. You just had like a whole bunch of treats. 7 p.m. my time? Probably not. Could be interesting. Metro has some spicy takes and he ain't changing his mind on any of them. Oh, you're so cute, but this is not gonna work. I can't give in just because you're headbutting me constantly. This is gonna be my life for a little bit, if you could see. Is that kitty a druid? She's very, very cute. She's just an old cat. But Kitty isn't home today, and normally she bugs Kitty all day. All right, let's try this. Hi, Spec. Basically, she's the type of cat where she really, really needs to be with you in the same room all the time, but she doesn't actually want you to touch her. So she's going to bug me, but I'm not allowed to pet her. But she's just going to keep bugging me until I give her treats, and then I'm going to give her treats, and then she's going to bug me some more. This is going to be all day. Pretty much all day, nonstop. Very cute cat. Yes. Would you like some more treats? Okay. All right. I will give you a few more, but just know that this tactic will not work all day. It's not gonna. Why are you climbing on me? Go back to your chair. No, hold on, honey. I will give you treats. Why are you being so feisty? I'm going to give you treats. Here, come back to your chair. Come on. I will give you treats. I'm literally the treat dispenser today. She's in her golden years. She's almost 15, and she was a rescue. Kitty has taken absolutely unbelievable care of both of the cats. But because she was a rescue and her early life was tough, she has some health problems. And realistically, at 15, who knows how much time. But basically, in her golden years, she gets treats. Kind of like you and your husband. This tactic will not work. They're very persistent creatures. It's very extremely difficult. Yeah, to not give in to them, to be fair. It's very hard. You say you won't, and then you kind of do. And they know they can wear me down like this. Big Grizzly. For me, my goal of the podcast is not... I know, honey. Hi. How does Kitty get any work done? How do you get any work done with this? Can you not? Can you see her? How do you get any work done with this? Look at this. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Why is my camera big? Yes. You are very cute. I know. But I just gave you like 20 pieces of treats. I don't think that I can give you significantly more right now. Now she's awkward. You want to see what happens if I try to touch her? So she can do all this. She can wear me down. She can pod me, yell, make a fuss, etc., etc. She's allowed to do this. She can scratch at me. Their nails are out, honey. Be nice. Be nice. There's no need to use nails for this. These aggressive tactics. She'll headbutt me. She'll claw at me. But if I try to touch her, this is what happens. Can I? Okay, no. All right. Can I say hi? I don't have treats. I'm just trying to pet you. I'm trying to pet you. No, this is not treats. I'm just hi. Okay, that's very cute. But this is not treats. I am, believe it or not, I am trying to engage with you socially. Oh my God, you're so cute. Please headbutt me again. That was adorable. But also, okay, fine. A few more. A few more. And then go back to bed. Stop climbing on me. A few more. Just a few. And don't summon your brother. He doesn't know we're doing this. They had breakfast already. Go back to bed. All right. What was I saying? I was saying something. I forgot. When she wants food too. No, her brother was summoned. No, he's not allowed in here. No, buddy. Absolutely not. No, you are annoying. She's cute when she's loud. No, this one. No. Hold on. No, you get out. You're not allowed up here. I know. It's unfair. What a cruel world we live in. I understand. Yes, it's so cruel that you had to wake up from your nap and you always sleep all day, but you heard some treats up here because she made a fuss. And now all of a sudden you feel entitled to treats because your sister got some treats and you think that you get treats now, but that's not how that works. That's not how that works. She's older and a little thinner. She needs more treats. You don't need as many treats, buddy. I know. It's not fair. It's not a fair world. It's a cruel world out there. Some people unfollow because you make a feral druid little YouTube short. And then people are like, no, you can't joke on the internet. I know. Yeah. The thing is, both cats will be hanging out with me today. And for the next 2 days. Because Kitty will be out. And they're very needy creatures. Incredibly spoiled individuals. Very spoiled, indeed. Okay. In regards, they did, TH. Can you not... I miss dogs a little bit. I do. The cats, they're very cute. But please. Behave. Okay. I forgot what I was saying. I don't remember. What was I saying? Hunter. Tequist. What's your girlfriend's favorite food? Maybe cats? I don't know. I'll just go into the next conversation because I forgot. All right. I need to turn in this folio quest and then do so many. Choose 2. If you were going to cook her something at home, what would you cook for her? What's my favorite food? I have to eat weird. I don't get to eat like a normal person, so I don't know if I have a favorite food in that sense. Sushi. I think if I have to choose a category of food, I'm just not allowed to eat sushi anymore. Gym food. It's not so much for that. I can't eat fiber. I'm not allowed to eat fiber. It's been a few years now, just from a medical reason. I've got a chronic condition, so I'm basically, it's a no fiber diet. That's the issue. And Big Grizzly. Yeah. In terms of who I want to do the podcast with, you get used to it, right? But in terms of who I want to do the podcast with, I think I'm pretty passionate about showing off different perspectives on the game. I don't want to have only competitive, high-level players on the podcast. That's not exactly how I want to do it. Hey, shh, shh. That's a treadmill, not a scratching pad. Welcome to my day. Point is, I think I want to have one of the episodes I know for sure is going to be people who do housing. And I want to ask them a bunch of questions about housing because I don't do housing. One of them is going to be a new player who has never played WoW. I want to ask them questions about what they know of WoW and how they consider it. Some of them will be, like one of them will be with Kyrasis. And Kyrasis and I will go deep into theory crafting and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that I just want to show different perspectives. But it isn't about, you don't have to have, what's it called? You don't have to have elite level game knowledge for me to want to talk to you on the podcast. I just think I just want to be able to make good content with you, if that makes sense. What's up, Spec? 100 bits toward the milkshake fund or the ice cream fund today. Thank you. Appreciate that. I will add it toward the fund. Today's going to be one of those days. Spec, as you know, since I have not been feeling my absolute best, you know, it's either going to be a milkshake or Sundaes, depending. Do I like lore? Khadgar Platinum WoW would be super cool, but I don't think he would take my message. You have to understand that I am new to streaming still-ish. I'm surprised anybody responds to me right now. It would be cool to... There's a lot of people I'd love to talk to. I just don't think I have access to them. Like, how cool would it be to talk to Dorky about tanks or Dratnos about WoW in general? But I don't think I'm qualified yet to talk to them. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I message Dratnos and I'm like, yo, I love your takes on the game. Can we talk game? And you want to be on a podcast? He probably won't respond. I don't think he takes that message, you know? All right, let's look at the next one. Dark Lake Coalescence. Where is this? Over here. Boggs Adventure. I know Boggs. Yeah. He does make cool videos, though. Thank you for doing the PT advice for everyone. Oh, you're welcome. Maybe I'll do more of that. I really does. I mean, that's just an entertaining topic for me because it's been my job for a long time, and it's something I'm passionate about. And sometimes, Spec, I mean, like, I'll just be honest about it. I don't know why people are not honest about it. It would be super cool to grow stream, and if eventually stream was something that financially helped support me even more and was a positive part of my life in that sense, that'd be cool. And if I could get out there and be able to talk to people, that'd be super cool. But at the end of the day, it's not a good financial decision, and that's not actually why I do it. So, you know, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You are being judged. I think that sometimes when you put yourself out there, you can be judged, and there's this weird shadow thing where it's like, you know, I don't know. How do I say this? I might not have the right words for it today, and I'm okay with that. I'm not following the community for more than like 2 months, returning from vanilla. People like you, Shaw, Tactics, Topics. Yeah, those are all the tank players. You're welcome. It's really fun. It is daunting to get into T-Quest. I think it absolutely is. I really enjoyed getting to talk to Shaw on the podcast. I know Topics already reached out as well. Tactics would be cool, although I don't know him personally. I think Tactics would be a fun person to talk to as well, maybe even from more of a raid perspective, because I know he raids more than he... And he also does keys, but... there's a lot of great content creators in the WoW space. What's important to me is... I don't think that the views have to be terribly positive. I'm thinking about this, and again, I have to think about the way to say these things because today I'm tired. T-Quest, I don't know if you've ever struggled with any sort of health conditions before. Right now, my health is not fantastic. I want to hang out with people, but when my health is not fantastic, I can be a little cynical or maybe a little too sarcastic and a little too edgy. Just because I feel irritated and annoyed, and therefore my conversational skills, they get shrouded in that a little bit, where it's not always a perfect reflection of how I see the world, because I like being optimistic, but at my core, I don't think I am. Like, it's a choice to be optimistic and positive, so sometimes I'm a little bit more edgy. But can be a little tough. Because, I don't know, I guess the hard thing to explain if you don't have any sort of chronic condition is like, my brain is not always firing at 100% capacity. I think that's the thing that matters. Is this what I need to do? This is the Omnium Folio, right? Yeah, okay. So when people tune into Stream Spec or even the YouTube Shorts, just as an example, there is an assumption that every single thing you hear is the best take and a pure reflection on who I am, if that makes sense. Sometimes you tune in and I am just on a rant. Like, if you tune in and in that moment I'm like commenting on something I saw in the WoW scene recently, like, I can't believe if you're a parent and you play World of Warcraft, that would be insane. You are trolling your team. If you have a small child with you and you think that child will wake up, I cannot believe you would do that. It's rude. It's not considerate. Like, imagine you tuned in at exactly that voice line without realizing that I am specifically against that mentality, but in that exact 10 seconds, that's your opinion of me. That happens a lot. Like, a lot. It shouldn't happen as much, but, you know, that one is up in the air. Oh, up in the air. Got it. I'm just killing things down here. Does this not work? Yeah, so exactly, though, anyway. So that happens a lot with YouTube Shorts, because YouTube Shorts are, well, by default, shorts. Ah, thank you, Stargazer. That was helpful. And clipped and shipped, exactly. But do you know what I mean? So I'm so passionate. There was a thing that happened recently, Tequist, where a streamer was doing a key and somebody had to AFK for a few minutes in that key because their child woke up. Obviously, it created a weird amount of drama because somehow that wasn't okay. And it wasn't like a crazy world first key. I think it actually would have been more accepted if it was. It was just it was a pug. But a streamer was very upset and basically reported the person for this, and it kind of made the headlines, if that makes sense. Which was an absolute, this is a game. It's a game. You know, NW, I think it is so cool that parents can still enjoy the game. Surprisingly not, Teak, with not everybody. It was an actual point of debate. But I also can play devil's advocate to my own person. This is one of my unique skills, I would say, where, surprisingly, I am good at considering things from not my own perspective. There are people who do not treat this like a game and really view everything as a almost life or death situation. And I kind of understand if that's how you're viewing it, that you would have a problem with that. Aren't WoW? Yeah, I think the average age of WoW is a lot higher now. Obviously, I don't agree. Well, maybe not obviously. I don't know. Again, some people only ever interact with YouTube Shorts. And if I make a YouTube Short, let's say I were to make a YouTube Short tomorrow, and the YouTube Short was pretty okay system introduced in season 2. Do you think that short would do well? Do you think anybody would click on pretty okay system? Mid system? Like, this kind of just by nature of it, you're sort of, you gotta put yourself, I gotta be a little divisive. You gotta get people a little bit. I don't think you can do that properly. What's up, creator? Hi, G-Dub. Hello. Yes, she is awake now. Every 30 minutes, she's gonna wake up, ask me for treats by clawing at me, and Slasher doing this. Jack McKenzie, Terrathal would be a very cool guest. I don't know who I can contact. I can tell you a few things. One, do you know who Touchpad Warrior is? He's the one that I got to talk to yesterday. I really enjoyed that episode. Not every episode will be about the competitive... Hi, honey. Yes, you are super cute. For anybody that isn't watching, they're going to be very confused about this. But here's the thing. You're so cute. I know. I see you. I hear you. You are extremely adorable. I get it. But I literally gave you treats 20 minutes ago. And I cannot just be giving you treats. You would get hundreds of treats today. And then probably vomit everywhere. I know. You're going to have to put up with it for another 20 minutes. And then I'll give you more treats because I'll give in. Thank you, Helena. It would be very cool. My hope, to be honest with you, is that I get the chance to meet people at BlizzCon. I'm going to BlizzCon. And I wonder if I don't know how it works, but I hope I get to actually meet people like Tarathal or I guess Growl and Dorky. If they're there, you would not know, huh? Nobody really knows what they look like. Can you not... Cats. If you can see the background of my screen right now, I'm aware that she's up to mischief behind me. There's also another one about to join in on the mischief. They are so cute. They are amazingly adorable creatures. And it's the only way they've survived evolution this long. Because otherwise, there's no way that humanity would have tolerated this behavior. Seriously. You know it. I'm literally watching you and I can see you. There's another cat waiting for the treats to drop as well. I saw so many angry. There were a lot of people who were quite upset, but obviously it was a joke. I can understand why people would be upset about that, but it was very much a joke. The Boomkin thing. Kind of. Not really. I mean, there's a little bit of truth to it. But yeah, Tequist. You said you started tanking 2 months ago, right? Can I ask you a question? Did you start playing WoW 2 months ago? It's a random. I have every single time I go into Guardian Druid, it'll be a random Guardian Druid. It's not, I have the glyph. So I don't control what form I go into. Every time I shapeshift into bear, it just chooses from one of my available forms. It's the glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. It's like 60 gold on the auction house if you ever want it. There's one for every druid form. Someone who currently doesn't have kids, I hope so too, T-Quest. I think that WoW is at its best when everybody can play. And to be honest, the podcast, I've started a WoW podcast, and I got to talk to Mr. Touchpad Warrior. He has been streaming and in the WoW community for a very long time. I liked that conversation with him because there are people... You can enjoy this game without being a rank 1 player. In fact, a lot of times rank 1 does not mean that you have a good time. Sometimes it actively means you have a less good time, for what it is worth. It's an interesting relationship that World of Warcraft has with competition. It's not that it shouldn't exist, because that's way too black and white of a yes or a no. It isn't a yes or a no thing. But I do think it might just be important to discuss or have conversations about how the more that WoW has pushed toward endgame content being the reason that you're supposed to play, the more magic it has lost. And maybe this is just my opinion, maybe I'm off, but there's something to be said about only being able to focus on endgame content, and then it creates this very strange thing where it's like you would get mad at a parent for interrupting a key for a few minutes because their child woke up. Like, is that preferable? Do you want them to have to interrupt the key? No, but very, very insane that we would ever progress to a point where that would actually be punishable and offensible, if that makes sense. The teens let me be because they understand gaming and think it's cool. The toddler goes to bed early, so keys when she's sleeping. And if for any reason, Kafaze, you were in my key and we were doing something, and even it doesn't matter if it's Brazil or what, If you have a toddler, you have a young toddler, let's say, and you were to wake up, like the toddler was to wake up and need you, you don't even have to say, gotta go. Seriously. But if that were to happen, I would never just like send you hate mail or report you. If you could type a message, kid woke up, gotta go, that'd be even better. But everybody has circumstance. And now granted, sometimes, maybe, actually, you do just rage quit. I would say that statistically, most people would be rage quitting in that situation. But I still try to give you the benefit of the doubt because it's just been a thing that I've experienced. Okay, let's just go do all this stuff. I'm trying to get my folio done because I never actually did the folio quests. And I think this is the longest one, hopefully. And then we can do keys. You think they'll ever design Mythic Plus without a timer? No, absolutely not. Why would you queue one? Are you a child, Sento, by chance? And also, I will not let anybody get mad. If you want to be part of this conversation, by all means, give me your takes. I will not, no one will get mad at you for having a take about this one way or the other. Because I can appreciate that. I agree with you. There's a mentality in competitive gaming where it's not okay, it's rude, let's say, to waste somebody's time. But fundamentally, I would challenge that because if we're playing the game in a way where I genuinely cannot waste my time and every minute needs to be optimized, I don't think that's healthy for the state of the game. You could rotate if your partner's still around. It's like functionally, I am, granted, not a parent myself. I have these two cats who are basically like toddlers for what it's worth, almost. That is just not how that works. And real life would always take priority over a game. If we can't play World of Warcraft or interact with Warcraft like that, I do think that that's a recipe for disaster, and long term it will be problematic. It's incidental. There are only so many factors you can control, and if I was like, my child wakes up 95% of the time, they're young enough where I will have to care, then maybe I don't queue for a key. Also, benefit of the doubt, maybe I'm so sleep deprived and so I'm not even thinking right. Maybe I'm like, I have one sock and half a hoodie on because I am sleep deprived and barely functional, and I accidentally queue into a key without even remembering I've queued into a key. Like, benefit of the doubt. Being a parent is hard, so I've heard. I think about what I put my parents through, and I have no doubt that their job was not easy because I didn't make it easy for them. Hypothetical is incidental. It's not an issue. A child waking up is the same stance, but fair enough. But if you knew it was going to happen, would it be rude to queue for keep? Fair, yes. And that's the other part of the argument, which is why, again, we can have a conversation because it is a part of the conversation to say. I think it was a kid was actually better than just disappearing, although if they had left, agreed with that. The concept as a whole, as in general, for what it's worth, complete sense. Makes sense. And it's very easy to be black and white and say, I would never, I mean, you can't get mad at a parent for. In practice, it makes sense. Happened with Gil Healer a few times on farming keys, Xerox says. He had to AFK for like 10 to 15 minutes sometimes because his toddler woke up and his wife was sleeping. At least we were aware of the chance, but even if not, it's not the end of the world for me. It's going to annoy you? Probably. But you never be mad. I think there's a difference between being annoyed and being mad, if that makes sense. My big issue with it is not actually whether or not that specific instance was right or wrong, but a little bit more what it might reflect in the greater community. Because I still think that we have to be able to treat WoW like a game. And I think that it's problematic if we cannot. Like, I think that if we progress to a state where, you know, that's my thoughts, basically. I don't know. Because keep in mind that WoW players will take anything to the nth degree. And if I knew that I could get out of any key by simply saying my child woke up, I might actually just do that for what it's worth. I recall a discussion with someone who felt that there was no emergency so critical that anyone should leave the game. Right. There are people who think like that. And I can't get mad at you for thinking like that. Because from your perspective, if you genuinely believe, and to cue everybody in on YouTube, Crep, you said, I recall a discussion with someone who felt there is no emergency so critical that anyone should ever have to leave the game. It's not just WoW. It's all games right now. But man, is it a kind of a shining indictment on us if we would get mad at somebody for having a medical emergency or any emergency whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? You know, like I feel like that's really a red herring for a community if you're actually like that. And let me read some comments here as I do this. Yeah, like have your heart attack after the key. That's kind of the perspective of the argument. But if our relationship with gaming is that far gone, bruh, I was in an earthquake on stream once. There was the Thailand earthquake that happened last year. I was streaming, and I was just like, what? And everything started shaking, and I was like, oh my God, there's an earthquake. But I'm from LA, so it wasn't a problem. I was used to it. Let me read context. Hope your day is going well. I didn't follow the drama. I heard something about it. As someone who does not do that level of content, I feel like the person saying it was a kid is actually better than just despairing. Oh yeah, I read that earlier. Weirdly enough, if the person had just left without saying it was a kid, I have a feeling that this would not have been an issue. Like if you ever need to just AFK a key, you could just Alt F4 and probably not actually get reported. Like your internet goes out. Whoops. I've done that once. I'm not going to lie to you. I've done that once or twice. Not often. Very rarely. But at some point in the last 5 years, I have been in a group where I didn't want to be there. And for whatever reason that day, if you say you haven't done this, you're lying. I will say, I'm going to be honest with you. There have been times where for whatever reason, I did not want to be in that group and I didn't feel comfortable for some reason or something like that. And I just, you accidentally, your internet has gone out. But then you have to commit to the bit and you can't log back in afterward. You have to actually just now get up, get away from the game for like 30 minutes, And people only, yeah. I actually weirdly think you're right that if it wasn't a child, it might have been more accepted. Which again is a very strange thing to think about. You accidentally press the power button for 5 seconds. It happens. It happens. Which again is a joke. And I have to clarify when I actually make a joke on stream? Tequist, you've been practicing follower dungeons for a little bit now, trying to learn the route. So clearly you care about performing well, because otherwise you wouldn't be practicing to play a game. Have you encountered toxicity for being a tank yet? Because I like the idea of tanking. I'm a tank main. Only tank with people a few times. If people yell at you for being a tank, try... I unfortunately actually think that thick skin might be required. I mean, I died the other day because of the cat, but that was a real thing. That wasn't actually fake. There was, I have 2 cats. One of them is sleeping very peacefully behind me. Actually, wait, nope, she's doing inappropriate grooming, my bad. Holy. I look behind me. I thought she was napping, but it turns out that she's cleaning herself right now. It's not weird because she's a cat. And the other cat, who is much younger and much more spry, basically jumped up and knocked my monitor while I was tanking a 19 Skyreach, and I died to the bleed pool. because of toxic people. Never pretend that I've lost my internet. I will say I've done that once or twice. Like over the last 5 years. It's not, I wouldn't normally do it, Stargazer, but it has happened. Also, sometimes my internet does just go out because Thailand. They need to make the follower dungeons more realistic by having the followers berate you for your route and leaving the key mid-run. What's up, Lucky? I mean, luckily, you play the game at a high level. How could they make follower dungeons more realistic? Because I think Casey's onto something here. Yeah, if they got to start the dungeon with link route, then you link them a route, and they say it's a bad route. Yeah, yeah. I think it's such a problem. Oh, Casey, thank you for the Prime sub. I do think it's such a problem. And I think that the drama that happened with this one parent is not a unique situation. I definitely think that there are way more people today who play WoW. We're just older. I don't know for a fact, but it wouldn't surprise me if the average age of a World of Warcraft player is above 30. Now, not all of us have kids, but many of us have responsibilities. Many of us have things that we have to manage. Hopefully, most of us pay taxes. I think that the game has to evolve a little bit, knowing that. I do think that might be important. Got to get everyone the experience. So if you're running follower dungeons as a DPS and pull more for the tank, he needs to flame you and leave the dungeon after the second time. It's true. Your healer needs to, everybody needs to stand in puddles and stuff. Follower dungeons don't even have the mechanics of normal dungeons. I believe that one thing they need to do with WoW, just 100%. And T-Quist, you are exactly the person who this would be for. You're not the first person who's told me that you go into follower dungeons to practice. And Oishi, how do I pronounce her name? Oishi. Is it just Delicious? Can I just call you Delicious? I understand this reference. I'm going to call you Delicious. Hi, Delicious. So basically, I think that they really need to put in more tutorials for roles in World of Warcraft. Just 5-minute optional, 10-minute optional. You gotta have it be in the game where if you want to learn how to tank, there is something that actually teaches you how to tank. Or if you want to learn the basics of healing, they've got to put something in the game at this point that teaches you the basics of healing. And even for DPS, like the fact that threat and aggro is never explained does contribute to some of the toxicity. Does it solve the problem? No. Will it still happen? Yes. But I do think at some point you just have to make a little dev time to do this, but not try. You don't make it ranked or competitive or even forced. You force people to do things, they're not going to like it. So, in other words, the challenge modes were required. The proving grounds. I don't like the proving grounds for what it's worth. Okay, finally, I did this. Now I can go turn in my Omnium Folio thingy. Don't check if people have done it. Give people the option to do it. It doesn't even need to be crazy. You could just make it pretty light. You just make it chill. And Lee, are you still having a good time with the season? Buddy, if you're going to be in here, you must be respectful. Required. I will kick you out of the room if you're not respectful. You have to be. Listen to me. You can be in here, but you have to be respectful. Is that a deal? Don't be weird. He's going to jump up. He's going to be weird. Cats. Cats. She's going to smack you if you get close to her. You know she's going to. Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it. This is just a fight waiting to happen. Should I break this up before it happens? Yeah, there you go. Back up. Reverse direction. There you go. I saw your video regarding the meta. In that case, stop doing tier... Okay, Alan. Very fair. Can we talk about that? You are not the first person to mention that tier lists from creators are responsible for the meta. I would fight back on that because I think that is far too simplistic, and if anything, it's reductionist, Alan. Because if tier lists had that much sway and people want tier lists. And the better question is, why do people want them so badly? If that makes sense. I think that might be way more important to think about and consider. Why are people fiending for tier lists? Why do you want somebody to tell you what to play? That's an actual question that might get down to the fundamentals of what's really going on. Just saying that tier lists create an unhealthy meta is not going to help. I think WoW also needs something indicating what spells can be interrupted. True. Now I also have to find a topics video breaking it down. True. People don't want to play something bad. But why? Agreed. The meta is a significant issue. Why? Have the conversation as to why. Let's apply critical thinking to it. Let's talk about it. Some people want to see their favorite spec at the top of a tier list. Most people, when they watch tier lists, fast forward to the end and take a screenshot to send to their friends. Am I right on that? When most people engage with a tier list, if I post a tier list right now, and it was all specs ranked for Season 2, out of curiosity, how many people are watching my explanation of the tier list and how many people just kind of go to the end, fast forward, screenshot it, and then decide? Because that's happened many times. Okay, hold up. Where is the portal here? I'm trying to get back to the folio thing. It's on this ledge. Wait, courtyard, ledge, up here. There it is. No, this guy. There you go. Amounts game styles. To play a tank long term, I think you genuinely need a healthy ego. Most tanks at their core. I mean, T-Quest, you asked me for what it is worth, why I decided to tank. I'll tell you that in a second, but let's keep talking about the meta for a second. Go to the end, check if your favorite spec is up there. When I make a tier list, I want to explain why, the benefits, the pros and the cons, and how they might even address and make it better. All tier lists are made for Mythic plus 18 and up. Almost every tier list I've ever seen explains that. No one cares, Alan. For what it is worth, every tier list that I have ever made starts with a caveat. First part of the tier list, you can watch all of them. Always start. Remember, guys, everything is playable, and this is talking about what you are likely to see for world first keys or the higher level of keys. Every single tier list starts like that. Nobody cares. People don't want context. WoW players hate context. They don't want to put in the time to test and figure it out for themselves. I think that WoW players have time, generally speaking. I don't think it's the time thing, Hawker, but that's a fair point. I think it's because you don't want to waste your time. Not because you don't want to put in the time and figure it out. It's because you don't want to waste your time. But then a better question is, why do you feel like you're wasting your time? And the answer is because you don't get to play the game. Because if you're not playing meta, you will sit in the capital city not able to do any key, and you don't even get to play the game. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The real issue, let me just check where this is. I have to go find my next folio quest. Pure magical essence recovered. Where? From any... Oh, it's a dungeon thing. Okay. This biscuit's your 2 bits. I'll add it to the list. They have mixed reasons for wanting tier lists. Some I know they want to play... I think it's the queue simulator mostly. I believe that it's because if you are playing an off-meta spec, the chances that you have named every fish in this pond in Silver Moon City is pretty high. There is an advantage to playing off-meta. Xerax, hear me out. The point and the biggest benefit of playing something that isn't meta is that there are parts of Silver Moon City that I have never explored because I'm playing Guardian Druid this season and people actually want Guardian Druid. Next season, if I decide to play Guardian Druid because I like Guardian Druid and Guardian Druid is not meta, unfortunately, Or fortunately, I'll have so much free time and be like, you know what? I've never actually been to this part of the city. And so maybe I'll actually get to see parts of Silverman. I mean, this is a beautiful city. I feel like there are so many aspects of this I've never seen. I could do world quests. I haven't done a world quest in forever. So that's a huge benefit of playing off meta, to be fair. Pros and cons. I think that's a good take, to be fair. I'll stand by that take. You can clip that. The time waste that we were hitting at. Hawker, you're absolutely right. The time waste is a massive issue. I'm the sort of person, I don't know about you. This isn't always a good quality. Sometimes I wish I wasn't. But I'm the sort of person that likes to just dive deep into things. I want to think about the reason behind the reason. It's toxic because it makes things very complicated, and I'm very bad at making things simple sometimes. I overcomplicate the shit out of things. But I'm an overthinker. And because of this, I think to myself, the meta's a problem. Why? We answer the first thing. Well, easy answer is because everybody wants meta. And then I think to myself, okay, why does everybody want meta? And then I keep diving into the topic. And at its core, I think it's because we have lost, or rather it has transformed, where we just don't interact with World of Warcraft as a game as much as we do as a job. When you are at work, you must perform. If you do not perform at work, you might get fired. That's a problem because you need that job, because you need money. And this is now directly tied into your sense of perhaps self-worth, your literal ability to live, okay? Like, there are so many aspects. You need to make money. We all know that. So money has become infinitely tied in with your psychology. Gaming was always supposed to be an escape from this. In my opinion, regardless of whatever level you interacted with gaming, gaming has always been something that existed outside of that weird psychological tangle and progression of real life. It was an escape from that. Even if you were competitive in gaming, it still existed as a separate entity. And now our modern relationship with games has this weird thing where they've become looped together. Your sense of identity, what this means to you, the reflection of who you are as a person, your need to do things or accomplish things instead of your want or desire to accomplish things, they've all kind of mixed a little bit. And I think that that is problematic. And I think that that is kind of the hidden secret psychology behind why the meta pressure has gotten so bad. There is also the balancing issue. There are also the actual in-game issues, 100%, and they should do a better job of this. There's the perception issue versus the actual power issue, and I do not pretend to have a solution for you. This is a conversation, not a lecture. I am not trying to tell you I know exactly why and also how to solve it, because that is complicated and nuanced. But I do think it's important that we learn just a little bit how to disconnect this tangle so that we can just breathe and maybe have fun with WoW again. Otherwise, we're in trouble. The more that all this continues to butt heads with each other and just get more and more mixed, the more that we're going to see the same phenomenons that happen with real life happen in-game. And I don't know about you, but the way that people treat other people because of the structures we have in today's world is problematic. I'm noticing that more in game now than I used to. Does that make sense? Did I explain that properly? Let me now read some comments, because I was on one there. Edgar, you were saying, I was a chaser of tier lists, but I found the videos have a common misconception. Those content creators use full better gear. They didn't count how we end up there. I agree with you on that, by the way. I also think that there are many aspects of tier lists that need to be explained. For example, if Prot Pally is going to be the meta tank, that tank is highly dependent on how good your DPS are. And I made a video about this recently. Same with VDH. I hope VDH is not the meta tank because it simply doesn't have coverage and will be problematic. If VDH is a meta tank, then you're going to see so many of them disproportionately die and suffer and struggle in a plus 15 compared to a plus 20. I think people have mixed reasons for wanting meta. I'm sure some want to know, so they just don't play the queue. Looking for group simulator, Xerox says. I personally don't want your main specs to be considered meta sometimes because you enjoy the kind of the hipster lifestyle. And Shaw said that to me at the beginning, before season 1 of Midnight came out. I talked to him about Brewmaster, and I remember he was like, oh, I hope Brewmaster is not meta. And I was like, what, really? And he was like, yeah, because, I love Brewmaster, and there's something special about being a Brewmaster main when no one's playing it. And I was like, oh, yeah, I actually think that you're not alone in thinking that. Sometimes there's a little bit of like I play Guardian and no one else is playing Guardian. So it's like, that's my thing. But now everyone plays Guardian, so it's not my thing anymore. Yeah, I can see that. Paisy, tier lists are toxic to the community because they force people who are not good at classes that swap over to them if they feel like they want to do keys. Once they ruin their own experience, they also ruin others' experience by playing Fodom and just doing poorly. I'd agree with you on that. But I still think it's important to consider why they're re-rolling in the first place, especially if they're going to be rough at this. Jebby, I don't know about that, interestingly enough. Yes, Toxic, I do. Give me 1 second. Yes, Toxic, the answer to that is I'll show you in a second. As someone who has played so many tanks for so long, would you say there is an actual tangible difference? Yes. I didn't even read the rest of your question, T-Quist. The answer is yes. Between the current meta tanks and off meta tanks, absolutely. Technically, every tank can make any key work, but the level of effort that you will have to put in is the biggest lever. And also there is a limit to this and a cap on this, although most people don't interact with the game at a plus 24, plus 25, which is a completely different story. The truth is any tank can do a 20, 21, 22 with enough reps and practice, but the amount of effort, not any key, I will clarify. Let's call it 1% keys, Gamor. Yes, absolutely. And low keys, yes, even then. But it is more of, there are two things you got to separate this into two categories. Number one, give me a chance to explain. There's the perception issue of just getting invited. That's a problem, and that's a problem at all levels. The second thing, 2 keys higher, though, Jebby, keep in mind, most people are not interacting at a plus 25. Of course, the meta is 2 keys higher at that level. Let me finish my point. Okay. Yeah, because the cat's, she's sleeping here. She's very cute. I am wearing leggings today. It's a good point. The main thing to understand, T-Quist, as a new tank player is just how much effort you're going to put in. Because any tank with enough time, and this is also the answer to the whole Fodom re-rolling thing, can make a plan to live, but you just have to figure out how much you want to work for that. Technically, Prez Evoker can heal very high keys, but you are going to have to be extremely good. Very, very, very. You cannot miss a global. You must prepare 17 seconds in advance and have a plan. At exactly 27 seconds through this fight, I'm going to have this set up. At 29 seconds is here. 37 seconds through, I'm going to hit this button. Okay, that means that at 43 and then 45 is going to be stasis into this, into that. I'm going to plan my rewind for the 1 minute 7 second mark, and then I'm going to reflexively respond depending on defensives and who gets this mechanic at. And you literally have to get that good. Mistweaver presses spinning crane kick. Your choice. If you love Prez and that's an expression of skill and mastery and you love it, then you're going to have a good time. But there's a world where if you just played Mistweaver and hit spinning crane kick, you might enjoy that more. I can't answer that for you. And it's one of the reasons this conversation is nuanced, is because actually some people really like the first and some people really like the second. I am the sort of tank player who prefers lower effort. I don't like having a ton of rotational friction. I like being able to know I'm tanky and live. I want to be able to make a plan and understand what buttons I'm going to press before I walk into the key. That's how I enjoy the game. That doesn't mean it's how everyone enjoys the game. And the difference, T-Quist, is that I can walk in on my Druid, as an example, and hit 2 buttons in the wrong order and probably still live, although my damage will be less, comparatively to when I play my Prop Pally, I have to have everything perfect. And if I hit those wrong 2 buttons, I'm dead at several key levels previous. So Guardian Druid right now is so powerful that as a tank player, I can ignore certain tank functions, which is why people don't like Guardian at the moment, because I can get hit in the back. I don't have to worry about having a shield to block. I can walk through things. I can brute force certain tank hits, etc. Hi, honey. Does this make sense? She has thoughts on this as well. And Miss Biscuits, thank you for the bits, because I will get my chocolate sundae soon. Infinite chocolate sundaes today. $1.95. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think you're playing Raze at all, Thumbus. And you asked me a question about battle axes. Can I answer that? So battle axes are a good point. Weirdly enough, Guardian is not the best tank for battle axes. I don't think that's true, actually. Battle axes and Algathar. Oh yeah, you could super see the leggings today. I just realized my camera's low because she's in here with me all day today. TH. Toxic. Are you still here? Can I answer the question about the battle axes? Hi, honey. I know. Yes, it's been 40 minutes since you last had treats. I understand. You must be starving. Can you not be on my chair, though? Because I think you're going to bite me soon. I might get bit here. Yes, I know. You're so adorable. You are, and you're headbutting me, and you know that's going to wear me down because you're just so cute, and I really, really want to give you treats. But if I give you treats, then your brother will come up, and your brother is he's not as cute. He is cute, but he's just, I'm a little upset with him right now because last night he knocked over the trash, ate some food in the trash, and then threw up. And I had to clean that up this morning. So I'm feeling less than, he's on my naughty list at the moment. What's up, Rolf? I saw your monk my monk in the guild? I think my monk joined a random guild. I think I got like a trade chat offer at one point on my monk and I just took it. Toxic. First of all, if you have to triple pull the platform, you have to overlap cooldowns. Although I timed my 21 weeks ago with only double pulling and then into a single pull. So first of all, triple pulling Veximus platform is super scary. I have had a Guardian Druid. When I healed it on 21 on my Mistweaver, the Guardian Druid triple pulled. I do it like this. I go 1, then here. I think that at 22 or 23, the timer here, even with Folio, might progress to the degree where the triple pull is required. Just know that that is very hard. The double pull here, though, is watch. You basically rely on Frenzied Regen giving you the natural resilient shield. This is how you make sure that you don't get one-tapped, and then you have to watch for stuns. If there is a sync on those abilities, you have to run. I think on 23, you got a triple. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's like 22, 23, you'd have to triple it. But the idea is track your Lunar Beam uptime. If Lunar Beam plus Incar, no. I'm trying to teach the people how to tank. But I'm trying to teach them how to live the battle axe pull. That's rude. And also, that's not how that container works. You're not going to open it like this. Can you get back down, honey? She's an old cat. Hold on. Oh, now the other cat has been summoned. All right, listen. Yes, but you can't keep giving them treats. I already gave them a bunch of treats. You want more? There's a limit to how many treats I'm allowed to. All right, fine. A little bit more. Like, just a little bit. This won't work on me permanently. Yes, I see you there as well, brother. Don't hit your brother. Anyways, Natural Resilience. During Incarn, just rotate Thrash Frenzied Regen. Try not to fill with too many Moonfires. It is actually a genuine piece of advice and something that will help you. Don't fill with too many Moonfires on Battle Axe Pole Toxic. Walk in, track your Lunar Beam. During Incarn alone, you might die. So you have to actually walk in with Bark. You Incarn plus Lunar, and then you rotate. So I'll walk in like this for the Battle Axe Pull or something like this. It's basically here. I'm going to walk in plus the Lunar Beam. It's a Thrash, Incarn Thrash. I'm good because I have 3 cooldowns up. During the first part, if I'm chilling, I can do the Thrash Moonfire, but otherwise it is actually Thrash Frenzied Regen, Thrash Frenzied Regen. After the Bark expires, my second Lunar Beam will be up, and then I'll have Thrash, I'll have Lunar Beam plus Incarn, and then keep in mind, I'll have the Sunring Roar if I'm playing it, and this is fine for the next 5 seconds. After this, run. Either fill with SI or just literally run, but make sure that the Frenzied Regen is constantly ticking on you. And if you see a stun, just actually Vortex and run. Does that make sense? Because the thing that will keep you alive is this shield to prevent you from just getting one-tapped. And you must have a cooldown up. You can't have gaps on that pole. Just run. Don't be afraid to kite. Your team will do more damage by you allowing yourself to do that pole, but you can't get one-tapped. And if you see a stun, cap totem this or leg sweep or whatever, they will sync on you afterward because of how mob behavior works. Either hit SI or run. That's the biggest thing about that pole. Yeah. Okay. He didn't actually get treats. Hi, buddy. Wow, you were so polite. This one's the nice one. You're welcome. Oh, no, look at this. Look at this little boy here. Yeah. You smell so bad. Did you headbutt your own litter again? Did you dig with your head instead of your claws? Because you're not supposed to do that. They are so adorable, but honestly, I kind of miss dogs. Dogs are like straightforwardly disgusting. Cats have like this weird, there's like an innocence. There's basically like, there's a weird thing with cats where they loop you into this absolute crazy level of cuteness. And then all of a sudden you live with them and you realize they're disgusting. They're so disgusting. I know. Absolute menaces. Let me give you some treats. Good luck. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're gonna get some. Chill. You already got so many. Cats. Hi, Bisky. I haven't actually posted in a bit. I got banned on Facebook for posting a reel of the cat, and then I haven't posted since. They banned me, and then I forgot to post. I'll try to do more soon. But yeah, randomly, the reels were going viral. It is me. Very strange. Okay. But hopefully that helps you with the Guardian stuff. The main answer, though, is how hard do you want to work? An hour on the Lashers is bleed. So, Tequist, the Lashers on Guardian Druid are almost always better if you can stay in the pole for longer. But it depends on it depends on a lot of things, though. I am also allergic to cats, yeah. I have been experimenting with either taking Zyrtec or something for a little bit. I think Guardian will be fine on PTR keys. Right now, I don't think Guardian's in a terrible spot. It just probably won't be Omega Giga Meta. But many things interesting. Bisky, I mean, out of curiosity, Bisky, are you a World of Warcraft player, or did you actually find me because of the cat reels? That would be hilarious. I don't think anyone ever shows up because of the cat reels. I forgot what I was going to say. That's it. It was going to be something cool. There was something there, and then I forgot. I did not expect that you were a WoW streamer at all. Supposedly, I'm supposed to... You just stumbled upon this channel? Hello. I kind of forget to cross-reference things. I am surprisingly bad at social media and this whole streaming business thing. I'm really, yeah. I'm super, super, super awkward and bad about it because I kind of just bulldoze my way through things. Where I start something, and if it works, then cool. But I always forget how to, like, combine different aspects of things. I just like seeing people's pets, and I think animals are very cute. Although, because you're catching me live, there's also this weird phenomenon where you will also see me. Cats are weird to live with. Do you have cats, Bisky? They are weird to live with. There is a simultaneous part where they are amazingly cute, and I do believe that's how they survived evolution, but absolute menaces. And she's here because my partner is away for the weekend, and she's the type of cat where you have both a cat and a dog. All right. She basically needs to be in the same room as you, otherwise she feels really, really bad. But you can't pet her. Because if you try to pet her... Let me see. Should I try? I can attempt it. She's just settling down, though. Let's see what happens. Wish me luck. If I die, clip it. I pet? Nope. Okay. And there you go. However, he, on the other hand, just genuinely loves the attention. Yeah, he's happy. Oh, no. Okay, now I've unsettled her. She was like, treat? No, I was just trying to interact with you because I think you're cute. Well, unfortunately, I don't know how to riz pretty girls. It's never been my strong suit. And you are so pretty. Yeah. She agrees. I am awkward. Hello, Bisky. What were we doing? Oh, right. I'm trying to get my folio done. That's why I haven't done any keys yet, because I've been procrastinating this for so long, but I actually do need this. I know you are so pretty. She's older. She's almost 15. And the problem is, because she's almost 15, her mind is starting to go just a little bit. And she forgets that she's eaten. You feed her, and then she completely forgets about it 30 minutes later and asks you for more food. She is extremely well fed. Do not let her fool you. So I am trying to get the folio done because somebody did ask me to do retail keys tomorrow, maybe. All right, next quest. I gotta go recover a pure magical essence from illustrious contenders for Delve boss from any final dungeon. Is this just a dungeon? Does you have to do a dungeon? You could do a dungeon real quick. Dungeons and raid. See if any friends are online. 20 Razil Algadar. Sure. With a marksmanship hunter and a survival hunter, a holy priest, and a ret pally. Bruh. Wow. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, that's a comp for sure. Do it for the challenge? That would be a challenge. To be honest with you, I would have to fight for my life because Holy Priest makes tanks work very hard. Lots of Holy Priest. I'm not a huge... I mean, doesn't really matter. I'll just queue for a bunch of stuff. Whoever takes me first is what would not Seat of the Triumvirate. I will not do Seat. All right, there you go. Not playing with the Holy Priest. Paddington. Good name. What's up, Luna? Bisky, do you play WoW? I'm in a mood today. I'm feeling feisty. So I apologize if I'm not actually super social for what it is worth. I'm feeling... sometimes my brain, I feel feisty. Next to party health bars are from Cooldown Manager. It's an add-on. It's called Mini CC. Not required T-Quest. Many WoW players will do this weird thing where they tell you that you have to optimize absolutely everything. If you enjoy doing that, go for it. It is only helpful, I think, if you're healing. I don't think it will inform many of your decisions for what it's worth. Bisky, you just started playing WoW. Please let me know your thoughts. I have been playing this game for 21 years, off and on, a little bit. It's so wild for me because I can't really relate to what new players go through anymore because I've just been playing that long. A lot of WoW players, Bisky, have just been playing this game for literally ever. Yeah. It's been out for a long time. It has changed a lot over the years, but WoW has an incredibly passionate, dedicated player base. The issue with that is that sometimes we are bad at recognizing what new players need. I'm 29. I have an older brother. And so the problem with having an older brother, I started WoW when I was too young to appreciate it. So although I played Classic, I didn't really play Classic because I wasn't able to understand the game at that point. But I played back in the day just because my brother had an account. Do you like it so far, Bisky? A little bit, Xerax. I mean, Xerax is not wrong. There's a level of chronic addiction that probably takes place here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I started in Shadowlands Season 1, spent 2 seasons questing because I didn't know what the game was. Did you enjoy your seasons of questing? Because I do think that we forget that when, Bisky, you are starting to play World of Warcraft, you don't get to the end game content that we are all talking about. There's a lot of debate over how they should design end game content, Bisky, like the raids and the Mythic Plus and the dungeons and the balance of the game and this and that. But you know when you start the game, you're questing. You're just enjoying the world. I think that is oftentimes just straight up forgotten, actually. It's been a while since I did a retail key. I wonder if I die. What's up, bird? I'm still in a mood. I want ice cream. And Miss Biscuit, thank you for the bits earlier, for what it is worth. Miss Biscuit, Bisky. I spent 9 months questing when I first started because I didn't know any better as well. I don't know why I feel like I want to make a joke about the 9 months thing. I will refrain from doing so. I don't know why we would have the expectation spec that anybody would know what to do. If that makes sense. Got a route? No skip. Just do no skip for 20. She'll keep. We'll just do a normal route, I think. Yeah, I don't think we'll do the skip. After this, make me move. Deal? Make me get up and actually move. My health has been like this. This is how I'll describe it. If I had to try to describe it to you, it would just be like, why am I not expecting to in-cap run? Well, oh well. Key time. I feel woody. But I will focus for this key a little bit. How do you deal with the bleeds as Guardian if you stick to pack? I'll show you. I'll show you, Tequist. I will show you. The bleeds do hurt. And to be fair, I could die. It's not like I'll be immortal, but technically speaking, I have no Mistweaver. It's a Resto Shaman. We'll see if he helps me or not. But it depends a little bit on my DPS. I also have an Aug of Ogre who can technically remove the bleed from me. And it has been a while. But you go Moonfire. And for some reason, I don't have a mouse over Moonfire. Then you go Starfall. You drop the Lunar Beam here. Bark Skin is up. Wait. Don't incarn right away. Thrash, incarn here. Good. When 5 stacks, hit Sundering Roar, but not beforehand. First few moments, I'm fine, so you just go alternate here. Then this. Lunar Beam is up. As long as I alternate, Thrash plus this. Oh, I lost aggro on a fly. You just alternate Thrash and Frenzied, and you should not die. My Aug Evoker did help me there, but otherwise I would just rotate to the SI. You just alternate Thrash and Frenzied. Many Bear Druids, because of the guides and the technical min-max for damage, are afraid of hitting Frenzied Regen or over-committing to it. But unless you're trying to parse 100 for damage, you should absolutely just commit and hit Frenzied Regen on cooldown. Yeah. So now I'm going to reset my bleeds and run. I might have been a second late, so I need to SI here and combat potion. I greeted it a little bit too much. But even on 21 or 22, that would work just fine. And I could have played that much better because I overcommitted SI and it's been a second. And also the pull lasted a little bit too long. But, that, I mean, the Aug Evoker helped me there. Otherwise, I would have to run. I forgot to reset combat meters. There. But I did not do anywhere near the max amount of damage that I could do. This is actually, the funniest thing is I'm here in this key because I need to get my folio. Yeah. Every tank can live that on a 20. You just have to have a different plan depending on the tank that you're playing. I've done it on my Prot Pally. I've done it on my Brewmaster. I've technically... Oh, not dropping the stacks? Well, those tanks can be dwarf. So you have a choice. And it depends if you have an Aug Evoker who actually helps you and caughts you at the right time or not. But the idea is that my Prot Pally has bubble plus dwarf. So I commit both of those. I'll walk in with cooldowns and I'll decide how long I can live. My Brewmaster is also a dwarf. So I'll probably commit Ox into... 5th stack, try to see if I can get to 6, then dwarf. Then from there, I'll have to make a plan, if that makes sense. Here's a little tip for aggro here. You can always Starfall right in the middle of this, so that when these guys spawn, you go Thrash, Incarn, Thrash, plus a Starfall, and you will not lose threat. You can Sundering Roar here for an extra Thrash, but mostly it's for single target damage on the boss too. Okay. Am I spec'd into this? I'm gonna get one tapped. Hold up. Am I spec'd into Poison Dispel? Holy goddamn. Wait. I am not. That's gonna be painful on the next one. One question for Guardian. Do you recommend you use no Apex? Right now on retail, no Apex mid-drunky is definitely the play. Going into Season 2, we're going to have a different build and a different play style a little bit, but it won't be that different. It'll just have a different priority system, basically. And then next season, we'll be playing Apex, although it is a different Apex. They have redesigned the Guardian Druid Apex, so it's not like you have right now, to be fair. It is not the same thing. And that is an important thing to know. So, hold up. Please dispel me. SI. I'm at 63 stacks. I'm going to die. Wait, Lunar Beam? Don't get one tap. Don't get one tap. Oh, God, that's what I was saying. I'm not expecting to Poison Dispel. I have to taunt the boss. We have somebody for Poison Dispel. Whoops. Help. Oh no, that's not good. Hold up. I was like, oh well. Oh, this could be rough. Please don't die. Please kill boss. I in-card. That's 63 stacks of the poison. Yeah, people ask how to survive. Okay, so this one, the only way I'm living this is if I start running and kiting here. No, don't get one tapped. Don't get one tapped. 32 stacks. Sundering Roar. Bark Skin. No, so Shaman can't, unless he's spec'd into it. Poison Owl. Okay, I'm not spec'd into it apparently, and neither is the Aug Evoker. Neither of us are spec'd into it. Well, T-Quest. Probably the most important tank skill that I have learned over the course of my life is that just because you have to be willing to just laugh and brush it off a little bit, if that makes sense. What's up, Deco? You actually have to be able to laugh a little bit. I think Poison Cleanse is not a terrible thing to take, but also I could have also spec'd it, which apparently I'm just not right now. I just 3,500 I would like to push. Can you get, yes, happily, Midrunky. The absolute biggest piece of advice I can give anyone who wants to push keys, 1,000% there is a piece of advice I can give you. Okay? 1 second. Let me finish my train of thought first for T-Quest. You gotta learn to laugh off some mistakes. You can learn from it. Like next time I can remember to check my talents or this or that. You also just have to be able to laugh at yourself. Sometimes you'll make a mistake. It's okay. I'm not the only one who will make a mistake this time. It's all good. Happens. Doesn't mean I'm a bad tank. It means I made a mistake. People get hit by puddles all the time. It just feels extra punishing when you are the tank who makes a mistake, if that makes sense. I think there's a lot of pressure on tanks. After tanking for an extremely long time, I'm much more chill with it because this key, if I were to make a mistake, is not a reflection on my... It doesn't mean that I'm a terrible WoW player. It just means I've probably missed the global or was expecting something to happen and it didn't happen, like a Dispel. Does that make sense? I actually think that this is just such a fundamental skill that is not talked about enough because at higher levels of play, not only does the tank not get blamed as much, and I'm talking about the highest level, but there's a certain level of just consistency and tenure where if I make a mistake as a tank and we spend a while of a key for me wiping on a pole, nobody is going to be like, wow, we should kick this guy. It just is that it's a hard pole and we have to make it work. But there's a level of progression where everybody will be working together and I don't have to prove myself as much. But in Pugs, I just don't think that's true. You know? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of that. Yeah, in not coordinated content, the tank gets blamed for everything. Although I don't actually think that's true for higher levels of content. You can watch people actually prog. It's always the tank or the healer. Midrunky. If you want to push keys, the absolute biggest piece of advice I can give you is network. I know that it's not what you want to hear, but if I was going to spare your feelings or not spare your feelings and just tell you the truth, if you want the truth, the answer is the network. And I know, it's not what people want to hear. But by far, the best thing that you can do for IO is try to develop any amount of consistency with the people you play with, which involves networking, adding people to your battle tag. And if I didn't care about your feelings, that's what I would tell you because it is the truth. You have to try to find consistency with the people you play with. It will be the single greatest investment that you ever do for your IO. It's by far. Not even close. Right now, Midrunky, I stopped pushing in May. I haven't even done my today I was just actually doing my folio quests. I'm 4K IO. Pretty good for when it was current. Now I'm behind, however. 4K right now, kind of lazy. And just, this guy doesn't seem to care that much. If I wanted to do higher keys, I would probably be able to. And the reason is solely because the way I would do it is start messaging people. That's it. Gamor. Oh, Gamor. I'm very aware of how much the tank and healer get blamed. What I was referencing was sometimes when you're watching, I can name drop people. I don't even mind name dropping people. When you watch Yoda or Kira or this, or choose whoever your favorite top level tank player that pushes world first keys, or Andy or whatever. At that level, you have tenure, literally tenure, where if they need to prog a pull as a tank when they get to higher key levels, oftentimes the barrier is the tank, where they're like, oh man, okay, so I've died here. Let me just figure out how to do the battle axes then. Let me figure out how to do this then. And they're not going to get kicked because at that level, The crux is not that they're a bad tank. It's that the dungeon is hard. The assumption is already there that the dungeon must just be very hard. If that makes sense. Because, of course, they didn't misplay. Now, maybe they did. Maybe they can play. I don't know. I'm not specifically referencing any one key right now. But the concept is that disproportionately at mid-level keys and in pugs, the tank dying is always the tank's fault. Whereas in higher level, more coordinated content, where does my B-res bound to on live? It's different on PTR. It's right click, isn't it? That's very funny. I actually thought my B-res on PTR is left click. It's been a while since I've done a retail key. Oh, man. So, for example, I died earlier in this key. I was at 63 stacks of a poison dispel. I always think about it as I could have played better. Even in that moment, if I had kited a second beforehand, that would have been fine. If I had remembered to just spec poison dispel, that would have been fine. That death wouldn't have happened. But who do you think gets blamed? The Aug Evoker has Poison Dispel. He shouldn't be required to play a Poison Cleansing Totem, not at this key level. Like, my IO is a tank. He should not have to spec a talent for me. We had options. It wasn't 100% my fault. I can view it as personal responsibility so that I can grow and get better. But that death was not solely because tank bad. Does that make sense? So if we lose this key because the Warlock just got hit by a frontal, but they remembered the tank death earlier, there's a very real chance that I would get blamed for this. I died to 63 stacks of a Poison Dispel. It's actually wild that the ads live to 63 stacks. Normally, and I had noticed it, by the way. I did react to it. I pressed SI. I actually was like, oh shit, like we're not dispelling. The very first time I managed to live, the following time I had a problem, and I made a plan for 50 plus stacks, but not 60 plus stacks. I laugh. I let it go. I'm not blaming anyone. There is a chance that I get blamed for that, but you have to understand that that's not actually a tank specific thing. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say here? However, if this was a world first 25 Algothar Academy, A, that just wouldn't happen. Like, I wouldn't be in that situation, first and foremost. But B, I don't know. If I was somebody with a 4.5 KIO, you just wouldn't assume that I was the problem. There would actually be some more fundamental understanding of the fact that perhaps it was a missed kick or that there was something else going on, if that makes sense. I find that to be very common with tanks, especially pugging tanks. And yes, Gamor, all the way up to 22s this will happen. Very much, in fact. Let's make sure I don't get one tap. That's the cap totem, and when you are tanking battle axes and you see a cap totem, make sure you got a plan. Like, this is only a 20. And I say only a 20. I can still die. But I think that an underrated part, especially of a tank like Prop Pally, Edgar, is Guardian Druid is a tank where if you play it well, you have full coverage, but Prop Pally is a tank where you need to kind of know how long the pull is going to last or adjust the route. It's either or, but you can't actually just walk in and YOLO send your defenses as key levels get higher. Prop Pally is difficult to play extremely well, partially because the perfection required of understanding cooldown timings is very high, and the pressure for that is also very high. When you play with a team that has very good DPS, holy shit, it's a world of difference. Like, pulls just die on time. It's crazy the difference of DPS. You see it as a tank because a tank either lives or dies, right? However, you don't tend to see it that often represented of just how different DPS are at different key levels. It is a weird thing that is not talked about. And if you have played to higher keys, you know that sometimes you're just like, wow, my DPS are fucking aware. They're using defensives and kicks and stops and this. And did he just Tigers? Wow, holy shit. Did he just leg sweep? Did he Ring of Peace for me? Wow. The awareness. Did he actually AMS that mechanic? Damn. Did he actually do it with it? You know? But it is not a given that that happens. That's actually a rarity. Most of the time, DPS are Zug Zug Blast. It is very much a Zug Zug Blast. And that's cool. That's not a problem. Let me make sure I don't just get one tapped. I got to rotate. So there's the breath. I'm going to backpedal. See the breath here? When I walk back in, I have to walk back in with SI because that breath will sink them. And then I have to kite until my end card. This is the Battle Axe pull if Toxic is still here. I have to play this a little differently because my cooldown timings are off since I normally have Incarn walking in. And I don't have Incarn right now. I will overlap Incarn plus Bard. Even though there's only a 20, that's what I would do on 22. I can still do the pull. I'm not going to triple pull it in this key level. But I have to just be aware of my own cooldowns. And for some reason, I don't know, I'm in a weird talent build. I don't think I'm not in a raid setup, but I was clearly testing something or showing somebody something. Go walk back in here. But my job is to try to keep things grouped, and I could have gotten a better kick there. I'm a little distracted. I haven't played a retail key in a bit. But yeah, hopefully that kind of answers that a little bit, because a lot of tanks will feel very bad. And when Guardian Druid is not the meta tank next season, it's going to be extremely... it's going to be a very big wake-up call. What's up, Giggle? Yeah, my partner is out today, and this cat is the type of cat who needs to be with you all the time, although she's very feisty and doesn't like being pet interacted with, touched, engaged with. She's super adorable, but only mom is allowed to touch her. So she's here, and we're chilling with her today, and she'll be here for the next little bit. But we can't pet her. We respect her boundaries and her space. Yeah, she has to be in the same room, though. She is extremely sweet. She's an old lady Giggle. She's almost 15. She'll wake up every 45 minutes for treats. And yes, Tequist, remember that it is very obvious because there's a pass-fail mechanic of whether or not your tank lives or your healer can heal mechanics. It is not as obvious when a DPS is that good or not. It's not just the amount of damage they do, but at higher key levels, it is expected that they are doing more damage. However, our timer here is suspicious. He is very suspicious right now. I would not feel crazy confident about this timer. It is also a little weird going from the new Season 2 rotation that I've been playing on PTR to this. Although, then, when you see this happen... Gamor, one of my... And Giggle, you can tell me what you think, too. You do keys of kind of a varying nature. But I would argue that you're perhaps more... You have more skill to express than the key level that you currently do. And it's not always fun to go that high. How do I say? Is this an Aug Evoker diff? Is it a route diff? Is it a tank diff? Is it what's the difference? Why is the timer feel tight on this 20? How different? Tuning to be determined, Andy, but I would say that it's the perfect balance of what they wanted it to be. That's what I would say. Yeah, it's okay, Drabs, I know. I would actually say that they landed exactly what they wanted for Guardian. I think it's good. I don't think it's bad at all. I don't die to 4 stacks, right? No, okay. It's been a while. You don't have Lunation, so you don't spam Moonfire anymore. But the people who enjoyed No Apex will still have a playstyle that's very similar to No Apex. It's just with Apex. But it's like I said, move. Oh, go. Move. Paddington, move. Holy. Paddington was about to die. Paddington was about to not Paddington. And I think I just let an orb go through. I don't want to criticize too much because I could also have been taking this key better. Yeah. It's okay, Drabs. I'm still such a believer that you should be able to enjoy this game even if you're not playing optimally. Maybe not in a 20 Algathar, but you know. As a current dev, it's a Devour div. He died on the first boss, so when you look at overall, it's hard to say. You would have to see. I cannot see with Augavoker, and I cannot evaluate what's happening in the key because Augavoker. I seriously think Augavoker is so destructive for the game. I can tell you that this boss is taking a while. I'm at... Oh, this is not single target DPS. I can tell you the boss is taking a little bit. Like, if this boss should be here. Did I? Oh, I might have had to. You're right. That's, I think, why everybody's DPS is lower. I think you're absolutely right, Drabs. You're right. I forgot about that. I did have to reset the meters on the first pull. You're absolutely right. I should have saved that Feral Frenzy for the Lunar Beam. Don't die. Don't die. Good. I think you could still save this timer. I don't think it's completely cooked right now. Last week I was tanking Rotmire on Mythic. There's a DPS Paladin, and instead of saying that we had to move the boss to the center, he was just tanking. Yeah, he just taunted and died. Yeah. They do that sometimes. I think Hexecute, that Augavoker is a really weird DPS because I swear it is harder to play with an Augavoker most of the time because they're hard to play. Do you know how to play Augavoker right now? Maybe I'll do a key with Kess soon. I was invited to a key sesh with Kess and people. A good Augavoker can manage that spec extremely well right now, but it's not easy to play. Like, the idea that that's a spec you get carried on is very, very, very old. That's not the right mentality today. It used to be like that in many ways, but it's not like that anymore. Usually people at 22s. Yeah, exactly. It's dupe up time, but it's also your each bombardment window. It's like you have a pretty strict rotation. And anytime a DPS has a strict rotation that you need to execute in the chaos of a key, it's quite difficult to do. Aug is way harder than people think right now. That is true. And you won't know that they're gray logging. I still think that the fact that you cannot evaluate an Aug's performance in the middle of a key is problematic. But then again, I wonder, that goes against what I normally say, which is that we should be able to play the game for fun. So that's a competitive minded atmosphere and definitely something I believe in. And okay, so we have to take this. We got to do 2 pulls and then on boss. We could try. But I also think that a lot of it is just straight up class design. Because of the route, I decided we have to take this pull and then we would have to go into boss. I think it's probably a little bit cooked. They should just delete Aug. I think they shouldn't have made Aug. I think that Aug was kind of a design trap from the get-go. It was never going to work. And I don't think it would have taken a lot of like high IQ thought process to understand that it was never really going to work. Okay, no Ink Emperor. I mean, they've put a lot of changes in so that Aug is not nearly as bad as it used to be in terms of like you don't even have to sync your breath anymore. You are much more of a personal DPS. But now it's just hard to play. Okay, we have to go straight through here. And you have to pull these 2 on the boss. If you pull these 2 on the boss and we don't wipe, we win. That would be the only way to save this routing. If we go on the boss with Lust right now, 4 minutes, that's enough. Barely, but it's enough. Yeah, you would have to Lust this. I also think that's true, Pezzy. And we talked about the meta earlier and how you have to pull on the boss. Bro, 4 minutes is not enough. You have to wait 1 charge, 2 charge, and then you have to go boss. It's going to be 3, 2, 1 in a second. Not yet, not yet. You have to wait for the smash. You have to wait for the smash. You have to wait for the smash. Use a Totem Shaman right now. It'd be the only way. If you lust this and somehow we live, this is toxic. I will do as much damage as I can. I will try my best. These echoes need to die. People need to defensive right now. Everyone has one, but you need to use it. 3, 2, 1, you need a defensive. If no one defensives, they're dead. Okay, Spirit Link. Good. Press something, man. Press. Holy shit. Scales. Something. A button. A button. Watching the no blur, the no scales was... Oh, rough. Still maybe. Tank it in the corner. Well, I took an orb to the face. It's possible. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Put that in the corner. Let's go. So Og makes the key safer in the same way that Prop Pally does because of the CC package and a lot of the other things that they provide. But keep in mind that in order for that to be true, you actually have to use the CC package execute, which I'm sure I don't have to tell you is not exactly a common occurrence. And sometimes your deep breath really trolls the group because many times you're just going to deep breath when the things are still split. And so it can oftentimes be a DPS loss to bring one in that way. Do you know what I mean? It actually is frustrating to me how many times I see high-level Augs not understand you have to wait just a second. Because if you breath and stun everything when they're not actually grouped, it just makes it worse for the team. I guess a little bit comp dependent. We have to get one through. We have to get through one more. Get through one more of these charges. Don't die, don't die, don't die. I can move the boss in just a second. There's one more. Go to the corner. Don't die. There's not... Oh, it's a GG's. I actually think we would have had it. I wait for the circle. I res here. Ouch. Oh, it's a right click. I'm sorry. On PTR, it's left click. On PTR, it's left click. That wasn't a rage problem. That was a me problem. I gotta stop binding my keybinds differently on PTR versus live. I've only been playing PTR for a little bit, so my left on PTR, my B-res is left click instead of right click. I was like, why isn't it B-resing? That wasn't actually rage. I made sure I had enough rage. I just didn't realize that it was the wrong click. Ah, jeez. When you're talking meta highest item level, yeah. I mean, it's not just Og that has had that problem. The biggest issue by far was mages. The reason mages were always the most clinical example of when Arcane was literally the best DPS in the game a few seasons ago, it was actually one of the worst things you could take to your key because it wasn't easy to play. Like, it was not, I wouldn't describe Arcane as an easy spec to play. That's a rough B-res spot. If he takes that right now, he's probably going to die. And you're still proactive with your defenses and stuff. Did I tank this perfectly? Absolutely not. Yeah, well, to be fair, Heated is an example. He's not a good example of this execute. Heated is Heated. No, the call has been made to wipe because apparently this key is Brazil and they want to keep it. God damn it, I'm just here for my folio, man. I'm just here for my folio. I was actually just here for my I'm just trying to get my folio upgraded. Oh, whoops. All right, note to self. Do not do 20 Brazil Algothar Academy for folio completion. I wish somebody told me this before I started this key. That would have been good knowledge to have. Oh, well. Nice try, nice try. GG's. Problem I have with meta is that it makes a difference on the highest level keys. Dude, the meta pressure is wild and wow. 100%. She's so cute. She's so cute. want a snack, or at least to get up and move around a little bit. If my stream breaks, it breaks because... So everything is being pulled on an extension cord that is not actually balanced on anything. If it breaks, it breaks. I'm sorry. I'll try. Stay nicely. Did it, are we here? Nice. Good morning, Saint. Morning, Aussie. Rise is the 1%. Oh, shit. That's true. Please don't hold on. No. You guys want to see a picture of this setup and why I'm freaking out about this? I'll send it in Discord. Oh, no, stop. Holy shit. Here, let me send you a picture. If I send you this picture, will you send one bit to help me get a better extension cord? Because I don't know, I'm trying to get my desk to stand, but let me just send you this. Let's observe. General. So the extension cord is just floating in midair right now, which is the problem. I could do a key. I don't mind. I'm actually just chilling. I'm in a mood today. I am trying to distract myself from the fact that I feel bad at the moment because my health sucks and chronic illness sucks. And I just want to have regular joint stability and also not have blech. I just want to I want to be able to eat food without my stomach being like, burp. What's wrong? Oh, no, I'm just complaining. I have certain genetic conditions, Saint. I've dealt with them my whole life. They're flaring up right now. It's annoying. There's actually no point. Crohn's, it's called EDS. It's a joint condition. If you look at the camera, it just goes like this. Boop, boop, boop. But it affects the connective tissue of my stomach. So yeah. It's called gastroparesis and EDS. All right, I gotta get this a little bit higher, but that extension cord is looking sus. That's okay. Everybody's got some struggle, right? Okay. I'm going to move this extension cord nicely, politely. Please. I'm going to politely put it back on this desk. I don't know what this big cable is, but it's definitely coming out. Okay. That's the one. I just got to balance it against this nicely. Raise my desk a little higher. What time is it there? 2:30 p.m. Don't drop. Okay. I really should get this. His weird tentacle move. Hi, Club. Pop a couple Thai Rhino. No. Halftime 5:20 is nice. Congratulations. I'm glad the coaching has helped, Hazy. I really enjoy doing it. Not big of a difference, only 3 hours. Where are you from, Saint? You're close to me. Oh, it's 4 hours. That's pretty close. Come to the Silver Moon Delve. No, I could do a key, Drabs. It's okay. I'll do a key. Thank you, Sid. I think I ran too much. And to be fair, many people, yesterday in particular, when you make a joke on the line, on the online, the interwebs, it's very difficult to be sarcastic and make jokes online because sometimes people will clip you out of context. For example, if I say something like, casuals should not be allowed to play World of Warcraft, is a perspective that I don't agree with. I believe that casuals should be allowed to play World of Warcraft. The issue with that is that occasionally, somebody will come in at exactly the moment that I said the first part, and pacing really matters. You have to understand how important the pacing of a conversation is. But some people are not subscribed, for example, and so they'll get an ad without realizing at exactly the moment that I don't want them to check out of the conversation. So, for example, if I say something like, I love children, I think they represent the best of us. The pacing is very important, and you have to be so careful about the combination of these two sentences, because I do inherently believe that. But what happens online is somebody will take a short of just that first part, and then that's their interpretation of me, which is weird. Yeah, Alex. Diagnosed when I was 23. Through a lot of very extensive tests, by the way. It's not easy to get diagnosed with that, especially as a young person. Yep. My intestinal motility is next to nothing. No, but this is the point, Wiz, obviously. But is the timing. That's a fair point. Thank you, Wiz. I appreciate that. You looking out for me. Respect. The idea here is this. No, it's from the war. I'm on quest 4. I just need to do something. But yeah. Timing matters. And recently I've been posting a lot of shorts because shorts are cool. But Sib Gaming on YouTube says, I like your rants. They feel authentic. Thank you. I am an independent thinker. I do like to have my own opinions on things. But if you only ever interact with my content from shorts, there are some people who weirdly think I'm very negative about the game. I find that to be interesting. But the last short that I made was a joke about boomies. And the analytics for that short show the subscriber count went like, boop, and there were like a dozen people who sent me pretty angry messages about it. But so that's why I was supposed to be a joke. I even said in the comment, I was like, in the description, I was like, this is sarcasm. And then in the comment of the video, the pinned comment is, this is a joke. But here are 5 actual reasons, to be fair. There are reasons. I don't think that, I still think Boomy should be deleted from the game. It just would make sense. It's the most sense. If any spec was to get deleted in the game, it would be Boomy. And let me explain why. Drabs, I'll do it. It's okay. If you look at specializations for druids and you go down here, there's a perfect cutout spot. Look at this. It's like if I was to take some scissors, I would know what to cut. It's right there. Look, it's right there. It's on the left-hand side. It's not in the middle. Like Feral would be weird to cut out because it would go Guardian, then Boomy. That wouldn't make sense. But there are 4 specs here, and this one right here, look at that. You just cut along the dotted line. Okay, Og actually first. Og first, then Boomy. Fair enough. You can't get it. You can't get a Mythic Plus? Wait, you can't even. Okay, wait, Drabs, reinvite me. Drabs, reinvite me. I take it back. I mean, it's going to be. Your uptime is reduced by like 50%, Talon. But there are compensations for that. And Guardian still felt absolutely fine. I feel like most people are really invested in the game are often critical of it because we all want it to be better. True, and I am critical of it, to be fair. There are certain systems I don't like, but I also acknowledge, Sib, that my perspective on the game is but one of many. I finished, you said that? What about again? Thank you, Drabs. Point is, if more people in the online space, just in general, were willing to say, this is my opinion on this, I'm willing to stand on this hill, and I'm also willing to die on this hill, to be fair. I'll take a stance. But I understand that this is not reflective of what every single person feels. We would have a much healthier space for conversation. There are some people who are excited about the raid changes coming in Season 2. I am not. I don't think that the fact that Mythic Plusers won't have access to as much gear will be a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, Wiz. I mean, a lot of people on that short were, I think the biggest comment I got was, you're just a bad tank, stop crying. And I was like, I don't actually think, it really doesn't affect me that much. I just don't want Boomy to be meta, personally speaking, because I'm selfish and I want to play Guardian. That's mostly why. That's like, I'm like, 90% of it is that. 10% of it, I have actual reasons for it that are objective. But 90% is subjective. And if you're not willing to stand for something, you stand for nothing. Come to Delve. What Delve are we doing, Drabs? I haven't done Delve in a long time. This one? The Collegiate Calamity, sorry. Yeah, that's the only situation it happened with on that happened to me on beta. I was playing my Prot Warrior, and then I was playing with chess guitar, and he dotted the first 3 mobs and died. Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. I think it's going to make Sea Raiders way more money. I mean, true, but that's not actually going to be that reflective. I don't think that a ton of people will buy stuff. Certainly more people will buy it. I think that the greater issue is still why that matters so much. I don't like that it matters so much. You know what I want to do right now? I should go make a snack. Wait a second. I have a good idea. Wait, I have technology for this. I can do this. What's up, MVP? You got auto-modded. What's this? What did you get auto-modded for? Held... Wait. Thank you. Did it I'm trying to figure out what you said in this that would have auto-modded it. Allow. Thank you, MVP. Absolutely. We have very different opinions on a lot of things, and I think that's great. Dude, I appreciate you automatically. I like to see things from other perspectives that don't view things the way that I do. It's interesting, and more often than not, thank you for existing, MVP. Genuinely, since I have been streaming online, and I have also been putting myself out there by making content on YouTube and just talking to people on the interwebs, the amount of times that somebody will come in here and say something absolutely vile and toxic, and your opinion is so wrong that you're also a terrible human being, etc., etc., etc. That is such a commonplace occurrence online. We do not have enough of the healthy level of discourse where you come in and you would say something nice, first of all. Like, hey, I really like your content. Thank you. Or, I agree with you. Appreciate it. Or, I disagree with you, but I appreciate where you're coming from. Thank you. Like, we need way more of that, because fundamentally, no one will always agree on everything. Healthy levels of discourse, positive. Unhealthy level of discourse, not good. And the unhealthiness comes from trying to win an argument instead of trying to have a discussion. That's what I find to be like the root of it, where if you are in a position where you feel like you need to win at all times, then you're not even having a conversation with me. I learned that in my failed marriage, which is a lore drop, that I was married at one point. And if you approach a conversation with, I disagree with you, and also I think you're a terrible person, and then you start attacking somebody's character, that doesn't help anyone. Yeah, I was married. Did I get the... Wait, so what's this quest? I have completed the quest. Thank you. Can you tell us about it? Yeah, but can I tell you about it downstairs, M9? Because I want to make some bacon. Thank you, Drabs. I apologize if your comments on your YouTube is felt very... Oh, have you commented? From what you've just said in the Twitch chat, MVP, you're absolutely fine. I could not appreciate more the way that you said so, and I respect it. I'm my girlfriend now for 6 years. Great. I will happily talk to you about it, but give me a second. Let me run an ad real quick, and then I'm just going to go make some bacon and a snack and come back and do more keys. Un momento, por favor. Hi, honey. I know, I'm sorry. Was I gone for a second? You can come down with me. I'll flex redeem. What's up, Mr. Guitar? I will momentarily. 1 second. I'm just gonna go make a snack and then I'll be right back. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Bit. Bit. I think it's better without Wi-Fi. Hi, honey. There's a cat here. She'll come down with me. Ooh, congrats on CE. That's pretty cool. All right, M9. You ready for it? Tell me if you can hear me first of all. Hello. I will be right back to wow. Good? Oh, no, not good. It's not on. Now it's on. Okay. Yeah. Should be through this microphone. That's much better now. Should be good now. Cool. Downward we go. Look at this. I figured out how to do this. Isn't this cool? Be nice. Welcome to the house. I can't read YouTube comments while I'm down here. I'm just gonna make a snack and go back to my I've got technology. Hi, buddy. Okay, so yeah, when I first came to Thailand, I got into a relationship pretty quick, and then I got married. I was married for a few years, and then I got divorced. So I'm not married right now. I want bacon. Ignore how dirty the kitchen is and stuff. Can you hear me okay? Should be good on the microphone now. I am the sort of person, volume's a little low. All right, well, let's see if we can fix that. This might not work the way I want it to. Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3, you hear good. All right, bet. First of all, a flex redeem. I can do so. I am not eating enough right now, so I am feeling very toned and shredded and vascular just because I'm not eating enough. But we're attempting to change that with bacon and eggs. Okay. My whole life, I actually only ever wanted to be a good partner and not a burden. It's pretty much all I ever wanted to be. So when I had the opportunity to get married, it was a big deal for me. When we got divorced, I felt like I had failed, and that was really hard. Regardless of what actually happened in our relationship, which nothing major happened. She just came home one day and wanted a divorce. I don't want my negative experience to affect my relationship with love, romance, and just being a good person or a good partner. I don't know why they think they're getting food right now, to be honest with you. I have zero clue. It is the afternoon. Both of them have had many treats, and on top of the fact that they've had many treats, of course, they also had breakfast already. So I don't know why they're screaming at me in the kitchen thinking that they're going to get a lot of food. You have an upset tummy because you broke into the trash last night and ate food from it, and you know that. Look at the face. That's a guilty face right there. I don't know why you guys are thinking you're going to get food. Why would it be dinner time? Look at the sun. It's afternoon. Why do you think it would be dinner time? They try to take advantage of me when my partner is not home. And I'm the easy one. And I need to think about this. Maybe I should not give in. But honestly, I can't handle them screaming, so I'll probably give them food. Is this why they keep doing it? You guys, neither of you deserve food right now, I will say. But I'm probably just going to give them food. What am I supposed to do? They're very loud and very persistent. So let me just give them like a little bit of food. Maybe not like a lot of food, just a little bit. Wow. It's like a harmonization. It's like a damn opera in this house. Yes, I'm aware. How exciting. Here, have some food. Wonderful. Anyways, what were we talking about before that break? Yes, that's why they keep doing it. What am I supposed to do? Your kitchen sounds like an alley. I'm sorry. This microphone is supposed to work a lot better. It's like a very expensive microphone, but I don't know why it doesn't work well. Ah, the bacon hurts me. Okay. Just because something bad happened to me does not mean that marriage is bad. Marriage can be, just by concept, think about it. You get to live with your best friend forever? That sounds like a pretty good hookup. Mike's good as the cats, I see. I got married too young, and the only mistake we made, to be honest with you, was the fact that we should not have gotten married. I do have some actual thoughts on it that are not sarcastic, but the major thing is just because I had a bad experience does not mean that the whole thing is flawed. Way too many people do that. So many people are willing to just say, well, I had a bad time with this and therefore this thing must be bad. That's just simply not true. That's not how that works. Exactly. That's the first thing. The second thing is let's make actual food. I need to eat more. And because we're not apparently getting ice cream sundaes, I will make some bacon and actual food. Ah, it hurts. Least favorite part about bacon is how many burn scars I get from it. So, at the end of the day, marriage is a piece of paper. Aside from the tax benefits, there's not a lot of reason to do it. I definitely think that if I ever got married again, one perspective I would think is, would I be with this person if I didn't get married? That's one perspective I'd have on it, is would I just be with this person for the next 20 years or more, regardless of the whole marriage thing or not? I think that marriage should be like icing on a cake. Should be like the wax seal that you stamp on something that already exists. I don't think it should be the focus or like the goal, because that's a weird thing. It's like a contract, and if you treat it like it's a contract and something where it's forcing you to be there, I find that to be problematic and create. There's a healthy level of friction, and there's an unhealthy level of friction. Hard to find that balance perfectly. Oh, I'm 29. Yeah, I don't mind talking about it. My first marriage, we didn't have a toxic relationship. Our relationship wasn't perfect. We were mostly happy. At the end of the day, as she matured and she got older, she realized that the life she wanted for herself and for the rest of her life was not me. That hurt and stung a lot. But I'm very glad she realized that when I was 27 instead of when I was 39. Because now I'm in this relationship, and aside from the fact that I have these two menaces, which are very cute but also menaces, I like my life today. I just wouldn't have gotten here, and you don't know how things are going to end up.
But in terms of getting married again, tough question. I've learned a lot since then. I might not be giving you the best version of these thoughts. And it's something I'll talk about again. I don't really mind talking about this subject. Pepper, salt. Need salt. But I don't really see a thing that would be better than potentially just getting to live with your best friend and also have the security of knowing that somebody is going to look out for you and somebody will be there for you. I think that those things are very important, to be honest. One thing I definitely don't like is the perspective that somehow marriage is like the old ball and chain. Always hated that. I've always hated that. You're marrying your best friend. It isn't, there aren't enough tax benefits that you would go outside of this. I'm proud of myself. This turned into slightly more than a snack. A snack is these 3 pieces of bacon. Actual food is this. Steak, eggs, and bacon. And also, don't judge how I'm cooking. My advice on relationships is far more mature than my palate, I swear. I never got the whole I hate my spouse stuff, Drecker. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I mean, I think that marriage represented something a long time ago, which is different. You can have an actual, I think, historical account of what marriage really was for and what it was meant for. And a lot of it has to do with just raising children. Like the nuclear family, a big part, it's not the only part, it depends on what culture you look at. But I think a lot of the reason why people got married is because you had to have, well, you needed to raise children. You know? What's up, Kiana? We don't live in the same world anymore. I'm having a quick snack and then going back to finish my folio and maybe some either PTR keys or whatever, I'm not sure. I have made bacon. I need to up my calories a lot. I'm not eating nearly enough. How are you, Kiana? She just came home and wanted divorce. My story, the story of how I got divorced is pretty wild. Yeah, no, I mean, the story of how I got divorced, holy shit. That was very wild. And still, no one can explain it. Why are they screaming outside? This is the second time this has happened. I'll tell you the story of how I got divorced, but it's very weird. Doesn't make any sense. No one, basically 0% of my family or anyone can figure out what happened with my marriage. I had to accept it, and I just had to basically sit there and say, cool, this is how it is. I had no real rhyme or reason. She did actually basically just come home one day and say, it was a Wednesday night, pretty sure. Might have been Tuesday. Pretty sure it was Wednesday. She came home. It was like 10 p.m. from her sister's house. And she just was straight up like, I think I want a divorce. And I was like, what? I was on my way to work. Obviously, I canceled work that day. And that was it. Just like that. And then 4 days later, I never saw her again. Never got to actually try to work it out. Never got to go to like marriage counseling or anything like this. Just literally just gone. Which was tough for me. So I don't hate her for that decision whatsoever. It was the right thing for her to do. I understand. And I respect her because it must have been very scary for her to make that choice. That must have been very hard. I wish she would have handled it better. I wish that she would have given me a little bit more of what I might have needed because it was very difficult for me. It's selfish, but I can understand where she's coming from on that. Because if you put yourself in her shoes, she also married me for a reason. We thought that was going to be our life. She did give me reasons. Part of me wishes I had recorded that conversation. The reasons were mostly about me. Not like a big event happened. The reasons were I don't care about her, I neglect her, I don't value her, things like this. When I asked her to explain, or can you tell me a little bit more about why you feel like that? Because I never buy her gifts. She's not really a gift giver. Because I never take her out. She knew that about me way before we got married. I don't like going outside. I'm a homebody. I'm an introvert. I never wanted to take her out to places. That was a big one, actually. That was a seriously big one. And I was like, well, I could try. Like, you know, if that's really important to you, like, I'll make the effort. Right before we got divorced, it was our anniversary, December. It was like basically like 2 weeks before. And I took her to a rooftop bar in Bangkok. Nice rooftop bar. It was very nice. I'll show you a photo if you want. Overlooking the city. Very, very, very nice place. I dressed up. I actually was like, I had like proper shirt on and shoes. I had to wear fucking shoes. There's a dress code. So I dressed up. I took her to this bar. I don't drink. Got her a drink. And we were hanging out for a few hours. While we were hanging out, she quoted this as being a factor. I was commenting on people's physiques. I remember while I was there, I was like, "I see that guy's shoulder. Like, look at that shoulder. You can see that there's a lot of like scapular winging going on, or something like this." I don't remember, because I look at people and I notice these things. And she was like, "You weren't even present," and I was like, "That's just me being me. Like, I was very present. That's just, you're just mad at me for being myself, to be honest with you." Do you know what I mean? Like, all the things you're quoting are just fundamental parts of my personality, where I am not the sort of person to be, "How's your day, honey?" I can say that, or not, "How's your day?" That's a bad one. But, you know, like the nice weather we're having. Like, I'm not a small talk sort of guy. If we go out, like, I, first of all, don't really want to be there. And second of all, I would rather be home. I'm a very, Friday night is, let's sit on the couch and watch something on Netflix. And she knew that about me, and I've been very open about that. It never changed. It never altered. But at some point, she realized that that's not what she wanted for her life. She thought that's what she wanted. After a few years, I think she realized that she wanted a bit more normalcy. She wanted to be wine and dined and had that more of that experience. I was never going to provide that to her. Realizing those it sounds silly, but that was a big deal for her. If she was in a position where she realized that's not what she wanted, I wish she would have come to me and said, "I know this is going to be hard, and this is going to sound like this is going to be really tough for you, but I don't think we should be together. Like, I think we might need a divorce. Let's talk about it." That would have been completely different than coming home and just saying, "By the way, why don't you love me? Why don't you care about me? You don't value me. You neglect me." The neglect thing was really weird. I couldn't figure out where that came from. I was like, what does it mean to care for you then? And I was like, we see each other every day. We talk to each other every day. We spend a lot of time together. But what does that mean? What does time spent mean? And that's where we got into the nuance of the way that I spent time with her didn't count. Interestingly enough. Apparently, like, sitting on the couch does not count as time spent. Watching a movie at home does not count as time spent. Being in the same room, sitting next to each other, doing our own thing for her did not count as time spent. Those types of differences, time spent is, I dress up, I take you. Just as an example, that's not the only example, but it's the one that comes to mind right now. And so I say that, but that is not a red herring or red flag. And that's not to say that marriage doesn't work or that M9, that you should never try to be with somebody that you love. But there are things to think about. And I think that one of the issues we had is that we never had enough problems early on. Let me eat and then go back to play WoW. This is meant to just be a little snack. I got distracted. We didn't have enough problems. I was... bacon. I haven't bacon in a long time. Maybe. Salty. It's a good question. It's a really good question. Everybody wants to feel valued, but you should ask your partner, what does it mean to spend time with you? This is a really good question, actually. Underrated question. She's not a bad person. She's not a toxic person. She's not malicious in any way, shape, or form. If she was, I would not have married her. She was scared. I wish that she would have been able to process that a little bit more maturely. I wish she would have been able to come to me and realize that I'm on her team and we could work through this together. I wish she wouldn't have lashed out. She made the right choice for her. She's not a bad person. She's not toxic. This behavior at the end was a little toxic. You just had fucking food. Don't even think about it. That's my plate of food. Why are you so food driven right now? You had breakfast, snacks again, and then lunch. You don't even normally get lunch. Why are you... No. Why would you be inclined to my plate? What is this? What is this behavior? Why do you think that you would be able to get this? The older cat is here. But you can ask me anything. I don't mind. Yeah, of course, of course. Why are you... Sorry, there's a cat in front of me trying to eat my plate of food. Why are you sniffing like you're going to get some of this? I know bacon's kind of yummy, isn't it? They're going to get so much extra food this weekend and they know it. What happened? No, I'm just down here eating a snack, but she just thinks that she's going to get some. No, that's not how this works. Excuse me. How did I overcome that? My whole life was turned upside down in 4 days. I had no idea the divorce was coming. I genuinely didn't know that was going to happen. The initial conversation happened on like a Wednesday night. And then on Saturday, I never saw her again. She left. Never saw her. I had 3 weeks to find a new place to live, pack up all my stuff in the house, and figure things out. I was pretty mad. I was frustrated. Frustrated is not the right word. I live in a foreign country. I had no friends or family here with me. She was really my only active relationship. How did I overcome that and am able to talk about it like this today? Because I care more about who I want to be than I care about being vindictive. I don't care about being right. I don't need to stand on any sort of high ground. The person that I want to be is not bitter. The person that I want to be does not hold grudges. And my entire life has been a march toward the ideal version of who I might want to be. I may not ever get there entirely, but I have a North Star in terms of the way I think about things is if there was ever going to be a book written about me and I was the main character of that story, or there was an anime and I was the inspiration, how do I want that character to operate? Then I do that. Because emotions pass. Deciding who you want to be is more important than being angry. No, basically. This was 2 years ago. The only thing that you really have to decide is to be here tomorrow so that you can be the person that you want to be. That's it. That's the only decision you actually have to make. And when I am very overwhelmed and very challenged, that's it. I win if I'm here to make that choice tomorrow. I think at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, especially during that period. Well, what's the point of keeping a grudge on 9? How does that help me? Thank you. You want to know what made this a lot harder? Oh, showing my setup. I'll tell you what made this so much freaking harder. Holy. What's up? Yo. Should be back on the regular microphone now. M9. When I was going through all this and trying my absolute best to process, she made a bunch of TikToks that I didn't find out about until like 6 months later. And then a friend on the recommended, well, a friend, I was kidding. She saw on the TikToks and she was like, "Isn't this your ex-wife?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." Because she blocked me out where
She doesn't talk to me. I have no idea how she's doing. I would love to know how she's doing. I don't know how she's doing. And the TikToks were like, you know, the divorce trend? There's a divorce trend, if you don't know. It's amazing. By amazing, I mean it's crazy that this exists as a real thing. Where it's like, it goes, my face in a toxic relationship. My face when I've gotten divorced. Like that. It's like a trend. There's like an audio where it's like, when I was in an abusive relationship. When I finally let myself be free. Like that. There was a whole bunch of reels like this. Yeah, those were tough. That was a funny day. Because I was like, wait, what? We had an abusive relationship? Since when? I was like, I don't remember doing that. I was like, damn, I apparently blacked out a lot more than I remember blacking out. Nah, it's just perspective. That is the most toxic thing I will say. And the only time I saw her after all of this was actually at the day that we had to go to the courthouse to get divorced legally. And bruh, the day that we actually went to the courthouse to get divorced, I went in and I was trying to be very polite, but I made one mistake that day. And she was not super polite that day, but I will tell you what my mistake was. If you have known my stream for any amount of time, then you will know I can tank 21 AA if you want drabs. But here's the thing. I can't handle caffeine. I'm very sensitive to caffeine. And the morning that we got divorced, I didn't sleep very well the night before, obviously. So I went to 7-Eleven in Thailand and I got a coffee. But 7-Eleven Thai coffee is crazy fucking strong. It's way too strong. I don't know what they do to it. So I was kind of tweaking, like on accident, just from this very strong coffee. So while I was there, I was kind of like I was like really just trying to keep it together. Like I was struggling a little bit. It was a tough day and I should not have had that coffee. And that was the major mistake I made because I was just kind of fighting to keep my eyes level. And that was a little tough. That was the main mistake that I made, to be honest with you. This is not Brazil, huh? I haven't done a 21 in a second drabs, but it should be fine, especially because I got the next full. Oh. No, this is the one that's actually power. Oh, well. I didn't get the next folio yet. Oh, yeah, I did. I just need to turn it in. All right, I'll be fine. 21A. So, yeah, that was my bad. On the day. And let me finish my food, too. Huh. No, I can't handle caffeine. I can't handle it. I'm really bad at it. How'd the court go? It was fine. We had no children and no assets to split. So my divorce was technically very easy. We obviously have a different version of the events that have occurred. In 5 years, I only raised my voice at her one time. And I'll tell you exactly the day that it happened. I don't mind. One time. I think the part that hurt the most is knowing that she was right. She would be happier with someone else. That part hurt. That part still hurts. I'm not mad at her. I don't hold a grudge for her. But I'm not sure how I'm not supposed to carry that wound into my future. I hope that one day I can fully heal. But I think that I'm constantly looking over my shoulder just a little bit now. My current relationship with Kitty is so much more productive, so much healthier. we are really good for each other. We should be together. We're kind of meant to be together. I know. But the better it goes, the more I feel myself getting scared. And that fear is kind of new. No. I know it takes time, but goddamn, dude. How much time? How much time? Yeah. This is a different green shirt, by the way. Any preference? DK. And I guess whoever. That's Nelson, right? I mean, I guess you could take Og if they're good, but DK mostly. TikTok trends and all, bro. Johan. I genuinely think you just have to view yourself as the main character in a story, because the level of emotion that I had, I can talk about it in hindsight, all mature. You want to hear what I felt in the moment, and for the first while, it wasn't mature. I had the framing. I could use the words, but sometimes big words don't actually explain real practical emotion, because in the moment I wasn't like, what I have to do is attempt to take what's happened to me here and consider the main character. No, I was mostly just like, like I was just over. I mean, you know, I was streaming 14 hours. So when I started streaming, I was streaming like 14-hour days and on the phone with my mom, so I didn't accidentally. My head was not a good place to be. And I just had to get through each hour individually. I mean, it was really, really a dark time. Two things. Number one, I knew I would get through it because my early childhood was very overwhelming and tough, and I should not have survived most of the things that I went through as a kid, and yet I'm here today. So I have an insane level of confidence that is not explainable by any current version of events. But I know in my heart that pretty much no matter what happens to me, I'll figure it out. I have an insane level of self-confidence and trust in myself because my early childhood was so intense. And the advantage of going through very hard things early on in your life is that later in your life, nothing is as hard. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, doesn't mean it isn't overwhelming, but that bridge of confidence is ridiculous. Could not accomplish any of that today. And it was a complete long shot that I survived most of the things that I went through as a kid. Statistically, should not be here. That's thing number one. So I knew that even though this was one of the harder things I'd ever had to contend with, I knew I would get through it. I think that without that knowledge, I would have relied a lot more on bitterness and anger. Probably. Number two. When I was a kid, I had a lot of medical problems. I was not adopted, no. But I was basically, I had a lot of medical issues when I was younger. What was the number two? I forgot what I was going to say. Wait, number 1. I got distracted. I read party chat, and I forgot to turn in the quest. And I noticed the evoker left. What was number 1? Number 1, the confidence. Number 2. Right. I didn't have any friends or role models growing up, and so my entire version of who I wanted to be, all of my role models, aside from my immediate family, basically were anime characters. The people that I admired were characters in my favorite stories, the shows, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and the fantasy books that I read, but mostly games and anime. So I just thought to myself, Johan, do you like anime? Do you like fantasy novels? Do you have a favorite series like this, as an example? Because I think that that's how I really managed to get through this. I'm also eating my food still. Okay, for your son. If I may, Johan, you're supposed to be. You just have to make sure that you're here tomorrow. Then you make the choice to get up. And you're not supposed to be okay. You are allowed to not be okay. And it is okay to not be okay. You have been through a harrowing life experience that has completely turned your life upside down. You could not have predicted this. You could not have expected this. Everything you thought you knew is no longer true. So you're not supposed to be okay. That's all right. In times like that, when you cannot rely on something inner to keep yourself together, because there's nothing there, you have to rely on things that are external to you. For me, it was my favorite characters. As silly as that sounds, that's what actually helped me understand the framework for where I needed to be and where I needed to go. Because I had nothing inside. If I looked inside, there was just only bad feelings. But I thought to myself, if I was the main character in a story that I wanted to watch or wanted to read, I've never admired a character who didn't go through extreme levels of hardship. And I usually don't like characters who become bitter because of those hardships. Disconnecting for a bit, fair enough. Becoming callous, fair enough. Becoming rude and evil, I don't like characters like that. Just because you're hurting doesn't mean anyone else needs to hurt. That's who I wanted to be. That's the decision I made. I try my best. What else am I going to do? We were married for, we were together about 5 years. We were married for about 3. We got married early. They married for like 2, a little less than 3. Oh, well, 2.5 basically. Johanna, I don't want to presume that I know how you're supposed to get through this. I don't, actually. Because I really don't have an answer for you. I wish I did. I wish I had some sort of magic pill or a solution that you just do this thing and everything will work out. I don't. I wish I could tell you that this is going to make you a better person. It might not. I wish I could tell you that you're going to transform. Like this is going to be something that is a defining moment for your life. That part's true. I don't know what happens. I don't presume to know what happens. But your son needs you. That's enough. And your son will pay attention to not just how you feel in the moment, actually less important than how you end up feeling. When I look at my parents, who got divorced, I think about them in context of how they treated each other. Don't be nasty. Your kids pay attention. Not for you. For them. What MS do I play with? About 200. Normally about 200. Let's see. When I zone into the key. Drabs is OCE, so I'll be like a little less than that. Let's see. 176 right now. It's pretty good. I think when I zone into the key, it'll be like 200 or so hexecute. Normally like 200, 220 ping. It's about normal for me. It was a 21, not a 20. Drabs is a good healer, but I might have to focus just a little bit. Yeah, less on OCE. As a limited. Yeah, we will gateway skip on 21, sure. If I had 200 ping, I would quit the game. Sento. I think about that sometimes. I also wish I could quit the game, but unfortunately, I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Remember to check talents. So, Poison Dispel. Yep, that's a good one, actually. I didn't Poison Dispel here. Main question for me is actually whether or not I want a Loon's Favor just to help me with some of the pulls here. Brambles is an option, but our timer shouldn't be a problem, question mark. I timed this on 21 2 months ago with 2 DKs and a Prez Evoker. Okay, Kig doesn't count, but still. I guess we can't see the Algothar from earlier. I guess I could drop Brambles for 21. It's a tiny bit of a DPS loss for Loon's Favored. I don't mind. Ooh. Yeah, we will Warlock skip. Yes. Without an AUG in this group, like you cannot lose this key to timer. You only lose to me dying, pretty much. It's basically just a question of whether or not I die. So if I don't die, we'll be fine. But I have my Poison Dispel now. But also, watch how quickly they die. I bet you it's not even close. You got lead. Oh. I have to actually pay attention to this key. I'm going to have to kite more on the first pull, unfortunately, because no Dispel means 30 seconds, and I got to run out. I got this. Thank you. Thank you. I believe in myself, kind of. Well, that's not a good sign. How is this not enchanted? Wait, am I not playing with a... Oh. All right, well, first things first, let me just go buy a diamond. I should buy a primary stat gem. That'd be a good decision. Hold up. Ever Song Diamond. Have I really been playing without... I think I want the crit one. I think I want the crit one. Wait. Have I been playing without a diamond? Wait. Why do I feel like I have one? I just didn't see it for a second. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Was I also not playing with the other ring? Don't I have the ring from Spore? I thought I got the Sporefall ring. Wait. Holy. Wait, I don't want the haste. That's why. But the effect is probably worth it. Hold up. Wait. All right, my bad. Okay, I wasn't playing with the gem. But the rest of my gear is enchanted? Is my gear enchanted? All right, we got this now. Now, that's the key right there. Now I won't die. All right. Count down 10. If I die on the first pull, my bad. When I take a DPS on 250, you make me shake my head. Yeah, that's a good neck move. I actually should do neck physical therapy. Remind me after this to work out my neck. It'll be important. Main healer in 250 MS. Yeah. It does suck, Hexecute, and in particular, like keys like Seed of the Triumvirate, I feel it more often. There are certain keys where having high MS makes me way more scared than other keys. This is... I don't think this is an MS key. This is just a I can't be bad key. This is not an MS thing, though. Burp. 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 Wait for the incarn. I need to get my mouse over macro back for Moonfire because that is not synced properly. Lunar Beam. Missed a Thrash there. Okay, so I'm going to need to kite this early. There's no bleed dispelled for me, so it's going to be the bark skin here. The run. The run. That's why you save Stampeding Roar and you don't use it for the gather. Wait for it. Coming back to center. Nice bleed reset. Perfect. Good DPS. Okay. That's pretty good. SI number 1. And then we're going to War Stomp it because these bees are going to hurt me. SI number 2, question mark? Nope. Traps got me. Nice job. Wow. That was much easier than the 20. Okay. DPS is pretty solid, this key. All right. We can't lose it then. These are the types of decisions. That was actually not bad. Cool. Easy. I don't know why I thought this might be hard. It's just been a while. Yeah, there's a big difference between levels of keys. Like, sometimes doing 20s are harder than 21s, just simply because, like, literally for no other reason. When am I going to play PTR? Good question. I was going to play it today. Tomorrow, Kess, Banshers, and another dude asked if I want to maybe do some 20s. So, unsure. Probably not tomorrow, I guess. Maybe it'll be... That's why I'm getting my folio right now, too. Just like to help somebody with their 20s. Basically, I think we're going to help somebody get the 1% title. I don't know exactly how this works. But I'm going to be... I want to be a super spreader for the Resil that I have. I don't know what Kess is. I'm imagining Kess is already Resil 20... You think Kess is Resil 23 already? And then Banshers, I don't know if they're Resil 23 or 24. I'm pretty sure 23. Burp, 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 burp. Okay, I am my own poison dispel here. Yeah. I feel like I haven't explored my full potential. I'm not a super spreader yet, Zeralian, but I could be. I have missed 3 globals on this boss thus far because I'm lazy and digesting the bacon that I made earlier. I have now missed 4 globals on this boss. I'm washed up. I'm just not as good as I used to be. You know... Okay, I have still only missed 5 globals on this boss. Because I need my Lunar Beam up right now, otherwise Threat's going to be a problem. And then you save this Thrash, and then you pray that your Devour Demon Hunter actually stunned the mob, so he didn't immediately take Threat on the second set. Good for him. And my Shaman's playing Poison Cleansing Totem? Damn. Alright, well, probably win this key then. Wow, look at that. I'm proud of my team. I'm proud of them. I'm surprised. I'm not used to actually getting any sort of help. Looks like we're getting a 3rd set, though. It does seem like we're going to be getting a 3rd set on this boss. So, in which case, I will just plan my bark here, and then I will incarn this phase, because we had to kill this branch for sure. That's okay. We'll see what the timer looks like after Croth, and that will kind of determine. I think that this is Resil for Drabs. I'm not sure. I noticed his IO doesn't have 21 Resil, so I want to make sure I do a good job, basically. Oh, that Heart of the Wild is just off. Don't. Watch out. Watch out. That Thrash was a global late. I have missed 6 globals. Actually, 7 globals, if you count the Heart of the Wild. Technically, that would be 9 globals on this fight. I am dispelling myself, so I do not die immediately. That was close. Second ad spawn, yeah. So the second ad spawn, if you understand how tanks work and how healers work, the second ad spawn is significantly more dangerous than the first one, because your first one, the tank will have a plan, but the second one is the one that aggro can be tough on. So if you were going to stun, it would be the second set. I can time Boomy Heart of the Wild. If I just did it a second earlier on the first set, then I would have it up for the 3rd set as well. 5 minutes 45 boss kill is not bad. But I do hold this Feral Frenzy for 2 seconds so that I can Lunar Beam, Thrash, then I go boom, Feral Frenzy on this. Nice. This Bark Skin should be timed so that I don't die to this hit. Nope, but I time a Frenzied Regen instead. It's okay. I really shouldn't be struggling with this key. That being said, it's just been a while since I've actually done challenging content on retail. And I do notice that my rotation is slightly off just because I'm so used to PTR testing right now. And Season 2 Guardian PTR is going to be... Like, Season 2 version of Guardian is simply not the same as Season 1. The Apex version is making me... I had to get out of the habits that I have right now. like so many of the things I'm doing in this key, I specifically should not do in Season 2. But then I trained myself to get out of it playing a lot of Guardian on PTR. I'm going to take this natty. It'll be fine. Oh, commit. Don't commit. Don't commit. Negative commit. Good job. So now I have to train myself to get back into the habits because my DPS was quite low there just because I am not gaming at the moment. I'm anti-gaming. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so here, no Aug Evoker means just reset the bleed naturally. Typhoon, no Vortex there. Go back in. I think I just hold Incarn at this point. Change target. Uh-oh. Somebody ripped. Next one I have Heart of the Wild Starfall. Hit them in midair. Don't die. Good. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Zyrax, I can tell you that if you are the type of DPS player who is willing to think about when you should use your AoE stun, you are somebody I would want to add to my battle tag friends list because so many DPS do not ever think about things like that. They actually just think, how can I blast? The amount of times that a DPS player has zero knowledge of how they can actually help your team is pretty incredible. you can get to a fairly high IO2 with having next to zero knowledge about how and what your team needs you to help with. But even as a Pally Zeralian, like if you're playing Ret as an example, you can spec into the poison talent Righteous Protector so that your tank doesn't even get the bleeds on the very first boss here. Do you have to spec into that? Is it worth the talent swap for 3% movement speed? Maybe not. But it's an option. It's at least a thought process, right? Or, let me just SI here. As another way of thinking on a Paladin, the ability to bop yourself before Kroth's AoE will prevent you from getting the actual circle and the dot. Did you know that? Not really said anywhere. The damage from it is not physical, but the application counts for bop. So when you're on Kroth, if you are a Paladin and you decide to bop yourself, but it's a long cooldown, so when should you bop yourself? Well, if I consider my Resto Shaman, the very first overlap of fire, he is going to probably have Ascendance or Healing Stream Totem. So I would consider either bopping the first one, then bubbling the second, or at least I'll have a thought process about when to use that because it's impactful. 942 is directly on pace. Xalatath Orb Execute is the fact that some people do play with affixes. When you remember, their affixes are a thing. Yes, but fun fact, when else would you use Bop? Because Bop works as well, if you did not know this, Zeralian. But you have to Bop before it comes out. So a lot of the tech in World of Warcraft is character specific. And that's why it's hard to make a video about it or generalize things, Naz, because in order for me to make a video, it would have to be specifically for Rat Pally. There are some DK content creators who make things for AMS or Warriors for Spell Reflect as an example. Like this, what you can and cannot Spell Reflect is not always obvious. I make videos for how to deal with certain mechanics as a Guardian Druid because that's my field of expertise. And I learned like the very first pull of Algathar Academy, even though I haven't played retail in a second, you'll notice that first pull went pretty well. I thought I got my timings well, I was focused, etc. But one of the reasons I got my timings pretty good on that poll is specifically because I made a video about that poll before the season even started. If you're on YouTube members and /or Patreon, you saw a video of how to do first poll Algathar Academy with the exact rotation that I did just now before the season even started because I like beta testing. And so there's a video that one of the most challenging pulls for Guardian Druid this season is the Adepts in Skyreach, right? The bleeds. I made a video of how to do this pull well before the season begun. It was out like a month before. I was like, yo, these guys hurt. And that's just impactful. But a lot of that is just raw reps. And specifically because I played Guardian Druid in that environment, if that makes sense. So I learned as a Guardian Druid, I must Bark here, Incarn here, Frenzied Regen here. And that's character specific. But when I make a video publicly, it will be how to tank it instead of how to do that. I think that it's too niche sometimes. Does that make sense? Hi, Webslinger. Webslinger, you sent me a message yesterday. I read that. I didn't respond to it. Thank you. People are very willing to say mean things online. You taking the time out of your day to just send me that message means a lot. It means more than you might realize. Thank you for that. Didn't quite get the second Feral Frenzy off, but I did get Combat Potion on a Sundering Roar here. Plus that Lunar Beam was pretty perfect. I'll Combat Potion Groth as well. I talk about all sorts of things on stream. Probably they are very counter. I almost think that if I really cared a lot about just progressing stream, I wouldn't talk about all those things because sometimes I feel like it's, oh, like this is a World of Warcraft stream, but I spent 30 minutes today talking about divorce and whatnot. So right there, that was an unending resolve. 100%. If I was a warlock, I would think I need to unending resolve or this or that. What's up, Suko? I recognize your name. Did Twitch unfollow you? Or did I do something to incur your wrath? 14 minutes on Vexmas is... Or, sorry, on Kroth is fine. Warlock is kind of squishy here if they don't plan well. One of these would be... I would probably plan for 2 as a warlock. Okay, I gotta deal with this last bleed. Kill the boss. Kill the boss. 1 death is absolutely fine. You don't lose this key to 1 death. Okay, I stay bear farm for a second. Don't want to follow yet. Rated from Arson Streamlots? No problem. I recognize your name. Or wait, did I call out the warlock and he wasn't the one that died? Yeah. My bad. That's me being toxic. Oh no. What's that, teal? Do you guys remember red versus blue? What an interesting little fever dream of a show, I swear. Not gonna die on this gather. But only because you saw me immediately go Lunar Beam plus Bark, plus think about that health potion. And then here I'm going to need to commit maybe 1 SI or a clever positioning and kiting. I need to War Stomp this to get back to my Lunar Beam, otherwise I get 1-tapped. I might still get 1-tapped. I don't know. It's been a while since I've done 21. That was a Cap Totem, which means that this is a Sundering Roar. So there's a Thrash Shield there. Then I Bark, and I should be fine. And I can Incarn here as well. What's up, Painkiller Warzone? Is that by chance a Diablo 2 reference? Also, if we're all melee and I position this a little better, that's on me. I think for 21, I should still do this. If they're all in melee, I can take this charge. They just need to be in the hitbox. I can see the Warlock isn't quite there. Let me take it, let me take it, let me take it. I'll just backpedal. Yeah, perfect. Easy. Wait a second. What route am I doing here? We're doing quad. Oh my god. What route am I doing? I might have been on autopilot this key. And I messed up my bark skin. Uh-oh. Yo, 100 bits? Alright, bet. We're getting close to at least 1 chocolate sundae today. I will order some. 1 second. No, right now you do not mangle. Okay, so I'm kind of doing a no-skip route because I'm used to doing no-skip route. This is a Lunar Beam is up right now, but no Frenzied Regen. I messed up just a little bit, so I'm going to Vortex and backpedal. Currently, no, but next season, yes. So keep in mind, next season, oh, my Vortex didn't go off. Okay, bark skin. Oh, Van. It's been a second since I've actually done keys. A 21 Algathar is challenging enough that if I'm not paying attention, then I die. My bad. Milkshake, yes. It's actually not a milkshake. I wanted to get Sundaes from McDonald's today. Okay, the hard pull. Okay, we're doing a no-skip route. Probably. Because the way that I pulled those Ravagers is not quite right. This is a bark skin, corner movements. We're going to double this, not triple it. Do I need to SI on 21 here? I don't think so. Frenzied, Battle Axe pull. Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-da-da. What's up, execute? Kick the Surge, not anything else. Lunar Beam is down. That's a stun right there. I'm paying attention. Incarn plus Lunar. Certainly I don't get 1-tapped. God, I hate this pull. Another stun. Oh my god, no. Hey, fuck you. God damn it. No. Shut up. No. Stop eating my food. God damn it. No. This is not the pull to do this. God damn it. Get out of my fucking food. No. This is the worst pull to distract me. No. We're timing this right now. What are you eating? Stop eating all my food. Stop eating all my food. God damn it. How long were you there on the plate? God damn it. No. Fuck. Stop eating all of my food. What the hell? You were so stealthy, I didn't even hear you. Why is it all over my chair? God damn it. Ah, this cat. Ah, no. Okay, I didn't use a lot of seasonings. You're not actually allergic to this. Can you just not do that? For like 2 seconds, don't actually be a glutton. My lord. I forgot there's... Okay, it's just steak and eggs. She's not allergic to that. Holy shit. God damn. She was so stealthy with... Did you hear her? Did you even see her? I didn't even notice until I saw her chomping, and now she got like a few mouthfuls. God damn, I'm sorry, I messed up. What are we doing? This is 21 Algadar. I've got this. Okay, the DK is trying to bait the next charge because he has AMS. Good. Smart DK. Wait, no. God. Stop. No, don't go back and get more food. Can you see her right now? I don't know if the camera. How can nobody told me that this was happening? God damn it. No, you literally had, she had breakfast, 2 instances of treats, and then on top of breakfast, I gave her lunch. Because she was being really cute, and I'm home alone right now. And then I was also going to give her... No, stop eating the food. Stop eating the food. God damn it, I can't pick you up. You know, I know. What am I supposed to do? You can't yell at me for picking you up if you're going to eat all of my food. Holy shit. Our timer is not easy enough for me to not do this. All right, I got this. Can you stop? I'm literally watching you. I can see you. Stop eating all the food off the chair. Can you see? I don't know if the camera is panned low enough for you to observe what's happening right now, which would almost be a shame. Can you stop trying to jump up and eat the food in the background? Stop. No. I don't care. I know my food is good. I'm aware. Yes, it's quite yummy, isn't it? It's cooked in bacon grease. Cats. Okay, to be fair, if I had a dog, the dog would probably do the same thing. I needed to stun that on a different time. Careful, careful, that one forager. Defensive. Holy lack of defensive. Good job, Drebs. Now I'm just like panning behind me to make sure that this... Okay, our timer is super healthy right now, but keep in mind that I have messed up the route. Where is she? She's licking her paw. She's very pleased with herself right now. She is extremely happy. I will tell you this. She does not have there's not an ounce of regret on her face. Thank you for all of the bits. And thank you for the sub. I was slightly distracted by the very cute. She is super cute. And the problem is, here's kind of the issue with very old pets. You let them get away with everything because she's almost 15 and she's getting up there in age. And so my problem is that I can't say no to her because that's rude. You know? Like, that's the problem. Because I just kind of want to make her happy. But now I'm panicked. I'm like constantly checking behind me to see if she's eating it again. So cats, luckily, you know what's very funny is it just so happens that my diet is exactly their diet. So lucky for me, she's not allergic to anything on that plate. I am fortunate because the way that I eat is very much basically the way they actually have more vegetables than I have. Their food is mixed with things. My food is not. So it really was just like some steak and some eggs and a little bit of bacon with salt and a tiny bit of pepper. The only problem is that it's a very fatty meal, and so that might actually mean that she has diarrhea later, which I have to clean up. So that is the price that I pay. The real price that I pay for this instance of not paying attention might be a little bit of incontinence. Okay, what's our timer at? Timer's pretty good, right? The problem is that actually, so we're not going to do the skip route. We're doing a regular ass route, which to be fair means that this is going to have you can't die. The lack of skip route makes it so it's much friendlier, but keep in mind that we don't have percentage if I don't do that. So we're not actually doing a gateway into Quad Echo Knight. We will do the bridge, and then we're going to do a regular ass pull with 2 Echo Knights. And we'll have time, no problem. But it will technically be a safer route. Okay. No skip route, actually. Let me try to type this so they understand to plan cooldowns. Yeah, we're not actually doing a skip route. Now, to be fair, the Warlock Gateway does take an extra few seconds to plan, but it's definitely faster. So I'm adding, I would say about how much time to our timer? A little bit. Not gonna die on this gather. I'm adding a little bit of time. Our timer should be no problem, though. If we lose this by 10, 20 seconds, I'll feel bad. Because I think that Drabs would heal the Quad Echo Knight, no problem. Watch that. I don't think he would have an issue with it. Now, granted, my team might have an issue with it, but I bet you would be fine with this. This key. I don't mind Algathar. I actually, I don't think I hate, I hate Seat of the Triumvirate. I hate Seat. That's the worst key ever. Maybe not ever. Actually, no, I would rather tank Grim Batol than Seat of the Triumvirate. I would. I'll probably rather tank Vortex Pinnacle than this key. Seat of the Triumvirate is, I think, easily the bane of my existence, to be fair. Algathar isn't that bad. It just feels bad when your DPS are bad. That is the hard part of Algathar, is that it's a big DPS check, and that oftentimes feels like it's impossible to overcome. So as long as you AoE CC on top of the first smash here, you cannot die to this pull. Bolts do hurts, but I have War Stomp or a Vortex Typhoon. I'll choose Vortex Typhoon. There's one AoE stun, but it was early. I just Vortex Typhoon into the War Stomp, and then we have no overlap. My only problem with this pull is time. It does not make the timer easy. I don't remember original Grim Battle. I mean, I never tanked it as a Mythic Plus dungeon. All I know is that I push hard enough on the season where Grim Battle was actually in the pool. Let's time this for Drabsy. I think I've been tanking this kind of decently, and I want to make sure I keep tanking it decently. Emergency Typhoon on that Bolt, probably? Yeah. Okay. Where's the Pat? The Pat is to the right here, so what we do is we go... It's a straight through moment. Where's the Pat? Where's the Pat? Come. Straight through. Can't lose the timer right now, but I need to pull these, and we need to go straight in. You don't need any casters here. I would pull this. Don't need to pull boss. Please, no pet incidences. No pets. Don't ever... Come on. Go to this corner if you need a line of sight. Otherwise, defensive. You don't pull this into boss. There is no need. Drabs has got this. No boss. Just focus Skull. I think our timer is good to go one more set, and then we'll go into boss maybe after. Cooldowns will be back up in a second. How long you need for boss? The boss is no more than 4.5 minutes if no deaths. There's a space here if you need a line of sight, although those whirlwinds were baited poorly. I think you go after this set. I think you go boss. Do we need to? Let me think. 4.5 minutes here. There's going to be one more set of overlaps, but we have defensives. I'm pulling boss. I can see Unending Resolve right now. Drabs doesn't have shift, but I think this is the boss. You just have to kill Skull. The danger here is there's going to be one overlap. Yeah, I think you have to go boss. So there's going to be one smash here. Just press blur. Holy blur before the damage. That's okay. We're still alive. Drabs is a good healer. Our timer can't lose unless we have deaths. If we have deaths, then we're losing. But actually, our timer is super healthy right now, so no problem there. Okay, I position this in the corner. I'm going to take this blast, 3 stacks. Probably just SI, actually. Good. Perfectly placed. And then next one will be in the center here. I'm going to save my combat potion. I only get one more anyways. Next Incarn. Next Pharaoh Frenzy. Okay, so we need to be in this corner for one more here. Yeah, I mean, Algathar is the only key that has, like, a tight timer this season, I think. Like, Algathar, you're pretty actively in despair if the timer gets a little close to the end. This is just live this one overlap, and then I will move the boss, I promise. This is it. Just live this one smash. No one die at exactly this moment. No deaths. Just live right now, and then charge out. This is, now it's easy. Please just survive. Oh, thank God. Okay, can't lose from here. Now we have the entire room to use. Look at this. Combat potion, Incarn over here. Perfect. Nice. There it is. And then you just kind of go over here. Just watch the back. No, Demon Hunter, don't do it. Don't do it. This is your moment. This is your shine moment. I put this to the corner. We go out like this. There we go. No, Drabs are good. You can't lose from here. Do 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 do. Did they change how this works, by the way? I've seen so many times that this actually you can have a death like at the very end here because people are like, yes, we finally time Algathar, and then they anti-lock in. So that can absolutely happen. So we go Lunar Beam here. I don't take this. And then I'm going to go Feral Frenzy on the Lunar Beam. And then I'm going to roar out for my team. Get one Thrash. Greed it a little bit. Boom. Perfect. And then we use this part of the room. And there are no balls here because people will have placed this properly. I'm just going to go toward over here. Make sure that I don't die. And then I'm just going to put this like toward this corner here. There we go. Nice. Yeah, exactly. This is I don't hate this boss as much as I hate some other last boss dungeon designs. Like Grim Batol last boss felt so bad because that anti-lock-in moment sucked. This one is not, I think, terrible. This one is just kind of dodge. But like the nerfs to this were very warranted. Yeah, look at our timer. Has a beautiful timer right there. Okay, actually not yet. Don't say that yet. First, we have to time the key for drabs. Then I can talk about how beautiful of a timer this is. Yeah, first things first, let's just finish this boss. Afterwards, we can talk about how this went well. Oh, thank God. I don't think Kroth is terrible. Any boss with a damage amp is fun. All right, jeez. Whew, jeez. Oh, a little close at the end. A little close at the end. You're welcome. Is that Resil for you, Jobs? Did you actually need this? Don't think it was so that. Oh, you died at the end. That's why somebody say this well. I was focused, man. Wiz, I was locked in. I wanted to make sure. Drabs invited me to tank his key, and I messed up the route. I was focused on this damn cat with the food. Where is she even? Did you guys not see the cat? I don't know if you can see the. You could see the counter behind me, right? Like. She climbed up here and I didn't catch her getting on the chair, and then she got on the counter and then she basically was just eating the food straight from the plate, like blah, 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 like this. Yeah, GG's. She's in a food coma sleeping. How much does she get? It's all over my chair, man. I heard you screaming. Yeah, because I had to actually. I'm surprised I didn't die, to be honest with you. Look at this. You could just see the food bits on my chair. Let me just make sure she's all right. Are you okay, Ani? She's fine. She's having a great time. She is very peacefully napping right outside my room. 21 Windrunner? 21 Windrunner, that's not a hard key. Windrunner, I think, is not so bad, Drabs. What do I have? I got Terrace. I can try to reroll for you real quick. I would like to. I do think, though, is that a folio diff? Like 30 seconds on a timer for Algathar Academy? What's up, Damon? Thanks for all the guides and content. Do you think it's worth speccing into Boomkin? Drone, I must clarify. When you say is it worth speccing into Boomkin, you mean as a Guardian Druid, right? Like, should a Guardian Druid spec into Boomkin for Starfall? Or should you change specialization into Boomkin? Because I have two very different answers depending on which one you're referring to. Because this is an interesting decision. This right here, oh yeah, okay. The main thing about Moonkin form and Starfall is I think that a lot of higher Guardians don't play with it because it's not for damage. It is in fact for aggro on Gather, but I also think that by nature of the fact that it's a higher key, you can always just tell your team to wait a second. You could be like lose threat. But on first pull Algathar Academy, it allows my team to blast. I think it really helps with certain Gathers. It's not good overall damage. Like it's all the way down here. And that's mostly first pull. But for what it's worth, thank you, Wiz. It's okay. Could be a different topic. I do think it is worth speccing into because it's not like you lose a lot of value by taking it, but it is only for aggro. Okay, let me see this clip. This is an amazing clip. I want to see this right here. Yes. Hold up. I want to see this clip. My chair is kind of blocking it. You can just see her chomping in the background. I can see a little bit. I'm watching this clip from when I noticed that she was actually just eating the food. No. Bro, that global, I almost died, actually. You're welcome. I think that it is worth it for threat. Threat is a massive problem for most levels of keys, just not the highest keys, if that makes sense. Threat is less of a problem in higher keys because you can always at any point just be like, hey, wait a second. Damon, the tank meta, Season 2 is interesting right now. You know how in Algathar Academy, I'm pretty scared for my life for most of the key? Just as an example. If I take this or a lot of the things, in Season 2, there aren't a lot of moments like that I have noticed thus far. I feel relatively like the tank is not as checked, except randomly on like 3 pulls. So, I think there'll be 2 reasons why you bring a tank next season. One is damage, primary reason, just damage. 2 will be the utility that you provide, including your group buff. What's it eating? The remnants of her food, apparently. I made a snack earlier. Bacon, steak, eggs. The classic. Cooked in butter. Can't really go wrong. But also I can order a chocolate sundae because we did have bits getting donated in the middle of that key. I was just very distracted by the cat. Thank you. I will order 1 sundae from McDonald's. Okay, I might actually order 2. The minimum order is 3, technically. There's actually just food scattered across my entire room right now. I play Prop Pal is meta. I've played with a lot of H-Pals. Interestingly, a lot of people are playing H-Pal on PTR. But one of the things when it comes to next season tuning, I think it's important to understand and maybe process this. A lot of times people play on PTR the things that they can't play on retail. So if Holy Paladin is not so good on retail, a lot of people are like, I love Holy Paladin, so they'll play it on PTR. And you see that a lot. Where there's, for example, almost no one testing Guardian Druid. Because it's been meta, so when you play PTR, it's fun to play something different, right? Just 2 chocolate sundaes. Hell yeah. Thank you, Wiz. How's your shoulder, by the way? Good PT? Good session? I hope. My main fear is that they have gone back to a form of dungeon design, which I don't like. I made a video talking about it, but when you take a look at some of the PT stuff, some of the PTR stuff, there are so many kicks, and there are very impactful kicks. Right now, a lot of the kicks this current season are like a bolt, which doesn't maybe one-tap you and could be out-healed. But imagine that every pack had like surges. Like in Algathar Academy, there's 1 pull, which you have to be careful of kicks. In next season, there are many of those pulls. That's tough. I think that's... I don't know what I'm asking for if I tell them not to do that, though. I just don't think that Season 1 was that bad. I actually don't think that Midnight Season 1 as a design philosophy was a failed experiment, so I don't really know why they're changing it. I think that there were a few things that could have made Season 1 even better. But as far as I understand it, it's not like Midnight Season 1 was bad or even had less participation or people didn't want to tank or heal Season 1. I actually think that they did a pretty good job. Am I right on that? What are we doing? 22? I don't know if I want to do a 22 right now. I mean, 22 NT is easier than 21 AA, but I don't really... I need to finish my folio, dude. I never even finished the folio. It's Boggy here. Yeah, I see Boggy there. But the idea is, and maybe Haru, I'll tank it if you want. We have a Resto Shaman, not a Mistweaver, so we can't do a lot of the CC stuff. No, is that something with the last upgrade? Went to the first 4. I actually enjoyed healing. So, maybe I'm wrong about this. That's one of the things that I'm considering. My opinion, and now I'm careful about saying this because people have been upset about my recent shorts in some of the videos. All right, let me think about this for a second. Okay. My opinion is that people actually liked Midnight Season 1. I don't really know why they're changing a system that wasn't broken. I don't think anybody hated most of the aspects of Season 1. There were problems, but the problems were not the most extreme, crazy things that they absolutely had to fix. So let's go over them real quick. The saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, might be applying here. I think Season 1 of Midnight was good. I think people liked Midnight Season 1. The main issue across all spans of the game was the fact that heroic raiding was absolutely worthless. And they changed that by adding Myth Tier in the future season. But then they went back on that decision and were like, oh, wait, people are going to be getting Myth Tier from Heroic Raid, which means Mythic Raiding won't be incentivized. So then they put the upgrades from Myth Raid in there. But that was, I think, the primary issue with Midnight Season 1, was that heroic raiding did not feel worthwhile. However, in my opinion, I don't find a lot of Mythic Raiders hated their life because they didn't get gear over Mythic Plusers. I just didn't hear that sentiment a lot until they released the new changes, and even then, most Mythic Raiders are still of the opinion that, it's not a big deal. A lot of times people raid CE Hall of Fame for the sake of rank, for the sake of competitiveness, for the sake of this. There's a lot of other reasons to stick with raid. It's not just item level, and you still have an advantage, but the advantage certainly in Midnight Season 1 was the slimmest it has ever been. Ultimately, I don't think Midnight Season 1 was a failed experiment. In terms of dungeon design, I think Midnight Season 1 was pretty good. There were a few ways that they could have fixed it if they just simply removed a lot of the bleed mechanics in both Seat of the Triumvirate, Skyreach, Algothar Academy. That would have made a big difference if they reduced the battle axe damage and a little bit of pressure on tanks, a little bit of pressure on healers here or there. But ultimately, I do think that Midnight Season 1 was pretty decent. The design of not needing to depend so much on kicks, not needing to actually have the crazy coordination and CC chains that we used to have. No one used Not Even Close this season because you weren't getting one-tapped. I believe that that wasn't bad for the game. It comes with certain consequences, but the design going into Season 2 is worse. If you now all of a sudden depend on those kicks and depend on those CCs, you create a lot of toxicity. However, I don't know which is better. I think we'll have to see. I think some dungeons are like pretty reasonable, but I also think that there's a few system designs that I'm a little bit sus on that I think we're still in early PTR. They can change it. They're just not right now. Does that make sense? An example is, and I don't know why they're so unwilling to pull the trigger on this. I think I'll make a video about it at some point. Listen. There are a lot of damage down effects that are kicks in Season 2. Was what I'm talking about. First pull, Void Scar Arena, but even first pull, Altar of Fangs. There's a kick. If you miss the kick, your whole group gets minus 25% haste. Why does it affect the tank and the healer? Why can't the kick just affect the 3 DPS players? I don't know why they're so unwilling to code it like this. I must be missing something. They have never coded it like that, but I think they should. If you want DPS to be responsible for these mechanics and you want to, that is very punishing. 25% haste is a lot. But if your tank and your healer get 25% haste stacking, you die. Because you can't play unless you're a Brewmaster, in which case you don't care. But in general, that might lead to a death, which is a problem. If your DPS get that and they let the kick go through, it's very punishing for your timer, for the pull, for the danger. Your tank is already in danger because the pull will live much longer than it was originally going to live. Which is hard because that pull has a bunch of tank busters. But I don't see why they need a stacking 25% haste on top of that. It was already going to be hard for them to live. Reasonably. Does that make sense? So I think that if they put that mechanic in, they should just straight up say, doesn't affect tanks. I don't know why they'd be unwilling to do that. Like, there must be some component of this that I'm missing. I think that would have been all right, Wiz, if they did that. I love being punished as the healer, especially when I used to be able to kick things that are targeting me. Oh, Strugi, you should play Holy Priest. You sound like a masochist. Wait, hold up. No, I can say that. Yeah. And die to that. It's not like I couldn't have lived it, but exactly. That's the point, Wiz, is just, what if you didn't have that happen? What if it just didn't affect the tank? Wouldn't that kind of solve the mechanic? Strugel, did you watch The Boys? Also, hi, Eska. Eska reminds me of Escanor, which, to be honest, I never actually truly got into the 7 deadly sins. Little bit. I'm assuming is either an Escanor or an Escaflowne reference. Or neither of those things, and I'm wildly off. Having a kick is one of the highest healing moves that they have. Escaflowne! There you go. Oh, that's pretty classic then. All right. Not a lot of people know that. That's classic. All right, hold up. Wait a second. You get me to watch it. I don't think The Boys is for everyone, Strugel. I was just going to say that if you really like that, you remind me of any Holy Priest player in World of Warcraft very often reminds me of the reporter from the later seasons of The Boys. The dungeon design, nice. Wait, if you like Escaflowne, what other classic animes do you like? The dungeon design in Season 1 is good. When it comes to the raid loot in Season 2, I have a different point of view. Okay, tell me. For a competitive player in Mythic Plus, it feels unfair, and I get that. For the ordinary CE raider who does not clear it as fast, having a very, very good chance of actually getting an upgrade, that's fair. I also think, have been following in YouTube and Guardians. Oh, nice. Never played Guardian. I hope that my videos help. I'm looking forward to making a lot more. Although I'm doing retail keys today, and I've been testing so much on Season 2 PTR that I kind of forgot how to play retail for a second. I just did the 21 Algathar, and I was like, wait, what am I supposed to hit right now? Because I'll put a guide out soon. I still want to wait for a little bit of tuning, but right now, I think they've landed on a good balance for Guardian. MVP. I have a lot of strong feelings. What is the route even? With a Warlock, you do this. With our comp, what do you do here, Drabs? Is it like... You basically just go... We can't CC. We don't have any sort of... We don't funnel in this comp. This comp is not a funnel comp. Pull 4... Wait, this is not the right route. That's not quite right. A woo push route without the last 2. Except that there's no funnel. So do you do 8? Do you still do 9 together, Drabs? How do you heal 9? The question I have for you is 7 and 9. This is with the extra 3 books. I don't know if I like this route, actually. This is the extra 3 books plus the corner pack with the sentry. I think people are skipping the first sentry, actually, on 23 plus. It's been... Check that for me real quick. They are awesome. Jumped in week 1 to 2. Oh, nice. I've been tanking before, of course. That's helpful. Yeah. I think that if you haven't tanked, tanking is super overwhelming. If you have tanked, Guardian feels like a little bit of a cheat code. What did you play before, Eska? No, Wiz, but the thing is that the balance for Guardian going into next season compared to right now is actually, I think, kind of decent. No, it's just there's a fan blowing because it's Thailand and it's very hot. All I have to say for Season 2 is I think Mistweaver is doing very well, but Skona, dude, they're getting nuked. Like, there are 2 healers right now in Season 2 that are doing way too much damage. And they don't like that. And Mistweaver is one of them. Mistweaver is doing ridiculous damage on PTR. A single target. So they're going to nerf it. And when they nerf its damage, they don't tend to compensate it well enough for its healing conversion. So I would be worried. If you're an S tier contender going into PTR testing, that's the worst place you can be. People misunderstand this all the time, and I understand what's so like people really, really, really want to be good. They want to be meta, but the last thing you want is to be meta right now. You want to be meta a month from now. You don't want to be very good right now on PTR. You are going to get nerfed. They come for you. The nerf bat is heavy-handed. This is Blizzard we're talking about. So the last thing you want is to be meta right now. If you're overpowered on PTR currently, you want to be like good, you know? This week is the change from spinning crane kick to spinning rising sun kick. Yep. The 15% on spinning crane kick plus the 30% nerf to wave the crane. However, the massive buffs to rising sun kick, yeah. Druid is insane. Guardian or Boomy, you mean, Skona? I think a Guardian is not bad. And I'm a little worried that they nerf the current iteration of Guardian on beta, or sorry, PTR, because I think it's actually a decent Resto Druid at the moment. Resto Druid is struggling with damage now on PTR. I haven't seen any good Resto Druids on PTR right now. I'll make is this double guy near third boss. What's up? Over right. So it's courtyard 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Double guy on third boss. Double guy on third. You do that? I could live with Incarn. Okay. Oh, double guy on third boss. Yeah, we could do that. Sure. Can do that. Oh, I gotta wake up for a 22. No, that's the thing we can't. We don't really have... We have... I don't know if in-cap works on it. Lock in CC with a banish. I think you'd have to banish it. That's a good point. I feel good. Do more damage is good. Super puppy. What? What's up, Ariana? How did you know that side of me? I don't remember telling you that. Oh, suppy puppy. My bad. What's up, Ariana? Long time no see. Long time no see. Okay. Drabs. If I break your key, is that okay? I'll do my best. I'm kind of tired, and I'm feeling a little lightheaded. I'll do it. It can't be harder than it's my there's all this food here. You know what would help? You know what would make me feel better? No, don't break. No. I really need a better extension cord. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's good. Please don't break. Did you see the general photo I put in Discord? Did you see that? It's kind of just hanging in midair, but the plugs are not very stable, and my PC is plugged into that. So if I randomly disconnect, it's because that extension cord bricked. Just so you know. I just need you to know that. In Discord. This key is already... No. I mean, I don't think I'll die. There are a few moments, maybe. I don't know. I haven't even gotten my Sporefall items. I never even bothered with it because I don't really play retail. To be fair, there are many things that I should be doing right now that I'm not doing. That's why I'm not pushing. Nightmare Whirring. Oh, it's my desk. Sorry, Israelian. But, like, I never got my helmet or my chest. There are two big upgrades here I'm just not playing with. I'm playing this trinket, I guess. I got this. And this. That's it. Cable ties and stuff. I got them. I just haven't set them up. I actually have them. All right. Am I lead? Yeah. Can do. He's going to banish it. He's going to banish one caster for that. I bet you the timer here is not a problem. And so you just want to double this. Otherwise, it's the same route. Okay. But we are playing the last Tyrant, right? We just need to get these on... So on G57... Right. That's what I do on G57. Why do I feel Yeah. I can see that. That would guarantee. I think the timer would be fine even if you didn't do any of this stuff. Shall we blast some music in game? I mean, I did a 22. In May. We lost it because we missed a Hodge on top of an overlap of the Golem CC. What's up? Just ask away. What's up? What'd I miss? Also, MVP. Hold up. Let me play some music. I know what I'm gonna do here. I don't see why we wouldn't time this. This is a really easy 22. So, what's up, Jark? I'm ready to break this, Jark. I need ice cream. I need ice cream. One second. Let me just tell Kitty that I would tap that. All right, perfect. What? Are we making a plan? What are we doing? Tank and take the near the big guy of the right side. What are we doing? I don't know what's happening here. I'm just going to game. I'm just going to play the dungeon. And if it works out, it works out. And if it doesn't work out, then that's okay. I'm sure it'll work out. Probably. Yeah, I'm not like a blood DK or anything like that. I'll be fine. Don't even think about it, Cookie. Hold up. I should have closed the door. The cats. The cats. The food. Where's the food? Wait, where's the food? Do I just incarn here? I'm gonna incarn here. Where's the food? Shit. Shit. Oh. Wait, this has a desk. This is opens. I love Guardian. Don't let me forget that. Do not let me forget that that's in there. I'm gonna forget. I know myself. I know myself. I will. That's gonna get moldy. That's gonna be like 3 weeks from now. I'm gonna realize that that's in there. Do not let me forget. Holy, that's never coming out. Yeah, that is Omega never coming back. That is. That's a bad decision. But the things we do for IO, right? Yeah. Do not let me forget. That's not good. SI. This pack can actually randomly one-tap you, especially because I sent Incarn before. Lunar Beam. Polymorph Kick. Got it. Sunring Roar. Do. Ooh. I should be focusing more. There's actually a 22. I think that actually if I want to guarantee 1%, I bet you it's like Resil 21 with 1 or 2 22. So this would basically just guarantee it right now. And then I don't have to play retail again. No, I am done pushing, but like it calls to me, Zeralian. But the thing is, I'm a recovering addict in terms of the fact that I can't help myself. What am I supposed to do? I wish I could. I talked about this on the podcast episode coming out tomorrow. I talked about it with Touchpad Warrior, where I was like, how do I recover from this, feeling like I need the IO? How do you do this? Yeah, it's true. I'm in at 22 right now. Oh, fuck the route. Shit. He's right. We do need 3 more. Oh, no. Let me pull. I bricked the route. I forgot. Bro. I was going to pull 3 more. He's absolutely right. I forgot we were doing that. No, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. The timer here is not a problem. Holy shit. We ride. We ride. You're right. I was going to pull 3, but then we ended up pulling 7. What does this mean? What does this mean? Don't pull the middle too. Don't pull the middle too. What does this mean? Okay, hold on. I can't pull it. This is going to kill someone. Yeah. I'm trying. I got this. That pat is a problem. That pat is like right in my way. I'm a learn. I got this. I have a plan. I know what we're skipping later. I don't know what we're skipping later. No, it's gonna be fine. I got this. I haven't done this key in a long time, okay? It's been a while. I haven't done this key in like 2 months. I'm alive. I'm probably not gonna die here. Somebody else might die. I probably won't die. I am being such a toxic tank right now. I'm sorry, Drabs. I need to stop that cast. Yeah. No. Like the thing is, Wiz, I'm an aware toxic tank. I'm not an unaware. That would make me a dick. The timing for this boss is you pull middle then left, right? You go left and middle. Leave the right worms for the intermission. You go. So wait, you pull left, then boss. You go pyro first, then boss. There you go. Yeah. I haven't done this key in a while. And then you just position this toward the middle. And then I just need to live this. Wait, am I gonna die? No. Okay, and then you position this circle like right here. And then I just go like that. Perfect. And then this guy needs to, and then I need to pull the worms, basically. Boom. Perfect. Yeah, like this. I got it. Imagine we time this. I would almost feel bad. Honestly, if we time this and people are like fighting so hard for their first 22, I'm gonna feel kind of bad. That's not my fault. Imagine that we just get this right now. Okay, one more intermission. That's a little bit too close, though. We should have just enough room here. New WoW player. I think that's perfect. Okay, I'm a little close here. It's my Platinator. I'm actually really happy I made my own Platinator this season. Oh, looks like there's one extra orb. You know what music I'm listening to right now? It reminds me of Pistol Whip, and I kind of want to play VR now. All right, that's very tight. I feel bad. This is a little too tight here. Like, normally there's not such a thing as too tight, but in this particular instance, it's pushing it. Like, we can't really fit in there. I mean, that's a problem. I'm to be fair, that's very normal for me. I'm sort of used to it, but I don't know if Bog is used to it. I feel like Bog isn't used to this. And I feel kind of bad for him. He's used to being able to... He doesn't normally have this problem. I don't actually know him well enough to make that joke. I'm gonna make that joke about drabs instead. Replace Bog with drabs. Is our timer okay? I feel like it's not great. I'm not gonna lie. It's not great. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, at least I'm still talking. This is actually a very hard pull if you cannot CC. The only way you live this is Spirit Link. Oh, that's not good. And I can get one tapped here as well. The Spirit Link when the worms come with the Resto Shaman. Oh, that Spirit Link wasn't good. Uh-oh. Okay, that might be a brick. That's going to be tough to overcome. I mean, normally, like 21, I bet you the timer is okay here, but this is going to be tough. It would be impossible. It would be nearly impossible to time that Spirit Link because you don't know when the thing is going to die. I mean, we're right by the respawn point, but I think that we're pushing the timer now. You need to be kind of at the next pack already. Well, that's not necessarily true. I can't die on these last few Enforcer hits. Is that actually bricked already? If you combine the next two pulls and then you do the two mini bosses, is that actually bricked? I don't know if it's bricked. Is it? I think you would just do these two together instead of the next one. I mean, if it's bricked, it's bricked. It's okay. It was mostly the miscommunication. Oh, there you go. Bro, Warlock just... I feel kind of bad because he doesn't know when to press resolve or not. Okay, that was bricked. I play myself. Dude. No, that's okay. There's no need to blame anyone there. Well, we rided. We rided. Oh. Time to order ice cream. What's up, Wiz? Ooh. No, remember, you can do it. What can I do? Absolutely fine. Do you think he can? Oh, the plate. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Good call. Nice. Oh. What have you macroed into your thrash? Just iron fur. The plate again. Not the Ninja Creamy and doing your own ice cream. I was considering a Ninja Creamy, to be fair. I think it's actually a great thing, though. I forgot the codexes. We managed to make the codexes work. I think we actually would have been all right. Oh, it's Crip. I remember this guy. Look at him. It's Crip. Well, let me order these Sundaes. There are times you do the thrash without iron fur? No. Next season, I'm going to make a macro for it, though. There is going to be one specific thing next season that I do. Where I will macro... I already know what I'm going to do because I've been testing on PTR. However, there will be one specific macro I make next season, which is going to be interesting and unique. Tomorrow, by the way, Wiz, would you like to know what podcast and who is coming out with? There's a certain whiskey drinking, well, fella. A little bit of a fella. Hello, Governor. Touchpad Warrior. I recorded the episode with him yesterday. I really liked it. Wait, I said that in the key as well, so you already knew that. But the idea is, I think that's going to be fun. He's chilling. He took like 3 shots while we were talking, though, and was drinking. I don't know. Some people can just drink a lot, I guess. Used to mouse click, so you had something. On PTR, I have been manually clicking the Maul to activate the Apex, last rank of Apex. I think I'm going to macro Thrash before that, so that I can keep the macroed Iron Fur Thrash every part of the key except to activate Apex. Because you want to basically a min-max next season for Guardian is going to be Thrash macro. It's going to be Thrash, Apex Thrash, because it resets the cooldown of Thrash. So you're going to want to go Lunar Beam, you go Thrash, Incarn Thrash, Apex Thrash, Sunring Roar Thrash to get extra Thrashes. Yeah. The show tooltip is just to make sure that you don't have a random like bar on your screen here. Mm-hmm. Yes. Big Thrash. Also, I meant tomorrow I might be on retail as well. That's what you should do, is if you think about it. Tomorrow I might actually be playing retail as well. Let me just check the Discord messages. Alright, hold up. Let's plan a date. It'll be with Kess, Banshers, and another dude. Doing some keys. What? Yes. Banshers the Hunter, correct. Although I don't know if I'm leaking DMs here. The one that I asked if he was a furry, that one. And to be fair, suspiciously, he never responded. You want me to start predictions between keys? Oh, guitar. You don't have to do any mod stuff, don't worry. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. I modded you that one day because I needed somebody in here just in case something went wrong. Don't you worry at all. Don't even think about it. There's a cat and she wants the food again. 77-year-old? I respect that. I love old people in modern fetishes. Like just as like an objective thing, not subjectively. Just you fly your flag, man. You do your thing. I respect it. This is the perfect moment. This is a sign. All right. Yeah. The mods are mostly for me. They're not really for anyone else. They're for me or for Kitty, because Kitty also says things on stream that she's not supposed to. Don't even think about it. Cats. Cats indeed. Cats indeed. Lock in? For what? I think that maybe I will get a single 22, one or two 22s just to get the 1%, pretty much. Looking for a tank 21 Windrunner Spire. Drabs needs that key, to be fair. But to be fair, I don't think that 22 felt bad. There were a few moments I could have planned defensives better, but I mean, I just need to actually play retail if I was going to try it. No. I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't let me do it. It's a bad idea. I don't actually care. I don't care. I don't want this. Look how cute she is. Look how cute. She's a menace, but she's cute. Thinking, what was I gonna do? Order Sunday. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I forgot to schedule a work thing. Right now. How do you work out if you're gonna be killed? Something that you live the level below? Chris, unfortunately, the only answer to that question is by dying. Like, you have to go in and see it. Chris, I mean, that the problem is you actually have to just walk in and you have to find out. Yeah. The tank role has a lot of pressure because as you go up in key levels, there are some things that you have to walk in and just learn that you're going to die. A lot of times DPS don't need that. So for example, if I was a DPS player right now in I had Resil 21, but I had a friend who had Resil 24. Damn, that's a crazy high key level. And they invited me to one of their 24s, just out of curiosity. If I was a DPS player, I would say, ooh, let's do it. Like, I'd be excited because I'm going to do my job. It's probably going to be really hard, but maybe I'll get a 24. How cool would that be? If I'm a tank player, I am scared out of my life because I haven't done a 24. I don't know if my defensive rotation in 21 or 22 works for 24. There's a progression for tanks where you have to see the level. I am almost certainly going to die because tanking is a lot about reps. Does it make sense? Like, I need to see the reps. As a healer, I say, normally I commit this cooldown for this mechanic. It works accordingly. But is it going to be enough for 24? I don't know. That's one of the hard parts about progressing keys as a tank and a healer. It's not the same as DPS. Now, granted, obviously, your DPS are also going to need to game for that level and probably learn better defensives, better this, better that, for sure. But the difference is not identical. And the ultimate answer to your question is that you have to go in and plan. You have to be willing to fail. I think in order to be a successful tank, you do actually have to be willing to fail, to be fair. I think that's part of it. Does that make sense? Jark, are you on NA? And everything changed after 21 Brazil? Everything changed after the Fire Nation attacked. I mean, that's mostly what changed, actually. When you stop and think about it. Before the Fire Nation attacked, we had cartoons and anime that actually were good. They meant something. We had Avatar: The Last Airbender, not live action. We had Moana, not live action. Lion King, not live action. Lilo and Stitch, not live action. Actually, the live action Lilo and Stitch, I didn't mind, to be honest with you. We had Beauty and the Beast, not live action. We had Harambe. We had a lot of things. So there was just a big differences between today's world and the world before the Fire Nation attacked. We had Totally Spies. It's a personal favorite. And basically, the world has never really been the same. Yeah. I didn't even watch season 2 on live action. I saw a few clips from it, and normally I'm not influenced that much by social media, to be fair. But oh my god, I saw a few clips from the season 2 of Avatar, and I was like, what am I looking at? What am I watching here? I was like, this is not quite right. This feels very much like a cash grab, you know? Were you upset Leland Stiles didn't have a Captain God? The story, okay. I felt real things, even though the story was different. And I'm not sure I like what they did to the story because I love Lilo and Stitch, traditionally Abeyo. For what it is worth. Lilo and Stitch has got to be one of my favorite movies of all time. So adapting to a new storyline with obviously different villains and such was tough, but I liked the movie. Objectively, I went into the movie and I was like, I feel things. I feel real emotion. Like I enjoyed that basically. The other ones, not so much. Does that make sense? I think as long as a movie makes me feel something, I enjoy it. They took so much creative freedom, it just didn't make sense. Which one? I think you can't be upset about them working with a new story, considering that a lot of the people who will watch that Lilo and Stitch are not going to be familiar with the original story. What I want is for people to realize that there's a really cute, fluffy blue alien who has to learn a few things. Like, the messaging was still there. I don't feel that. The rest of them, at this point, though, are just cash grabs. What's up, Mr. Jacka? I've watched some of your YouTube vids, and it's a great job. Thank you. I'm glad that people are enjoying my YouTube vids. I also want to be careful, though, about not being too negative, because yesterday people were not happy with that short. I aim to help people, but my health has been rough recently. And because my health has been rough recently, I feel as though it's potentially that my content has been negative. I don't mean to be negative. There are a lot of good things happening in World of Warcraft too. But sometimes, I don't know if you have felt this before, but if you've ever struggled with a chronic health condition, or honestly, you're just feeling bad one day, like you have a headache or something. Bro, sometimes I'm just kind of pissy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just a little irritated, and it can come off in communication, but I don't mean for that because I don't want to be rude. I want to be careful about bridging that line. If I am feeling kind of sick, that does not give me permission to make other people feel bad. And I like this game. I can criticize this game constructively, but I also think it depends, Jack, because somebody this morning told me that my content has been very negative recently. And that just kind of stuck in my head a little bit. I was like, has it? Like, I love constructive feedback, and my opinion is but one of many. So I heard that, and I just thought to myself, is that true? And I went to look at my last few videos, and I was like, oh, I don't think they're watching my videos. I think they're watching my shorts. They're definitely just watching my shorts. My shorts are far more negative. My actual videos have been pretty positive, I think. Talking about pros and cons for how they're designing some tank things next season, talking about meta pressure and enjoying the game and whatnot. I thought those were good videos. Yeah, but the clips themselves. Video I see is you're kind of like a glass half full. I'm a glass half not. I'm a glass in external. There's no way for me to make that reference. Wiz, mod me. I think your shorts are more like pissy. I mean, they kind of are. But the thing about a YouTube short is that it's a 10 to 20 second clip. It's a 20, and they're not automatically posted. The problem is, listen, the problem with a YouTube short is what if I make a short and I go, a medium system a kind of all right system. Decent change. Like the whole point of YouTube Shorts is you have to be a little bit subject baity, you know? But you're right that I am learning. I haven't been a content creator that long. And ultimately, in real life, I have so much experience. But in content, I don't know if I'm that much of a master at baiting. I might just be an adept, like a medium level baiter. So that could be a potential problem here. You know what I mean? What's up, Queen of Azeroth? It is nice to make your acquaintance. I'm on one today. I don't know. Sorry, Queen. If this is your first impression of me, I don't know what. Yeah, I think my brain cells might be damaged. What's up? I genuinely do love this game. Queen of Azeroth. Are you a fan of the story? I've had interesting reactions to the name. Any OCE tanks in chat? What do you need to execute? I kind of hate clickbaity shorts. I think that entertainment and content are fine. I always want to preface that, though. I will make a tier list at some point. Every single tier list that I've ever made starts with, this does not affect the vast majority of players, and you have to understand that everything works. If you ever watch one of my tier lists, you will notice that I specifically state the thing that I am ranking at the bottom will still be very good, especially because Blood DK, even if it's not the meta tank at the highest level of keys, is probably one of the better tanks for a plus 12. And here's why. Even last season, I think Prop Pally was very good at this level of key, maybe struggles in that level. I try to clarify as best that I can. But the truth is that most people don't click on them. Most people won't watch the content if it's not at least a little bit entertaining. And yes, dark humor is a way to cope with things. I have to be careful about coping too hard, though, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean by that? Because my life is sometimes kind of overwhelming, and if I feel bad, I don't actually want to be in a constant state of cope. Yeah, I can come to the 21 Windrunner. I don't mind. I'll do one more real quick. I thought I was maybe gonna end stream, but I'll chat for a bit. So, damaged brain cells. One thing that I'm gonna make very soon is, what are we doing? Oh, I'll find you. This one, execute. Uh-oh. This is not Brazil. I don't know. Maybe don't invite me. I'm just kidding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not Brazil. This could be problematic. This could be rough. This might not work well. Just kidding. Should be fine. I'm not worried. I can tell you that sometimes when I make a title for things... Pause. I heard a cat downstairs. Where's your brother? Why did I just hear a dish downstairs? You're in here. No, that's not right. Don't do it, buddy. Man, it's fucking rough being a single parent. It's rough being a single parent. I should get married again. He was in the trash. I did hear it correctly. He knocked over the trash. Again. Again. As you did last night, which is why you have a tummy ache today. Goddamn cat. Man. Yeah. All right. I know. You are so cute. Damaged brain cells. I agree with you 100%. I want to make a video soon explaining mastery of any tank will almost certainly produce better results at the vast majority of key levels. Because the way that tanking works is that you build reps. Don't hiss at me. That's your fault. Anyways. When you are tanking World of Warcraft, you learn your defensives based on reps and experience. So if I am playing a prop pally, I have to walk in, challenge myself, and eventually get to a place where I'm going to die. But before that point, the way that I express mastery on prop pally is by saying 10 seconds, I'm going to hit this. 15 seconds, I'm going to hit that. And if you play prop pally and consistently stay on it without re-rolling, you're going to get extremely good at knowing what to press, when to press it, and how to min-max that. If you say prop pally is really tough and maybe not in the meta spot, and you re-roll too early, you probably won't experience that mastery, but it also depends on what key level. There is a conversation about re-rolling for meta, but it's probably not at most levels because the vast majority of people would be better off sticking on one tank for their goals because they'll experience and get to experience the higher level of mastery. That's the point. No. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget about that plate. It's a bad thing. It's not good. Do not let me forget that exists. I put it back in there and I already remembered once. And you guys are mostly the reason for that. So right now I know that I can get this first kick. I know that I can Starfall right there, but I actually could have Starfalled a second later. And mostly it's because that my ping is not good. I missed 3 globals there. 3 globals is a lot of globals. Mastery. But mastery occurs with raw repetition. You have to have some level of understanding. Hold up 1 second. This is not a Resil key, and this is Hexecute's key, so I'm going to make sure I tank well. He doesn't need to heal me. I'm basically not going to be in trouble or in danger at all. But I'm going to move early. My ping shot up when I started this key. I'm going to make sure I get this next kick here. And because we... Alright, not bad, not bad. Solid damage, not a problem. We don't have a reliable way to skip this, do we? So we're going to have to take this. Mastery of Spec. I think it depends, Dust Devil. We're going to have to take this pack. It'll be just a tiny bit of a time loss, but it shouldn't be an issue. When we talk about Mythic Plus, people always talk about as if the only key level that matters is plus 20 and above. By definition, the only people doing plus 20 and above or hunting for that are the top 2% of the player base. As in the top 1%, literally and physically, plus the people who are still chasing for the 1%. The vast majority of people are actually experiencing keys at, I would argue, let's call it, not statistically, but let's call it, yeah, at a plus, what would it be? Plus 12 to plus 18 range? Something like this? Give or take? I think that that is most people's experience with keys. And the way that things work at that level are so different. Like, one of the things is that Prop Pally is much better at that level. because my ability to control the things that might wipe us and will be significantly more impactful at that level because I am less challenged and I haven't actually hit that check. Indicates your level of mastery of your spec. I would like to say that. Never felt like I was going to die. So deciding to master and come on your spec is the best investment ever. I agree with you on a personal level. I don't agree with you on a practical level simply because Dust Devil has a very good point about, unfortunately, access is very, very competitive these days, much more than it used to be, right, Queen? Where you actually might not even be able to learn Prop Pally simply because you literally just don't get invited. And in order for you to gain that mastery, you literally and physically need the opportunity to get it. So that is an absolute factor. I don't like it, and very personally speaking, I disagree with it. But it doesn't mean it's not true. You know. And I think that it's more important when you talk about the meta to examine why. Can I get a Poison Dispel? I did Poison Dispel you. Can I get... Did the Warlock just say, can I get a Poison Dispel when he took the Apex Link with no unending... He had unending resolve. Uh-oh. That's not good. Warlocks. DPS. Only time to press a defensive is on the links. It's kind of actually a requirement that you press a defensive for this. You can still time this key if they come back right now. The timer here shouldn't be that much of a problem. We didn't actually wipe. Getting the experience with friend groups and then pushing is true. Also, MVP, you were saying something earlier about the raid loot. I can acknowledge that I'm not happy about it. I can acknowledge that they need to do something about it. I went to dispel him there. Ouch. Yeah, I know. He was very tilted. That's okay. It's possible that I'm bugged because of the cooldown reduction. And it's mini CC, not omni CD, so it's possible. No problem. GG's. Wait, Hexecute, are you the Warlock? I thought you were the Resto Shaman. Hexecute, are you the Warlock? Oh, thank God. Is the Warlock in stream? Can you tell me if it was bugged? I thought you had... Oh, okay. Oh, shit. I was like... I actually have to be careful of that sometimes. I didn't mean to be rude. Hard to say. It is tilting, though. I mean, it's a 21. 21s are hard. 21s are not... You can't just bulldoze your way through them. They are difficult. What's up, Tom? They should remove Razil from the game. You don't like raccoons? They stink? They might stink, but they're super cute. I would say when you talk about Mythic Plus in general, you have to be very careful because fundamentally we're talking about basically two different worlds. No, let me talk about the raid thing, MV. We have this very strange problem with World of Warcraft where we just automatically assume somehow that everyone wants to be 4K IO or 4.2K IO. I don't think that's true. And that is the biggest point of contention within the World of Warcraft community, within class discords, within advice, within guides, within tier lists. I fundamentally don't believe that everyone wants to be competitive. I think that a lot of people engage with competitive systems with the only mindset of having fun. And I think that the vocal voices in that community become very loud, very striking, very inflammatory, and it can crowd and just drown out all the other people who are playing for fun. I don't even think it's time or skill. I genuinely think that most people actually log in just to play the game. I would put money on the fact that if you just ask people, would you like to progress? Of course, the answer is yes. But I really believe that more people play WoW as a fun game. And let me explain it like this. When I play Hearthstone Battlegrounds, I have lost like 1,000 points of score in the Hearthstone Battlegrounds recently. I don't give a shit because I'm having fun. And I'm trying new combos. And sometimes I'll go for a combo that I know will make me lose, and it's not the right move, but it's fun. You ever play Battlegrounds before, Tommy? Or Queen of Azeroth, Dust Devil, you ever play Battlegrounds? I will intentionally do that because it's possible it works and it's fun. That's it. It's just fun. And I actually do think that people play WoW like that. No, but I know what you mean. Okay. A lot of the misconception is that that isn't the case, and that a lot of people, and everyone in fact, just wants to go to that nth degree. That's a single player game. It's not single player, but I don't have a team. Again, when you say, but you might waste people, because the argument against it is that you'll waste people's time, right, Dust Devil? I don't feel like WoW's that kind of game. It's not identical, for sure. It goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream today, the recent drama and controversy over, I can't believe it's controversy, but the recent drama, that's not true, I can't believe it, about the dad who had to leave the plus 17 with the, was he Brazilian streamer? With a streamer, basically. You remember this? Once you get into a certain level, it's no longer about fun. It's about min-maxing and shit. Yes and no, Wise Parrot. Hear me out on this. I am not proposing to you a full solution. I am not proposing that I have an answer that will solve this problem. I am simply putting forth a debate topic because I think it's important we consider it. It's treading on exactly the same water and line where the dad who had to break the key, he left for 3 minutes because his toddler woke up. And he was spam reported, which was a problem. If you feel as though every 30 minutes you spend in WoW, or even every hour you spend in WoW, must net you a competitive advantage or progression, and that progression can only exist in the form of score, you are setting yourself up for a long-term realm of toxicity and failure, where the only reason people log into your game is effectively to rank up. And that fundamentally is not what World of Warcraft represents. It isn't what it's about. I think that if WoW, yes, the idea of tagging keys is competitive versus relaxed, but then how do you identify what's competitive? Because if I ask Queen of Azeroth, what's a competitive key level for you? And you ask me that question, we might have different answers. You can mark it, but I don't think people really, I think it's a good addition. There's no harm in putting it in there. It's better than not having it. But there's a fundamental problem that's happening with gaming in general that goes deeper than just WoW. We're feeling it in WoW. And the idea is everybody is a little bit more overwhelmed and stressed in real life than we used to be. We're desperately looking for decompression. You want to waste time, but at the same time, you feel terrible for wasting time. You notice that? Think about it. Like, think about how frustrating it is, and you have to give yourself permission half the time to even just scroll Instagram for 30 minutes. We're all a little older. We have more responsibility. We have a life that we care about. There are other aspects to our existence, but we're just terrible at actually decompressing, relaxing, and wasting time. I used to be better at it. If you want to push as high as possible, spend every hour getting better as a player. The rest will follow you up. I mean, I believe I have a genuine suggestion for how to get... There is a way to progress in WoW. It's just not what people want to hear. There is an absolute metric of progression that you should use. If you're very serious about IO, there is a single level of horizontal progression. Horizontal is in it stays with you season to season. And it isn't so much you getting better as a player, although that does matter. Absolutely it does. I think there's a big, not rank, it's your friends list. It's your network. Your network stays with you season to season. There are people who are going to log in next week having not done higher than a plus 12 and get the 1% title. I guarantee it will happen. And the reason it will happen is because they have friends, a guild, or a network that will take them to their keys. Brazil system basically encourages this system by far more than anything. And one of the issues with Brazil is that it really enforces your network. It already existed before Brazil, but now it's even strongly reinforced. If you have friends or a guild who are good at the game and have progressed the season and you did not, you will get it because your friends will take you. And networking is important. How do you get those good players in your friends? Great question. And that's one of the big problems. Best suggestion is you have to start somewhere. And if you were going to start anywhere, it would be when you time a key and things go well, like the Algathar earlier. Technically, I should have added everybody in that group. If it went well, you add people, you message them, and you say, I liked playing with you, you were good, please add. And you just start, not mass add everyone, make sure that you have some metric of saying whether they're good or bad. Shaw, in our podcast episode, made a very good argument and point about this, green flag versus red flag. I think he was exactly right, to be fair. You have to identify what's important to you. For me, the most important thing is toxicity, because if we're not enjoying the game, I don't know why we're playing. If somebody is very good, but they are also very toxic, I literally won't play with you. I will note that you're toxic, and I will refuse to play with you again. I am that sort of player. Not everybody is. But identify, did people use their kick? Did they use their CC? Did you notice they prevented an overlap? Did they use defensives properly? How was the healer? Did the tank do well? Start adding people. Key goes well. People did a good job. Add people. You'll just eventually, over the course of a season, you can get 500 people on a B tag, and then you prune them later. You don't have to agree with their politics. You don't even have to know if you like them at that point. You just add people, and then you play with them again, and eventually you'll figure out if you like them or not. But you have to give yourself the opportunity to network. It's by far the most important thing in WoW. Cannot express to you. Just think about when you watch higher level people play that you're jealous of. Yes, they're good, and yes, you have to be good. But goddamn, sometimes it's just access. Like sometimes it's just when I log in, if I get 5 messages, hey, you want to come 22? Hey, you want to come this? You want to come that? You want to come 23? You want to come 20? I'll get score. Even if there's a tank that's better than me, simply because access. Yes. And also it just makes the game better because consistency matters a lot for keys. If you think about what the checks are, knowing that your DK knows that you need him to grip that mob is super important, and consistency matters. You play with the same DK, he will grip the mob reliably, hopefully. But the random DK from Pugs, you have to explain it every single time. Think about how many times you try a skip and the skip fails and you ruin the key, even if the skip's not that hard, because you're not playing with the same people. Versus one group learns the skip, you replace one person, you don't have to explain it every time. You don't have to link a route every single time. And then re-explain the route, re-explain the thing, re-prog the thing. A lot of times keys brick for silly reasons, like little tiny routing decisions, which can be solved by simple consistency. It's just not what people want to hear, because it would be much better, and a lot of people are scared to socialize, or rather play this as a more single-player experience. And so I don't think it's the advice people really want, but I think it's the advice that would make the biggest difference. If you spent the next 3 months not studying guides, not studying routes, not actually watching every tier list, and you spent every hour of that just doing the keys at the Brazil level that you are at, looking for good players to add, you would probably end up in a better situation 1 month past that point, and especially 6 months past that point. It's no different than if I really wanted to progress my stream and the only thing I cared about was exposure for stream, this is the worst this is the worst use of my time ever. I would probably benefit from actually using this time to make a YouTube video, but I don't like making YouTube videos as much as I like live streaming. I prefer this, so I do this. But technically speaking, definitely a less than efficient solution. I'm not saying you have to be efficient because you have to encounter fun, but this is definitely 1000% the wrong use of my time if that's all I cared about. For me, that's not what I care about, hence priorities. But absolutely, if I was like, hey guys, I'm going to take the next week off stream, but what I did with that time, every hour, I've spent 5 hours streaming today. If I spent 5 hours actually making the best tank guide I could possibly make, I would almost certainly make more money. I would get more exposure. I would help people and I would accomplish everything I want to do. But I like streaming and I don't really like the process of making a video like this. Just saying. So I'm not saying you have to play like this, but it is by far the best use of your time. And when you watch rank 1 players or high-end people, they also have a really good time. You notice that? A lot of times, the people, think about it like this. If you're a DK right now, you're an unholy DK. You're not a dick, and you do good damage, plus you actually care enough to learn when you can use defensives, how to help your healer, how to help your team, and you're just an aware DPS player, what are the chances that you're pugging in looking for group? You are already scooped up by a team. 100% somebody wanted to add you at some point. How are you going to find somebody who is very, very good at the game, not actually a terrible person, and cares enough to study and learn? The people that you are pugging with right now, by default, haven't done that. Now, always exceptions to this, but I'm just saying that it's very difficult to break into that category because many streamers and high-level players talk as if that's normal, but that's not normal. They just have a good network. If I had Resil 23 and I list the 23, the chances that like 50% of the people that apply are on my B tag is pretty high for NA. And I'll know them, at least have played with them before. Does that make sense? Yes. I do think that's actually important. MVP, I am willing to say that my perspective is but one of many. I am not a fan of the raid changes, but I absolutely realize that they need to do something to incentivize raiding. I just don't think the way they're doing it is the right way, but absolutely they got to take some leap. Heroic raiding in particular, I just don't think, and the point of contention is, I don't think that mythic raiding needs a more incentive. I don't think fundamentally tying power and item level to mythic raid is the requirement to get people to enjoy mythic raiding. I think that it should be, and this is a hot take and it will land me in some hot water, but I'll stand by it. I think that if less total number of players killed the last boss of mythic raid by 10 or 20%, but everybody wanted to be there, you would have a better system and a better product. Heroic raiding, on the other hand, I understand. Yes. That is correct, damage brain cells. The higher you go, the smaller a pool of people you play with as well. The game itself, there's literally by default only 1,000 people tops in any region who does that. And then you just play a lot. You can't really get to 24s as a brand new player in WoW. So be careful about how you damage brain cells. Do you recognize anyone who has been obnoxious and toxic in that range? The answer is yes. All of them. Now, granted, sometimes it's accepted, and sometimes it's like, but you're just really good, so we want to time this key and we'll take you. But sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're like, I don't want to play with that guy. Because you just know they're going to cash out. And again, occasionally it's funny and accepted, but sometimes it's very much not. And you avoid playing with them. Now, you occasionally will run into them because if they're like that, they probably just know life anyways and play all day. But I think it's important. I also dislike raiding week to week, although my problems with raiding don't extend just to mythic raid. I also don't want to have to heroic raid next season. But again, I understand that I'm kind of part of a more, not minority, but That's not a very popular take on the game. I just don't like raiding. I don't derive joy from it. I view raiding as like a delve. Genuinely. I view it kind of like, it's just a chore. If I have to do it, I have to do it, but I don't really want to. There are some 0.1% players that are toxic, but honestly, most of the really good players are not toxic. Yes, but also because most of the really good players, in order to get that good, need to have played consistently with the same people, and if they were toxic, they would have been kicked. So you have like a selection bias of the players who are very good do tend to also have some level of socialization skill or have found at least their people. There are some people that thrive in chaos. Like there are some people who communicate by yelling and screaming at each other. That is part... I can't judge anyone for that. And I won't judge anyone for that because I grew up playing games. So there are many ways to communicate with people, and they're not wrong. You just have to match the frequency. If you come into my stream and you try to be like that, I will tell you that that's not what we do here. It's not funny. Nobody really thinks it's funny. And I appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you could reframe what you're trying to say in a different way. But I'll give you the opportunity to do so. There are some people where that is absolutely loud. The right thing to do for certain streamers and certain communities, certain groups, is to walk in and be like, what a bleepity 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 bleep. I can't even say the following lines. Because some people would find that very funny. And in general, that might be something that connects you to people. But I, for what it is worth, do not like that. And toxic is a very relative term. We use it like a buzzword, you know what I mean, Dust Devil? We use it like a, oh, don't be toxic. But what does that even mean? It depends. There's not actually a definition. It kind of depends on the community, depends on the person. But I will tell you that in the highest level of keys, which is not something that I normally push for, and not something that I am personally a part of, just before that range. But I can tell you, because I know enough about it, that if you are truly toxic, nobody wants to play with you. And you might be able to get by, but you're making it harder on yourself. Just like have basic human decency, and you will perform better. Especially because of how Resil works. I don't love Resil. Resil has killed my complete desire to push in the season. 100%. So I'm kind of with you, Escaflowne. I'm just saying pros and cons. Because Resil has helped the mid-range of keys dramatically. I don't think you can get rid of it, especially because they've given it now. It used to be. We're forgetting. It's like a recency bias thing. I did not know that, Dust Devil. But the idea is, it's a very big recency bias if you think you should get rid of Brazil. Dude, your key used to go from a 12 to a 9. You could actually have gone from like a plus 17 Alcathar Academy to a plus 8 Alcathar Academy. That could happen in one day. You don't want that. You don't want to go back to that. There's no food there. Look at her. Look at her. God damn this cat. Look. This? Tina. No. Her name's not Tina. But I feel like I should call her Tina right now. She knows the plate of food is in there. I know, but she knows it's in there too. The Starfall build, if you want Starfall, you just take it. You just don't need it. There's not really a lot of competitive talents here. This doesn't actually increase all your abilities. You just drop Astral Influence and maybe a point of Magic for... I don't know why I'm doing this, though. Yes. Yeah, remember me. Also, there's in the new season, by the way, there is a new friends list. And the friends list has, by the way... Can you not? Holy, this cat. Stop. Look at this. She's trying to open the drawer. I'm literally watching you. I'm going to be with her, by the way, for a few days. Look at this. Look at this. This is unbelievable behavior. She's actually opening it. You can't get the plate of food. No. Yes, we're watching you. No. Don't slow blink at me. Yes. Although damaged brain cells, one of the problems is that people don't realize how much harder a 24 is than a 21. And the expectations are wild. Don't do it. We're watching you. We're going to watch you open that drawer right now. No, so the problem is, Eska, I agree with you 1000%. And I do think the recommendations for 2020 versus 21 is like a very different world because you will actively lose keys to people just not pressing a defensive. There's one mechanic. The Lynx is going to jump on you. Big circle, defensive. And there are a lot of DPS players who will say, I didn't have anything. That's your fault. You should have had something. Where did you press it then? Because if you didn't have anything there, that means you pressed it in the wrong spot. But that's not a good expectation because most people won't do that. And that's why it's very difficult. It's one of the reasons. It's very hard to find DPS players who care enough to learn and do consistently. Yes. Would Resil being -1 help? It's not that this didn't exist before, because it did exist before, but Resil just makes it so that if I play 5 hours a day, my win rate just doesn't matter as much as it used to compared to me playing 10 hours a day. If I could find 5 more hours, I will progress. That's it. That's my main issue with Resil for myself. Is just it disproportionately rewards playtime. Whereas before, I felt like I could get in there a little bit more if I played half as much, if I was just a little bit better. Like if my win rate was higher and I was more consistent, it would reward me for being that way. Whereas right now, it's like, have the network, have the friends, or have the time. That's what I feel. It's not quite right. And that is not a striking indictment on the state of the game because it's just my perspective. That is a very personal opinion. I don't know if other people will relate to that. I don't think I'm saying it perfectly. But yeah, it's not a belt. It's just, I'm kind of sick right now. I'm Nighthawk. I'm wearing it for the same reason. When I was in the Shadow Forces, they taught me how to wear leggings and this belt. It's not a belt. It's just like a... It's not... I'm not trying to get snatched. Like, I'm not trying to get a thinner waist. I'm just... My blood flow is not working right. It just helps me breathe a little bit. It's this plus the leggings. Wow. What? Just because there's food in there doesn't mean you get it. No. It's so tough being a single cat dad. When is your mom coming home? She's out for the weekend. So I'm going to be with them both days. Yes, I can hear you. I know there's a plate of food in there. No, it's not your food. Holy shit. They're so cute, but so menacing. They're so... This is toxic. I want to mention again, the guides helped a lot for each... I'm glad they helped, Eska. I'm going to make a lot more going into Season 2. You know, Eska, I'm a new content creator, technically. I haven't had my YouTube channel that long, and I'm still kind of figuring out how I want to make content, to be honest with you. There's a lot of trial and error. Stop. There's a lot of trial and error with it. I think I really liked the retrospective on the Seat of the Triumvirate, the Algathar Academy as a Guardian, and I want to do more of those for sure. They take a bit of time because I have to record them after the fact. Yeah, she's cute when she mounts. The other one, not so much. Yeah, I hope that they help. I also hope that it shows how much I try to learn and I attempt to memorize. Damaged brain cells, I am not doing 24. I stopped this season in May. I decided that the idea of a 23 Seat of the Triumvirate did not fill me with joy. It didn't spark joy, so I decided not to. I am proud of myself for this decision because I've had a much better time. Would you put rating over friendship? I That's a tough question, Connie. I don't think that's an easy answer. Believe it or not, I am not. You would think I have an immediate answer to that. I don't. Unfortunately, damaged brain cells, I am a confident person. And because I'm a confident person with a genuine level of self-esteem in my real life, I cannot justify the score in this game being the only thing that equates to my value in this game. I just can't do it anymore. It used to be like that, where I needed to justify my existence, and I was like, I'm good, I promise. I don't feel that need anymore. But the second that I realized I don't need to justify it, I also couldn't justify it. Because pushing for title, especially when you're pugging and you don't have a team or consistency, is just not fun. Like, it's just straight up anti-fun gameplay for me. Especially, I don't know. As a tank, I don't know. Maybe if I was a DPS, I'd be a little bit more okay with it. I'm not sure. Maybe not. There have been several seasons where I kept saying, I'll go. But every single time, Eska, I end up in the same situation, which is that I value my fun and my mental well-being too much. Even this season, I was 100 points above 0.1% title because I hit the 4K. I got this in May. Significantly. I was only missing 121 in May, like middle of May. So this was 2 months ago. If I just kept playing, no problem. It's a Guardian Druid season too, and I'm a Guardian Druid main. So no problem. But no, I didn't want to. And what? Don't meow at me. You're not getting the plate in there. I don't know what you think is going to happen here, honey. What do you think is going to happen? Stoops, I have a genetic condition. That's why I'm wearing this thing around my waist. The same as the leggings. Sometimes having cats like this, it makes me wonder why I even got a vasectomy. Because the whole point was to avoid being in this exact situation. They are very cute. Extremely cute. And that's the only reason they get away with it. There's a solution? No. Title is all about friends, less more than skill. I mean, I think you have to have skill for sure, Dust Devil, but yes. What's the wrap first of it? It's this. So you see, I know, I'm sorry. The wrap is weird. I know the wrap looks weird. Look. If you look at the camera here, I have a genetic condition. It's a connective tissue disorder. And it makes my body do weird things. So if you look at the camera here, it goes broop, broop, broop. Like all my joints are extra bendy. It's called EDS. And my stomach, occasionally I have EDS and POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Recently I've had a flare-up. It's been annoying. And so I'm wearing these compression leggings. They're medical. It's not because I'm a femboy, unfortunately. Sorry to break it to you. It is specifically because these compress. They're very tight. So if you can see, I can't even really grab them. They're extremely tight. And they basically make it so that blood does not pool in my legs. This makes it so that I have better breathing. I don't wear it often. It's just a medical binder. Yeah. I think, Connie, the answer to your question, they're cosplaying as Cloud? Like Cloud Strife? I did cosplay as Cloud Strife back in 2014 Anime Expo. It was not good. You want to see my Cloud Strife cosplay, Stoops? I used to cosplay, but that was back before I wasn't professional back then. I was hired when I first came to Thailand to do professional cosplay. I'll show you that. But I did actually cosplay. It's one of my first cosplay ever back in 2014. It was like a put together thing, and I didn't know how to do makeup or wigs. So it wasn't great. You want to see it? Also, I'm going to order my McDonald's Sundaes now. Thank you, Wiz, for the bits. And everybody who contributed bits. I want to get some Sundaes for sure. I kept meaning to do this earlier. Let's see. Food. Yes. Also, the minimum order is 3, so I'm just getting 3 anyways. McDonald's. I'm getting chocolate sundaes from McDonald's. Yeah, you want to see it? I'll show you. So I used to actually cosplay, but 2014 was a long time ago. That was not professional. 1 second. You get paid to cosplay back in the day. When I first came to Thailand, I worked as a model, and Garena hired me. I'll show you them. Okay, hold up. Nice. Chocolate sundae. Let's go. I'll eat 2 today, and I'll have 1 tomorrow. Yeah. Nats cosplays Barney won an award. That's super cool. Did he? That's awesome. Here, I don't think I haven't put old cosplay pics in here, but in Discord, there is a section for this. Thank you for being respectful in your debate and conversation, Mew. I hope that my stream can always be a place for that. I actually really hope, I think it would be amazing to have 1,000 people in here all having a respectful debate. I don't know if that's possible. Like, I wonder if it'll just eventually devolve. But wouldn't it be interesting to have a ton of people just constantly going, this is my perspective, here's my thoughts on it, and kind of just talking? I feel like I miss that. Can hope for the best. I miss that. I don't think we have that. I think everything has become so tribal and divisive that you're either on this side or the other side, and you have to be absolute in everything that you say. But sometimes it is a conversation. I don't always have a solution to the things, but I care enough to talk about it. It's cool. I don't. Do people ban people for disagreeing with them? I'll ban people for being dicks. I won't. I mean, I've very rarely have ever had to ban anyone. People ban somebody for disagreeing with them? Really? I don't know if I've ever been in a stream where that's happened. Is it? Like for example, I'm like, guys, the raid changes in season 2 are terrible. Mythic Plus players are actually just not being considered. And then somebody goes, no, I think they're actually good. And you go, banned immediately, get out of here. People do that for like perspectives on a game like that. I mean, I guess bigger life topics I kind of understand a little bit more. Wait, really? I just don't hang out in any streams where that happens. Emat. It could just be a simple thing. Oh shit, Wiz, don't tell him. It's a power trip. Oh, I get it. It's the class Discord mod. It's the Reddit mod. The psychology of I have the power to do this and I'm going to do that. Like that's what the power is. I see. Okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah, it's the authority psychology. Got it. That makes more sense to me. Oh yeah, McDonald's Sunday. Okay, ordered. And then, what's up? Sorry. I'm getting my Sundays. Oh, Cloud Strife cosplay. You know what I actually miss? Not the work that I used to do for this. I miss the body paint cosplays. I genuinely miss body paint cosplays. They were so fucking cool. I just had a falling out with the makeup artist. I want to make up with them because there was nothing else like those. Those were the most unique cosplays. If you're into cosplay, there's nothing else that you have ever seen quite like the body paint stuff. It's so unique. I really, really miss them. Okay, 1 second. Just make sure that you can't see my phone as I scroll through the favorites album. Close calls. Close encounters with the band kind. All right. Cloud Strife. Oh god, these are so terrible. Bro, 2014 was a long time ago. I don't know about posting this. I feel almost a little embarrassed. There's only one photo I have in here, and it's me fighting Ash Ketchum. What the fuck? Okay, I have 2 photos of me as Cloud Strife. I have 2 photos, and I will post them. I just don't understand why Pokemon is involved in this. I will post them fair. I feel like this should be a redeem of some kind somehow. And then I'll post a few of the actual more professional cosplays. Here. 1 second. I did like for PUBG, for ROV, stuff like that. I don't know. This is the PUBG one. I've got this here. That was PUBG. This is Garena. This is a skeleton for Halloween. Body paint. This is this. This was a makeup thing. This was me at a train station. This was me for Pride Thailand, the Muay Thai company. A lot of cool stuff. That was back in the day. I'll post this one too. Why not? Okay. That was me at a waterfall in underwear. That's me. There's a lot of underwear stuff here. I think I looked much better at the actual events for this. This is me as this cosplayer drinking bubble tea. That's a classic one. All right, here. We can take a look now. There is no... Tier 2 on Patreon is for coaching. There is nothing like this whatsoever. Wiz is lying to you. Don't let him fool you like this. All right, body paint cosplay stuff. You want to take a look? Oh my god, it's terrible. Dude, it's rough. 2014 was a long time ago. Also, what is this? I will show you. I'll show you. Can you not... Just because there's a plate of food there, honey, does not mean that you get the food. Okay. Sorry, the cat's pawing at me. Window capture. Oof. This is a tough one. I'm not going to lie. This is tough. Can you don't do, no. Wait. Oh, shit. This window capture was for the Discord calls. Oh, it's not going to work. Okay, I have to redo a window capture. This one is like in the corner of my screen somehow. Wait 1 second. It's fixing stream settings. Damaged brain cells. Thank you for sharing your opinion, and I'm glad that it does actually happen, even at higher keys, to hear on 24 that people still don't appreciate that that toxicity and honestly the humor from 20 years ago. I'm glad that it's not as prevalent even at that level. Okay, I'm adding a new window capture. Discord. Okay, Discord already exists. Discord 2. Nice. If I leak DMs, I apologize. All right, cool. That is me as Cloud Strife when I was a teenager. I don't know why these are the only 2 photos that appeared in favorites, but these are the only 2 photos that I have. I have more, but these are 2014, I think. So this was 12 years ago. I mean, the quality difference of this versus that is kind of insane. There's a big difference between this and that. There is a massive fucking difference between professional cosplay, which I was hired to do, and this. No, this was in America. This was in LA. This is the anime convention in 2014, I think, in LA. But yeah, there is quite a massive difference between these 2 things. I look back at like the old cosplays, like some of the first cosplays I ever did, and they weren't good. That was just the martial arts thing. I was scrolling favorites. This is also another one. I actually don't think this was a casual photo, obviously. It's not a professional photo. But I really like bubble tea. This was another cosplay. I think there are more photos in here. These are all the body paint stuff, and I just still think that these are the most intricate, most unique things. There's nothing else that... Because this is not photoshopped. 0% of this is what I look like walking down the street. It wasn't Geralt. It's a character from a game. I don't know if I have more photos in here. It's normally just what's on my phone like this. It's not Geralt. His name is Richter. This was at Bytech, like many years ago, for the ROV Pro League. That character. But yeah, pretty massive difference. I like this one. Yeah, Richter. From, it's called, I guess in Thai, it's called ROV, but in the rest of the world, it's called Arena of Valor. It's like a mobile League of Legends, basically. With a moderate window open? What do you mean? What moderate window? Wait, now I'm exiting out of this immediately. What do you mean? What moderate window? Right side? Ha! That's true, actually. I didn't even think about that. You're absolutely right. It's because I needed to ban a bot. That's a good point. Close call. Honey, just because there's food in here. I know. Don't break my computer. No. Cats. Goddamn. No. No. What? Why are you pawing at me like this? It's not dinner time. You have had so much food today. You have had so much food. Stop. You don't need this. You don't need this. I don't know whatever you think you need, but you don't need it, honey. You are very full. You are well fed. Don't even try. She's extremely well fed. Don't let her fool you. Oh, the other cat has now started. Honey! Stop. Cats. All right, come say hi to the people. If you're going to make a fuss, at least come say hi. Cookie, come here. Yes. Did you just burp? But why burp? And also, you've been very quiet today. Did you knock down the trash again? He's doing this slow blink thing, which makes me think he's gotten into trouble. That's how cats apologize. Yeah, I know. You are very cute. But also, why? Why are you slow blinking at me? They are so not starved. They're getting extra food because I'm home alone with them. They're literally getting extra food because I'm home alone with them right now. That's like actually part of the point. You are getting so much food today. Both of you. Her extra food because she stole my food earlier. Yeah. Ooh. Look at this. One of my favorite things to do is overly pet him because he really likes attention, but he's also a baby. But he's a cat. So if you over pet him like this, he likes it, but he hates it. So it's a simultaneously love-hate relationship. Can you not? Shh. Don't do it. Not you. Sorry, buddy. You're fine. Look at this. Look at this. Over pet. Ooh, big pet. Yes. Big pet. Nice. Big pet. Oh, that's a nice pet. Yeah. You feeling a little lonely today? I'm also kind of allergic, so sometimes if I kiss him too much, I start sounding like I'm a chain smoker who's lived a very tough life. You see, he likes it, but he hates it. What a weird cat. Hi, buddy. Wow. Yeah? He was purring there. What tips would you give a new streamer? I haven't been streaming that long. Don't do it for the money. Streamer money's a myth. Don't do it for the money. Probably a main one. I think that if you are streaming for financial gain, you are going to be sorely disappointed. When you set an expectation that won't be met, you are setting yourself up for failure. Don't do that. You don't make money streaming. Not really. You make very little. That is not the right way to go about it. Make sure you do it because you're somewhat passionate, at least. If I go into my analytics here, just as an example, and I were to check, I did an 8, let's see, analytics, earnings, okay. Let's see here. I think, was it Monday? I did an 8.5, no, I did a 9-hour stream. Oh, nice job, execute. Congratulations. Yeah, 9-hour stream on Monday because I was bored. I don't remember what we did, but it was a 9-hour stream and I had something like 125 or 130 average viewers. Maybe a little less than that day. How much do you think I made from that day of streaming? If you do the math, it's around $2 an hour. So I made about $20. It says here $15 of ads and $6 of turbo. I made $21. If you stream for the money, literally any other use of your time will make you more money than that. So that is a bad idea. Yeah. Did you hear that? I think it was in an ad during that, funny enough. I have my ad set to the absolute lowest. I would almost disable them if I could. That was a sleeping stream. Okay, to be fair, that might have been the sleeping stream at the end. That could have been somewhat responsible. But if I look at different analytics, on Wednesday, I made $6, $7 of ads. All right, great. The day beforehand, I made $12 of ads. Like, you just don't, that's not how you generate any amounts of money. It's not from ads. Every amount, like, I make more from bits and support from people than I do from ads. Easily. It's one of the reasons I have bit goals normally, because that actually is a way to support streamers. So, like, I get Sundaes, which is cool, and get ice cream, which is yay, and people can support. Sometimes I'll do fitness redeem, sometimes I'll do this, sometimes I'll do that, but that is a way to actually help. Yeah. Then there's other things, but the idea is if you stream for financial gain, I think that you're just asking for trouble, because there's a lot of effort too. I have a real job, and in the last, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even want to calculate this. This will be really rough to calculate. Every time I do this, I feel bad about this. You ready? Okay. If I look at the last week of Twitch, and I only look at Twitch, not YouTube, to be fair. All right. The last week, I have streamed many hours. I make more in 2 hours of actual work than I do in the last week of stream. Yeah, that's tough. That is a rough metric to look at. Like, I put 30 hours. I like streaming. But if you are motivated financially, then keep in mind that my actual job, which I am very good at and very passionate about, pays me I think somewhere in the realm of 10 times as much, give or take, if I were to do the analytics of math. Now, granted, it doesn't quite work like that because, you know, so I don't think it quite works like this because I can't fill my entire day with clients given time difference and stuff. But yeah. And I also just wouldn't take that many clients because I wouldn't be able to manage them all. I has health conditions, including, gotcha. If you use it as a way to connect with people, then use it as a way to connect with people. That's it. That's the best suggestion then, Queen. I have a relationship with Stream where I just talk about the whatever I want to talk about. I'll talk about divorce for an hour. I'll talk about life for an hour. I'll talk about philosophy, psychology. I'll talk about anything that I enjoy talking about, and I'll do it in the way that matters to me because that's why I stream. Because I also don't like going outside. You know what my partner is doing right now? You know what Kitty's doing this weekend? This is actually hilarious if this is true. All right. I can't tell you the specifics. What I can tell you is that currently it is 6 p.m. It is not raining. So Kitty is on a yacht somewhere in the beach. There is like a big birthday party. She's not at a rave. She's just on a yacht. Like it's it's a birthday weekend getaway. I specifically asked not to go. Like, I was like, please don't make me go to this. I was like, please let me stay home and play World of Warcraft and stream and make YouTube videos about World of Warcraft. For the love of God, do not make me go on a yacht. Like, that sounds terrible. I am not an outside person. I am specifically not an outside person. Yes, I'm also taking care of the cats. So this is my way of connecting with people. Because without this, I do my work, I do my stream, I'll make whatever YouTube videos I want to make, and I go to the gym. That's it. And sometimes I get massages. I like massages. I live in Thailand. Massages are very affordable and not at all weird, actually, for what it's worth. Yeah, outside, not my thing. What do you do for work? I work as a PT. I work as a trainer. I work online with people, so I get to work from home. I take my calls I take my calls in whatever room I want to take my calls in. There's like a little gym area behind here, but I don't always use it. Normally, because I'm in here for stream, I actually like taking calls in other rooms. That drops the ice cream. No, stop. Don't try to climb up the beach. Stop. Listen. Respect. She's gonna bite me for that. Oh, that is tight. Oh, wow. I think that helps. I should wear this more often. Can you not? Just because you don't get food doesn't mean that you do this. She's not doing anything to you. Anyways. Well, I have 2 today and 1 tomorrow. That was the plan. I should work out more as my health gets a little better and I'm recovering from certain conditions. I also have health conditions, Queen. That probably is a lot to do with why I don't like to go out. Yeah, I've got these headphones, obviously. Really good investment if you have enough money. Just buy Apple Pods with noise cancellation. Very helpful. You will never catch me outside without these. Unless I'm streaming. Streaming is my way to interact with people. And one other piece of advice, if you do want to have any sort of exposure doesn't come from Twitch. That's another big thing. Yeah, I'm sorry your sister hit you. She's just kind of old and grumpy. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. Although I wouldn't ask me for advice. I mean, I'm still kind of new to this. There are people who have been doing this for like 5 years, 10 years. What? I think it's important no matter what you do to find your people, right? Like you want to find the people who will respect you for you and allow you to be yourself. Because there's somebody out there who will like you for you. You just need to find them. You're not going to find them probably. If you're watching my stream right now, I have news for you. You will most likely not find these people at a bar. You might. I don't want to judge, but you probably won't. So you have to kind of identify where statistically, you never know for sure, but you want to identify statistically where you might find your people and then go there. Yeah. You want some treats? Oh, don't scratch me in the eye. There. You don't need treats because you got into the trash earlier. But not you. No. You. Cookie. Up. Cookie. Up. No. Cookie. The boy. No. You. Treat. Chair. You. Yes. You don't deserve any. Sorry. Cats. But I can't tell you why or how you should do things. I would not presume to know. There are many things that I'm very qualified to talk about. I don't think I'm necessarily qualified to talk about that. Also, I got to put workout redeems back on stream or figure out a way to do something because I'm not moving enough. It's been 6 hours and I told myself I would do both my neck exercises that I should do to help myself feel better and also weightlifting. I have done neither. So that means I should do it right now, probably. Do I have to do it right now? Probably. I should. All right, fuck, this is about to get weird. What? I haven't used that enough. There is a perfectly reasonable explanation for what I am about to do. This is not the right setup for this exercise. All right. Okay, this is working. Oh, stop! Did you just hit me in the fucking head? You bitch! No! Get out of here! I'm trying to do my damn neck exercise. Why'd you hit me in the head? Why'd she hit me in the head? What'd I do? What the f did I do? Why did she hit me in the head? Somebody just clip that for Kitty. Okay. Somebody just manually clip that for me, please. Thank you. I got it. That's a send to Kitty moment. No, execute. Definitely not. I unfortunately don't know. Alright, here we go. Can you just give me 2 moments of peace? Stop screaming. How old's your kid, Queen? Thank you for the clip. A flex redeem. I can do so, Gleno. What do you want me to flex? Wait a second. Gleno sounds a lot like that warlock we played with earlier. 4. 4 is the oldest. 3 is the youngest. You got 2 kids? Nice. Buddy. Please be quiet. Thank you. The neck muscles. All right, bet. Which neck muscles? Name one. Name one for me to flex, and I'll try to flex it. ChatGPT, where you at? Ask Claude, real quick. Give me a neck muscle. The ones I'm working? Can you? I'm going to kick him out. Go. Get. Got him. Cats. The Nechosaurus Rex. I can do that. Watch this. And I'm medically qualified to say that. You see, Queen, this is the secret to stream. Don't let people peer pressure you. Yeah, I hope that Kitty is showing this to her yacht friends. Yeah, me too. That'd be great. Oh, my bladder. I gotta go pee first, 1 second. Well, I can't do that. I gotta go pee first. I might not be the best tank player you've ever seen in your life. I might not be the best DPS player you've ever seen in your life. I might not ever be the best healer you've ever seen in your life. I might not even be the most intelligent person you've ever seen in your life. I might not even be the most emotionally intelligent person you've ever seen in your entire life. But I dare you to find me a streamer who can do a better Nechosaurus Tyrannosaurus Rex impression than me. If you don't stand for something, then you stand for nothing. He's looking at your form. You don't know why I'm doing it. Macho, you didn't ask me why I'm doing it. Why do you think I'm doing this exercise? Ooh, I love talking PT stuff. You want to talk PT stuff? No, tell me why I'm doing it first. I love talking fitness, but you have to tell me why. If you ever critique somebody's exercise, why? That's always the question to ask. You have to ask yourself why I'm doing it. Has nothing to do with glute hypertrophy. I care not about the glute hypertrophy. My glutes are already swinging. They're thick. I could never go to a bathhouse reliably. I have quite thick hips. I'm very happy with them. Hold up. I think my ice cream's here. I'm getting my ice cream real quick. So we can see. That makes sense. He's not alone in that. 1 second, the ice cream's here. All right, I'm back. I just realized I have you on Discord. I must have followed you on your old account. What was your old account? You'll have to forgive me for not recognizing your name. Did I miss the glutes? No. Well, it's not glutes that I'm doing it for. So, when I originally got my first NASM certificate, which was many years ago, you're Anomaly? Queen, I didn't realize that was you. No, I had no idea that was you. Yeah, of course I recognize your name. Now that you say Anomaly, I just didn't know that was you. Hi. Yeah, I remember your heart condition. You told me. And now I know. Now I have reference for what you're talking about. And I know exactly who a VTuber you are. Oh, you got the big boobas. Yeah, I know you. I remember. I remember the important things. What's up, Queen? I just didn't realize that was you, Anomaly. Why am I not followed you? I followed you before. Is this a new account? Macho Nacho, Naz, are you still here? Bring back the glutes. Easy. So. Gotcha. Happens. When I went to get the NASM, just regular ass CPT, I don't remember how many years ago this was. I got extremely lucky. The teacher on that course was fucking fantastic. And then I went to study even more under him. Just the most giga Chad trainer I've ever, just super based, super fucking smart. Very rarely will you ever get the opportunity to meet somebody who is better at what he does. To be honest with you, it just won't happen. I learned so much about fitness and working with people from that guy. He trains a lot of Thailand's Olympic athletes. He actually doesn't train anymore because he has different businesses, but really smart guy. And one of the first things he ever said was, none of you, like, he's like, none of you are going to come up with an exercise that I've never heard of, pretty much. Like, in general, he was like, you're not going to impress me with exercise selection. The only thing I ask of you is, no matter what test we do, no matter what conversation we have, you have to be able to tell me why. And now that I know more about fitness, I can tell you that that is absolutely correct. It isn't about even finding the most optimal glute exercise, bicep exercise, this exercise, that exercise. You have to have a reason why you're doing it. If you can at least tell me why you're doing something, then we can have a conversation about it, about whether or not it's the right choice. But you have to be able to tell me why. Have I heard about the Calvosaurus Rex? Segio. Might have to answer that tomorrow. I have heard about the Calvosaurus Rex, but I think my Nechosaurus Rex impression probably capped that for today. The problem with the Calvosaurus Rex is, no matter how much I've tried over the course of my life, I just haven't been able to build my own Calvosaurus Rex. Unfortunate, isn't it? How unfortunate. Rough. I've tried. But even when I worked my Calvosaurus Rex muscle 3 times a week, it never grew. I quit weightlifting years ago, and now I do calisthenics, mainly burpees and stuff. Any conversation about exercise should be framed under a context of why. And the reason I am doing this is mostly for, how to say, orthostatic pressure, just basically up-down. This is a up-down motion for me. I am just using this tool, and not for glutes. It's not glute exercise. If I was doing it for glutes, it would look a lot more like this. I would weight it, first of all. This is not heavy enough body weight for glutes. And it would look a lot more. I would change the angle of this significantly. And what if I was doing like this? What about Macho Nacho? Tell me if Naz thinks this is better. Is that better? Because that's way worse for what I'm trying to get. But it is technically significantly better glute activation. If I was trying to use this to grow my glutes, which would be a weird exercise to use anyways. All that fabric. Tier 2 Patreon. So instead, I am actually using this to swing my body up and down. I want my head to be below my heart, above the heart. Below my heart, above the heart. Below my heart, above the heart, like this. Yeah. As with convoluted long names, it doesn't, you basically just, Tyler, it is actually better. If I'm training you and I have enough of an ego for what it's worth, okay? Yeah, the thing is, if I have an ego and I'm like, I could convince you that I'm smart, but it just doesn't matter. Why do I care if you know I know what your serratus anterior is? Just say this is going to help your shoulder. Yeah. That's why also, just because somebody is good at WoW doesn't mean they can do good coaching for WoW. Because good coaching for WoW is meeting you where you're at, not meeting you where I'm at. I don't need to prove anything to you. Look at me, I have little arms. I scream because I have little arms. I call it the T-Rex getting water from the lake. The only thing that matters is what makes you feel better. I think there was a great video I actually happened to come across my YouTube, which I agree with very much, which is we still call it fitness, but almost everybody in the fitness space should not call it fitness. It's not about getting healthy. So much of fitness and health, if I was a YouTuber and I could make videos about this, it is probably the number one thing I would make a video about. You would think that I would want to make a video about proper training, about this, about that. I would really want to talk about how the entire world of fitness is no longer about getting healthy. It is incredibly unhealthy. Almost all of it. The entire top end of fitness YouTubers, aesthetics, the fact that so many teenagers are just openly and straight up getting hooked because of social media on substances they should not be using, we are destroying an entire generation's health. And it is unbelievably not okay. And yet nothing is being done about it. There's zero regulation. There's zero consideration. It's so bad and so unhealthy. And modern fitness culture on social media is actively hurting people more than it is helping people. There's always been an element of this, but right now is at an all-time bad. If you want to get fit and healthy, the path for you to do so is not so much available through social media anymore. You can't just YouTube this. Almost all the information is convoluted, it's unnecessary, and might even be potentially dangerous, especially for younger kids. The effect of social media on our body image, on what we need to do, on the fact that the Spider-Man physique from movie 1 is now bad. Like, do you even lift? The amount of times that I have seen young kids or even adults look at a human physique and say, I could get that in 6 months. No, you can't. That physique, what you're looking at right now, is damn elite. But you're so exposed to these massive freaks of nature who have abused their body and are at the worst end of the health spectrum. Like, they are not healthy. They're hurting themselves. They're ruining their health for the chasing of an aesthetic goal, which doesn't matter. Maybe to them, if they're competing at the very least or they're making money from it, I suppose you can argue it matters for them, but it's so harmful. And I very much dislike that we are continuing to progress toward that instead of actually helping people get healthy and fit, because more people need that than ever. More people need a little bit of kindness and a proper approach with actual information, because people feel bad and they want to feel good. But this nonsense that we have at the top end of fitness social media is just preventing people from actually chasing real health. I dislike it so much. I really wish that I could make a video openly talking about it. I just don't have the skills to edit. I don't have the resources or the ability or the software. I don't know how to do those things. I don't have the time. But it is just massively unfortunate that we call this the world of fitness. And if anything, it is hurting people. I don't like it. It's not that hard to be fit. It's not that hard to be healthy. The basics go so far, the optimization is just not relevant for the vast majority of people. We spend almost all of our time, and the fitness influencers argue with each other just nonstop. You gotta do this, you gotta do that. This curl, this curl. Bro, just get to the gym. And if you can't go to the gym, work out at home. Oh, but you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this longer muscle like this. But fucking nobody cares. It doesn't help people. I am not trying to step on stage.
I am trying to get out of shoulder pain. You need to move. I need to get you moving. If I can get you moving pain-free, you will pursue health because it will make you feel better. Because you will want to. Not because you have to go step on stage or because you want to necessarily look better without your... That's a great initial motivator, but it's not going to get you to do the things that you actually need to do. And the things that you need to do are not that much. Give me 20 minutes twice a week. Do 10 minutes 3 times a week. Do 5 minutes once a week. You don't have to do crazy amounts of work to just get a net result for your health and feel better. But we throw around words like this, Gwarak, because social media has encouraged people to start understanding a little bit more about their health, which on the surface is great, but then all of a sudden people without qualification or without practice or experience start saying, well, it's just mechanical tension. What's mechanical tension? Explain it to me. It doesn't matter whether you know what mechanical tension is or whether that's the driver of hypertrophy or one of 3 or one of 2, or if a study by Schoenfeld proves it or not. It honestly, that is borderline irrelevant because most people are not even operating at a basic level of health where they could pursue optimization. And if you are going to the gym and you say, despite it being painful, that is harmful. No, it's not supposed to be painful. You're not supposed to suffer. Again, are you stepping on stage? Do you need to optimize to that? No. If you suffer, your brain will have a pretty negative feedback loop for this. You have to be a particular type of person to enjoy the pain. Most people don't enjoy the pain. They actively shy away from it. They actively reject the pain because that's the human experience. If working out is painful, you're not going to keep doing it. That's the type of thing where you see people on social media and the reel that gets glorified is somebody going to absolute failure, but it doesn't, you don't need to do that. Would it potentially help you maximize the hype? Yeah, probably. But you need to get the first 80% before you try to optimize even 20%. And that's an argument about whether it is 20% or not. The argument is not whether it's 5%, 10%, 20%. The argument, how do I get you the 70%, the 80%? It's not supposed to be painful. Actually, fitness, you should work out in the morning and you should feel better in the afternoon. If you do a morning workout, you should actively go throughout your day thinking, I feel much better. It's not supposed to be painful at all. This is a positive part of your life. You're doing this to make your life better, not for some weird 10-year down the road future. You're not trying to be the next Brian Johnson. You're not trying to live forever. It's not for some longevity goal so that your grandkids will still be able to play. No, it's for tomorrow. It's for next week. It's July right now. It's for August and the month after that and the year after that. Is a little bit of soreness okay? Yes, but should you work out to the degree that you have crazy soreness? There are going to be people who are like, but you need to. No, you don't. You can get so much of the benefit by just moving. You just need to move. I don't go out jogging because I don't like jogging. If you like jogging, do it. If you like, it's supposed to be a part of your life that you don't have to force yourself to do. It's the same reason why the statistics are super clear on the fact that 95% plus of people in America who lose more than a significant amount of weight over a shorter period of time because of any form of exercise or diet that they pursue will have more weight on their body 6 months later. It's a crazy statistic, the amounts of people who just fail at pursuing health. But I have never met a person who doesn't try, who hasn't tried. Every person I have ever met and worked with over a decade of my life who is overweight, unhealthy, and has pain has tried dozens of times, if not several times, to improve their health. Because you don't want to be in pain, because you don't want to feel bad. But the information available to them, or they hire a trainer who basically just runs them dry at a gym for 60 minutes and they're like, I cannot walk the next day. And the trainer goes, nice. And it's like, not nice. That means you won't come back. And the only thing that matters is that you're doing this 6 months from now. It's It's so impactful to understand that a little bit goes a long way. You don't have to go crazy hard. That's not how you build a physique. The main ingredient for a physique is time. It doesn't matter whether you do Hugh Jackman's workout or whoever the top, whatever you can think of, whoever celebrity you know. You could hire the best trainer in the world. You could pay them thousands of dollars for a one session. But if you don't keep doing the session, it doesn't matter. And so time investment, basic human psychology, it has to be a positive part of your life, and it should be. We're designed to move. So yes, I am very upset with the culture of fitness right now that exists online. Anyone who cares enough to understand what I am talking about will pursue it further. That's the thing, Naz. Everyone who's listening to this and thinks to themselves, but I do care about the primary mechanism for hypertrophy, you will go learn. You are not representative of most people who need this information. You are a minority on this one. If you're already into fitness, great. There are so many great resources for you. The people who need the help are the ones who don't benefit from that information. Does that make sense? Rant over. It really bothers me. This is also super awkward. By the way, I don't know if anybody's new to my stream, this is going to be the most awkward next step for this, okay? I just want to say, everything I just talked about, if I was going to post this video, I would have to cut it now. What's up, buddies? Delicious. And this is me. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You gotta be able to enjoy life. Now, here's the thing. And not one, not two, but three. There's only two on my desk, though, because I don't need three right now. Yes. What's up, Reckless? How you doing? Come on, buddies. No, it's an ice cream sundae from McDonald's. But the fear-mongering, because one of the problems with social media is you think you know, but you don't. I might actually post that rant. I don't know. I don't know how to do it, Jark. I'm concerned. I'm scared, basically. I don't know how to post a video like that. I don't know. But it's I just don't think that people understand. Do you know this? I don't know what the current statistic is, but the amount of teenagers in the US, and you have to measure it by country because there's no international data on this, who are just abusing substances to chase a perfection and an ideal and an aesthetic is unreasonable. Okay. We used to think that this was an elite physique. Well, let me pull it up. What's up, buddies? Buddies, you remember the original Spider-Man? This is going to be awkward to search. Tobey Maguire shirtless Spider-Man. This, back in the day, I'm allowed to show this on stream almost certainly. This was considered an elite physique back in the day. Let me just pull up a Discord thing. Here. I can show this. Sorry, Mr. Pastor. Oh, no problem. This is what I was just going to say. This used to be considered a very high-level physique. Like, this was a superhero movie back in the day. This was Tobey Maguire back in the day. This physique right here was considered elite. And he does have a great physique in this photo. But nowadays, this is a great physique right here. Do you remember what the original Hugh Jackman looked like? I might have to just take this off for a second. Do you remember what in X-Men 1? Do you remember his body? Not X-Men, not like nowadays. X-Men 2000's or X-Men 2000 Wolverine. Back in the day when you saw this, you were like, damn, this is a crazy physique. Look at this. This photo. We compare things like crazy. Look at this. Here. This used to be considered elite. Nowadays, you look at that and you're like, does he even lift? The thing is, our perspective on what a good physique is so wildly off. It's insane. How do you compare this being a proper physique back in 2000? This is not, he's not in bad shape here. But you compare it to this 12 years later, and you're like, bruh. And then you compare it to 12 years after that, and you realize that this is still not considered that physique. It's a bad angle. But the thing is, why? But this is not a bad physique. It's not even a bad angle. He's not unhealthy here. This is not unhealthy. But the fitness industry today almost ruins it. Does that make sense? Where you're like, but it's not good. What do you mean it's not good? Who is the person, by the way? I don't know who this is. If you're in stream right now, out of curiosity, who's Daedric in Discord? Good night. Sorry, you've come at a weird time. Who's Daedric in Discord? Because your photoshops are fucking amazing. I don't know how you photoshopped this, but this was absolutely amazing, by the way. That's you, Kev? Thank you for photoshopping this. This is probably one of my favorite things, and I immediately sent it to Kitty. Hold up. If you're watching this, don't look at Tobey Maguire shirtless. Look at this. Amazing. Look at this. This is one of the best photoshops I've seen in a while, actually. This is very well done. This is exactly what she did today. Her name isn't Spanky, but still, absolutely good Photoshop. I mean, it might be. If it is fun, I don't care. It's pretty good. This is correct. Because when she was a kitten, apparently, she had, by the way, the most lethal farts, apparently. I don't even mind. The thing is, apparently, I didn't know her when she was a kitten. She's old now. But when she was a kitten, she used to basically clear out entire apartments. Body fat wise, Naz, most people are walking around with 40% body fat. That's the thing, Naz. Like, seriously, most people are walking around with like 40% body fat. Most people would kill to be 20% body fat. Obviously, men versus women are a little different. But my point is, we're not talking about optimizing from 12 to 6. And I've been around, I didn't measure it at the time, but I've been around 6%. I think the lowest I ever really got was around 7 or 8, but I have been, and that any further than that was just so unhealthy and very, very, very not feeling good. And to clarify, during that time, I was about 40 pounds lighter than I am right now. 20 kilos lighter than I currently am at this exact moment. Is your normal range while you're here? That's crazy. Like, that's very low. I mean, I guess genetics matter, Naz. I don't know if you're Thai or not. Thai people comparatively seemingly carry less body fat, but that's really low. Yeah. How many kilos now? About 84. About 84 kilos. I think I've lost a lot of weight recently because I've been sick. Because of the weather. I am too lean right now. I don't want to be this lean. I want to eat. That's why I'm eating. That's why I've ordered ice cream and made bacon twice today. I need to eat more. This is too lean for me. This is not, I don't feel my best when I'm like this. I want to have, like, I don't want my stomach to come in like this. I actively want to gain weight right now. I just have a hard time eating enough. I'm in a pretty unique position. I wouldn't say everybody's like that, but that's about where I'm at. Also, I don't know if it's AI or not, but I still thought it was funny. How tall are you? I'm 179, to be very specific. But basically, I just lie and say 180. Technically, I'm 179 centimeters, but it's much cleaner to say 180. So we just go with 180. And if by US standards, I'm just 6 foot. I'm not 5'11". I'm just 6 foot. Much better to just say 6 foot. One jumping jack. How do I post that chart? Seriously, how do I post that, man? What do I do? Do I take the audio from it and put it to a video? Because the thing is, I don't know if I can just post the video talking about fitness with World of Warcraft in the background. Like, I don't know. And Chocolate Sundae is kind of funny in the background, although I do think that's actually a good point. How to lose belly fat without going to the gym? Belly fat is almost all nutrition. I mean, you will feel better if you move. But the truth is, and the thing that people don't really want to hear, you will feel absolutely better and you will be healthier by almost every metric if you can couple it with a good exercise program. However, nutrition is almost everything when it comes to gaining or losing weight. Yes, Tevish, recently a lot. There's a podcast coming out tomorrow, well, tomorrow my time, with Touchpad Warrior kind of talking about it. Because WoW has been moving toward a direction that I can't say I'm the most happy with recently. And I've been trying to figure out why. But yes. Yes, I have. Felt like that. Even right now, what's the last folio quest? I was supposed to do the last folio today in case I was doing stuff tomorrow. People going to the gym is that they don't know what to do. Naz, I've been working in health and fitness for a long time. The biggest issue is that people don't go to begin with. That would be kind of like saying in World of Warcraft, I don't actually remember if you play competitively or not, but it's kind of like saying they need to design the game for the race to world first or Hall of Fame guilds. And it's like, that is by default not many people. It's ignoring the bigger issue or saying keys need to be considered for the 0.1%. Actually, no, they don't. Keys need to be considered for the vast majority of people, and the vast majority, like, I just don't think you realize how unlikely it is that you even get to the gym. And there might be statistics on this. We can just Google it real quick or ask Claude. You could probably just ask Claude these statistics. Here, let's ask Claude. Let's pull Claude up. Here, Claude. I was asking Claude how to stream better earlier. I was needed to figure out how to end stream from outside when I do IRL stuff. All right, Claude. Bro, I fucking love my previous Claude conversations. Warm milk delivery in hot climate. Yeah, that's not good. Watching Reckless Ben Lego series. I need to learn how to use this better. Why are these my recent? I like how one of the previous conversations with Claude is just warm milk delivery in hot climate. Because I order a lot of milk and sometimes it arrives and it's a little warm and I get concerned. Okay. I think the biggest issue with people in fitness is consistency. I just ranted a whole bunch about this. Yes, Olmeron. The biggest issue is the fact that people think they need to do way more than they actually do, and that amount of work is very difficult to ask somebody to do. How many, statistically, let's put it this way, statistically, how many people, we have to say in the US, I think, because global statistics probably aren't a thing. How many people in the US even go to the gym once? Let's see this. There's no need to Google anymore or think. We just ask AI. Statistically, it is searching the web. Edgar, it has to do with how they heat the milk. All right, let's find out. Not how many people have a gym membership. An all-time high. That's actually not bad. That's much more than I thought. You know what? That's more, apparently, according to this report. I thought it was going to be much less than this. It's apparently 25%, give or take. That's not bad. That's a quarter of people. That's really good. I thought it was going to be way worse than that. There you go. Flip side for your content angle, 70% of Americans didn't even touch a gym even once last year. I've been asking Claude how I can start doing fitness content. I have, actually. Because I want to share my opinions on this, but I just don't know. Like, I was like, do I need to start a second channel? And I was like, I can't do that. I'm not going to. I don't have time right now. I realistically just won't do it. I do not play competitive. It's warm milk, except the thing is Thailand is very hot. So sometimes it arrives and it just tastes a little off. Like that topic I was talking about earlier does need to be shared. It needs to be talked about. If you just started WoW 3 months ago, are you liking it right now, Naz? Are you having a good time with it? I hope you have a great time with it, Naz. I genuinely hope that you like Mythic Plus and have positive experiences. The original WoW? I need to find some files on my PC. There's a hard drive. I went to access it the other day, but I realized I don't have the cable for this. I don't know where the cable is. I'll show you a photo. But remember, I'll show you a photo of me playing WoW Classic. There is a photo. It's just me in a football jersey. I just don't know where it is. And perhaps if there is a certain someone listening to stream, they can send it to me right now. I watched a video of me clicking buttons, not using hotkeys. Okay, when you say clicking buttons, Naz, what do you mean by that? Wait, hold on. What do you mean by that? You showed it on here. Oh, Helium. The old add-on. Yeah, Helium. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Helium. I know what you're talking. I think you're talking about the old UI interface I used to have, right? Let me just check my last folio quest. Recover. Where is Nagtal? How do I get to Nagtal, by the way? Quest chain. Damn. Do I have to do the quest chain, Stargazer? Do you think do I have to do the whole quest chain? Yes. You want to see a photo? All right, hold on. Let me find it. Appreciating the quest chain. Damn. Oh my god, private browsing. I opened a link. It took me. You know what I hate? When you're using Safari on your phone and you have it set to private browsing, When you open the link, it automatically opens in private browsing instead of regular browsing, and I don't think that should be a thing. I think you should have to choose private browsing.
All right, I'm sharing this. I'll make a video about this at some point. Did it save? I did save. Your file is being downloaded. Okay. Save to photos. Okay, there it is. There. Wait, let me check this photo. There's no personal information here, I don't think.
Holy shit. You ready for this? I got to make an entire video subject about this. I might actually rant about this tonight. This might be the video that comes out literally tonight. Look at this. This is an amazing, wow. Holy nostalgia. That's me as a kid. Ready? 3, 2, 1. That's me. Back in the day. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. I'm on a shaman? Damn, look at this horde player. Look at that. I don't know if this is quite classic because I'm a little older in this photo. How I didn't develop cervical lordosis, I have no idea. Damn. I actually don't know. I can't tell. I didn't know it's a Dell monitor. Damn, look at this. Crazy. Yeah, I know this was before I was 11, and I know it was before 11 because I'm still wearing my bracelets. Nope. And there's a little woo. Little woo. A classic. I gotta put this window capture down below my actual camera. Yeah. Dell? What happened to Dell? Zombies chill. Whatever happened to Dell? Something about the deep, right? I guess as a company, they were just massively successful, and they started rolling in it. Oh, they got built. I see. On the E machine. Okay, I don't remember that. Mouse placement was already weird back then. Yeah, because I have EDS. If you look at the way I used to hold pens too, it was also really weird. Got into Windrunner. Oh, good luck, Trebs. Did we have a Windrunner that bricked earlier? No, that was someone else. Thank you for inviting me to your 22 Magister's Terrace. I'm sorry I forgot the codexes. And then we almost wiped. But we didn't wipe, actually. It was fun to do some keys today, Traps. I might be on retail one more time. I suppose if the 1% gets to a 22 or something like that, I might try to do 1 or 2 22s. But I'm not that fussed about it. If I don't end up getting it, I'm also very okay with that. Yeah. The mount is pretty cool, to be fair. Fun fact, Dell still owns Alienware. Really? It's a 7 score a day. No, it'll be high. I'm telling you, everybody, I think the predictions are very off. Everybody keeps predicting the 1% at like some 20s and some 21s, but I swear it's going to be 4K. I don't think you're safe at 4K. Bye, Naz. Thank you for having the conversation today. I do appreciate your perspective on it. I think it's going to be 21 Brazil plus 2 22s. I think it's going to be like Pit of Saran, Magister's Terrace, or something like this. I have a feeling it's going to be around there. Yeah, I don't know why I don't know where this whole thing about it being 39.50 is coming from. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's going to be 21. So many people are logging in about a week or two from now when season 2 actually gets announced, and there's only a few seasons left and a few weeks left. 21 is super carryable. It's omega carryable. The super spreaders in 21 are going to be insane. I don't understand quite where that I think there's a thing, right? There's like a projector, a chart that people are using, but I don't think it's right. I just don't think it accounts for most things. Now, granted, I could be wrong, and I wouldn't even mind if I was wrong about this, but I have a feeling it's going to be much higher. I just don't think that it's... I mean, maybe I am wrong, but I don't think so. The question is whether or not it's going to be just below 4K or just above. I could see a world where maybe 21AA and 21 seat are not timed. Even that today was pretty tight. There's some weird event happening outside. So I could see that. Holy shit. Another good one. You done with keys tonight? Probably. Yeah. I'll get my last folio quest. I guess I gotta go to Nagtol. They're waiting on a tank. The responsible thing to do is probably go to the gym right now. However, because I have just enough time. However, and the other responsible thing to do would be to go make a video. However, now that you mention it, Drabs, I would love to give back to you, the community, you in particular. And it is interesting that you mention that you could use a tank for the 21, given that I am a tank and am fully qualified for this 21. Not that it's IO for me, but, you know, it would help you, right? So, it's worth considering at the very least. Interesting that you mentioned that. Interesting. Very interesting. They grabbed the first Guardian, declined the Prop Alley. I think my Prop Alley is tanked to 20. It's just that you don't have enough damage. The no group buff and lack of damage is the problem with Prop Alley. Actually, I actually think that Prop Alley is not bad. Not as bad as people think it is. It just feels bad. No bad today. That doesn't count, Exide, and you know it. It doesn't count, and you know it, Exide. Don't do this. Exide, don't do this. Exide, look at me. Look at me. Hi, Exide. Exide, you know I asked Jedith if he would make a video with me. Next week, I will record. I want to make a basic intro to Devour with Jedith. It's just Rep Heli wearing hard caps. They already do that. Yeah, I'm excited actually because I don't know much about Devour, and I just wanted to make an intro, like kind of like a learn with me type series. I wanted to continue it. I did some of it before going into season 1 for like with Shaw and Megaset and some people explaining some things. And I think they helped a lot. I think they're really good content to help people get into things. But I always wanted, I asked him a long time ago, but I had no name recognition, so he never responded. And then I asked him again recently, and he was like, okay. So we scheduled a time this morning, and hopefully we actually get to record, because I think that'd be really cool. Exide, how long have you been playing WoW? I should make this video.
Exit A, I hope you know I was kind of joking about that. But I don't like the argument of some people can just log onto a prop alley and do it. Yes. Long time is just PvPing on private server. Do you know what I was going to say about it before I jump down your throat? Because you were not here for the previous part of this conversation. So, dude, the plate. Holy yes. Dude, thank you. Oh my God. Oh. That was going to be so bad. I had forgotten. I was 100% going to forget. Thank you. Thank you. God, that was really close. That was super. That was going to be really bad. Yeah, that's not good. That's Thailand. That's a squirrel would come in here. That's bad. God damn. Holy. Crazy. Wild. I have almost fallen. You started, that's very late. Did you have friends when you started Exit Day? Wait a second. You started Dragonflight Season 4 and just ended up being one of the top demon hunters basically in NA? How? Seriously, how did you end up connecting like that? That's pretty random. Bing, bing, bing. I like this song. For everybody watching on YouTube, they are so actually they're not any more confused than my normal stream. Wait, what? Wait, whoa. Tyler, are you still there? What? Wait, Tyler, my chat doesn't actually show that. Wait, Tyler, are you still there on YouTube? Bro, how'd I miss that? Oh, because no one ever uses that feature. Bro, wait, thank you. I didn't even notice that there was a donation. Because I gotta fix that. Okay, so apparently the transparent overlay. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't catch that earlier. No, I mean, I want to say thank you. If people are donate, that's I would like to say thank you directly. Wait, that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Okay, so do you know that I play with overlays? Like I have... Okay, Exit A, did you know this? Like when I am playing WoW, I have 2 overlays for chat. So I can talk to people while I play WoW. But normally they look like this. You just don't see them. So just as an example, I have 2. And one of them is for YouTube, which is how I keep up with it. But sometimes it's harder for me to look at the YouTube one. Apparently it does not show donations, which is my bad. But this is what my screen looks like when I actually play the game. Screen capture on. So you can see here, I'm like chilling here like this. Oh, what's up, Boggs? Yo, what's up, Boggs? Okay, this is awkward now. I was hard vibing on that 22. I was just chilling I helped Drabs with the 21, and he was like, do you want to do 22? And I was like, bro, I don't even have my folio. Like, I haven't played retail in like 2 months. So I was not prepared mentally or physically. My bad. I forgot the codexes. I haven't played. I stopped at whatever I was doing in May. Yeah, there's 2 overlays that I use, but they both work like this. So this is the ghost chat, and it works for both, but it's hard for me to read this one. So I have the transparent one here, but it just goes over my screen like this. And then I have the YouTube one here. But the problem is I didn't catch a donation because this doesn't actually show me that.
Apparently. That's what I missed earlier. Thank you, Springwater. Yeah, I don't talk about my time at VOT because after what Starlight said about me, it's just been tough. So I try to basically just ignore my time about that. Saw your clip about hating boomies. I stand by it. There's nothing, I don't need to explain it. There's no need to justify it, Zombies Chill. Boomies suck. You should just, the only thing you need to do for WoW, there are two things you gotta do to fix WoW. Basically, from a DPS perspective, this specialization, you see how there's already a cutout right here? You see this? You just basically take this and you just cut it out. There's like 4 specs right here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. You just take this and you scissor it. Just boom, like this. People love scissoring. You just take this, you just like this, cut it there. And then the other thing you do is you delete aug. Boom, just like that. Yeah, I know. The thing is that it was obviously sarcasm, and it was clipped as a joke. Like it was shipped as a joke. But people notoriously, Zombies Chill, are not very chill on the interwebs. And I did mean it as a joke sarcastically. Like if you enjoy Boomy, then that's fine. And I actually used to main AUG, so fair enough. But as a tank player, I think Boomies are easily the worst spec to play with. And there are legitimate reasons for that, but like 90% of it is mostly a complete personal bias where I like Guardian. So I don't want Boomy to be meta. Like, to be honest with you, about 90% of it is just that. I would love to tell you that there's some benevolent, genuine reason. There are. They're not that good. They are. There are. But it's mostly just the fact that I want to play Guardian. That's why. Group buffs exist. And Exit, just message me on Discord. I'll show you. I think you have to have an overlay. I can't look at a second monitor. Yeah. Everyone just blame the hunter. Nah, blame the Boomy. That's the key. That's the key right there. I do need to finish. How do I get to the place before I forget? Somebody asked me if I actually wanted to do retail keys tomorrow, but like chills. I don't think I have zero desire to push past that, so I don't think Magister's Terrace didn't feel that bad to me. I don't know what the route is either, but I'm pretty sure that dungeon is just don't die. Like, I don't think the timer would be that hard on 22. I'm not sure. No, it doesn't, Zombies. They have fixed that. Starfall doesn't pull out of that, though. Give the 4th spec to Shaman. You can give it to almost anyone. Just not Boomies. And thank you for the donation. Besides the portal you took, thank you. Okay. Here. Portal to Magister's Terrace. All right. Where's this last folio thingy? I had to unlock my folio and do all the folio stuff today, Mr. Boggs. If Shami's got permanent elemental wolves, I still think that an underutilized part of WoW is straight up class fantasy. I think they should lean heavier into it and forget a little bit about balance. It's a hot take, but I really do stay. I think that would be helpful. You have the quest. What quest? Uh-oh. What quest? This one? Both of the... No, I don't need my 5th folio. Both of the chains? What do you mean both of the chains? What do you mean both? They're quite small. This one, the Void Assaults. I mean, how much power is the last point of folio? The Void Assaults. Okay, how much power is actually the last point of folio? I did all the other ones today. I don't think this matters that much. As long as I got this one, right? This one's the one that actually does matter. Yeah. Interesting. No, thank you. I'm gonna just say no to that, probably. I think you just need one. I could probably do one. Hey, wait, hold up. If you watch The Boys and you know Springwater, let me ask you a question. If you're still here, Springwater, are you still here? You mentioned The Boys earlier. I want your thoughts on this.
Do you know any Holy Priest players? I recognize your name, by the way. I know who you are. But do you know any Holy Priest players? I'm going to be very careful about Googling this. I'm going to make sure my screen capture is absolutely not on. Damn, spring water isn't here anymore. Rip. Well, an analogy for another day. I had an idea for a video tonight, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I want to do it. Maybe it's too negative. Probably is. I should actually just go out. Oh, responsible decision making. I have just enough time to actually like go drink water, hydrate, and go to the gym before work tonight. There's a video I was thinking about making tonight. It's just about the nostalgia we have for WoW. Because there was a video I saw yesterday. It came up on my YouTube For You page. And I did want to talk about it. But I also don't want to be too negative. I guess I have to make that choice. All right, this guy's on my For You page. I don't know. Bye. See you tomorrow. He is a prot warrior. Just says top 50 NA prot warrior. I don't know him very much. But he seemed nice. And he's got a beard. I want a beard. All right, bye. Tyler, I multi-stream so that people can watch wherever. My only problem is I have a hard time reading YouTube chat sometimes, just because of how the interface works. I wish I could combine them better, but the interface is hard for me to read. Also, I don't know how to get it to be connected on both when I do IRL stuff, but I will do more IRL stuff, I think, over time. I think I would like to do more. I also wonder how I can post that rant at some point for fitness stuff. I wonder if I just rip it. Like, I genuinely wonder if it would truly brick the algorithm to actually just full-on rip the rant about the fitness industry today. I'll have to think about that. When I stream, I don't really care about the algorithm and stuff too much. When I post videos, I do. Because I have noticed that it makes a big difference. I'll think about it. But thank you. I appreciate the fact that you appreciate my content enough. Anyways, I'm going to go take care of myself. Have a good night.